Chapter 587. The long line of carriages returned to the city and dispersed to the houses where they were located. In the first carriage of the Dugu family, Dugu was talking with Yang Fan. In the second carriage, Miss Ning Ku was dozing off. She curled up her body like a well-behaved kitten. The boat lady sat on the edge of the bed and lovingly brushed aside a lock of hair that brushed against her cheek, as if she was taking care of her own young daughter. Heroes can create the current situation, and the current situation can also create heroes. Many times, heroes and the current situation complement each other. Heroes are water, and the current situation is also not enough. Heroes are water, and the current situation is a form. Only when water and form interact can they stir up monstrous waves and roar for thousands of miles. Just like this time, Erlang went from Yaozhou to barbarian, and from barbarian to Panzhou, resulting in the current situation in southern frontier. Among them, the barbarian officials, the cruel officials of the imperial censor, and you, Erlang, have all done different things. Together, they created this situation. For all parties, the results are different. For the imperial censor, it is a disaster, but for Erlang, although there is no harm, there is not much benefit. Dugu spoke very slowly. His words were clear and orderly, revealing a convincing feeling. He was not a fool. Even if he was the eldest grandson of the first wife, he would not be able to sit in this position, even if he had the help of his younger sister. Aristocratic families naturally had their own way of survival for thousands of years. They respected the system of the eldest son of the first wife, but if the eldest son of the first wife was useless, they would not hesitate to abandon him. The reason is that Erlang did not grasp this opportunity. Therefore, many people who originally had nothing to do with this matter can instead take advantage of this situation to gain benefits. For example, Heir Wu, Heir Zhang, Taiping, aristocratic families, powerful ministers, and relatives of nobles all move upon hearing the benefits. However, Erlang, who created all of this, cannot gain any benefit from it. For example, Chen Sheng and Wu Guang rebelled, but what they achieved was Liu Bang's hegemony and Xiang Yu's eternal fame. This kind of situation has existed since ancient times. The one who first stirred up a storm would eventually decline due to various reasons. A small figure who had been a subordinate at that time could eventually be the one who achieved great things. Another example in our dynasty, the crown prince Li Chengqian and the second D son Wei Wang Li Tai fought over heirs, but in the end, they became Emperor Gaozong's wedding dress. Liu Bang, Xiang Yu, Gaozong, and the others were born with a good life. They did not have to fight for anything, and the heavens would give them such great benefits. That was because they were able to accurately judge opportunities, seize opportunities, and make use of the situation. When it was not time to take action, he would conceal his strength and conceal his strength. When it was time to take action, he would not hesitate. In this way, with the help of karmic luck and the current situation, there was no need to worry about not being able to accomplish great things. Erlang is a hero. It's a pity that such a good opportunity has passed him by. My Dugu family can help Erlang take advantage of the situation. Yang Fan touched his nose and said with a smile, "Brother Dugu's words are making my blood boil. But does Brother Dugu really know what I want? If we want to do great things together, we have to be like-minded in order to go far." Dugu Yu said, "Even if you don't say it, I can still roughly guess. Since Erlang is friends with Shen Mu, at least he is not a loyal official of the Empress. Helping the Li family and restoring the Tang dynasty, this should be one of Erlang's wishes, right? On this point, our aspirations are the same. Erlang, as an official of the imperial court, being able to work with Shen Mu shows that you also have your own pursuits. Perhaps you are not passionate about power, but there is no doubt that what you want to do requires power. On this point, as long as we cooperate, you can also take a step forward towards your goal. No, it's a big step forward. Yang Fan was secretly shocked when he heard this. If Dugu you could even guess this, then the others, then he remembered that the Dugu family was a part of the Guanlong group. From the close relationship between Miss Ning Ku and Old Li, they were also close to the Shandong aristocrats. Anti-military was the common goal of the Shandong aristocrats and the Guanlong group, so it was not unusual for them to cooperate. On the other hand, Shen Mu was the helmsman of the succession hall set up by the Shandong aristocrats. His main area of activity was in Chang and Longyu. As long as Duguyu wanted to, it was not unusual for him to find out about the cooperation between him and Shen Mu. As for the second Zhang, the second Wu, and even the emperor, it was impossible for them to find out if they didn't expose this layer of window paper. Yang Fan's relationship with the succession hall was that of an ally, so he naturally had a lot of freedom in choosing allies. Especially now that the succession hall was split into two, the hidden sect, which was originally attached to the obvious sect, became independent and became an independent force. The obvious sect and the hidden sect fought openly and secretly, restraining each other. He was a friend of the hidden sect and an enemy of the obvious sect, so he had even more freedom. Therefore, if there were other forces that could cooperate with him and help him achieve his goals, Yang Fan didn't mind making one more force. But in this way, his relationship with the hidden sect couldn't be as close as it was now. The entire Guanlong group had declined, so how much help could the Dugu family provide? The gains and losses involved in this, Yang Fan lowered his eyelids and pondered for a moment. He slowly raised his head, and his eyes turned sharp. What does Brother Dugu want me to do? And what can you provide me? Duguyu became nervous. He knew that the next words would be crucial to whether or not he could convince Yang Fan. A dozen big white geese swaggered over at a leisurely pace, squawking solemnly. Although they were fighting for food, they still had the demeanor of a gentleman. Many people liked to raise pets, and Li Mubai liked to raise white geese the most. He was wearing a linen robe, and he threw down the food in his hand with a smile. He clapped his hands and asked Lin Zixiong, who was standing at the side, "What's wrong?" Was Yang Fan taken away by that lass, Ning Ku? "Yes, I went to the Gongsun residence and asked. I found out that Yang Fan didn't go back, but his ox cart did. I asked the coachman and found out that Yang Fan was invited by the Dugu family to treat him. When Li Mubai heard that his younger generation returned and said that Yang Fan didn't leave with Princess Taiping, he immediately asked Lin Zixiong to invite him. But Lin Zixiong came up empty-handed. Yang Fan didn't return to the residence at all. Li Mubai chuckled. "See, you're wondering why this old man values this young man so much. That lass, Ning Ku, has a pair of eyes that can recognize treasures. Since she has fallen in love with him, how can this person be lacking?" Lin Zixiong smiled and said, "Yes, this little one is ignorant and doesn't understand great-grandfather's true meaning." Li Mubai shook his head, walked to a rattan chair under the grape trellis, and sat down. A big white goose dragged itself over and pecked at his wooden clogs a few times. Li Mubai smiled and lifted his leg, saying, "Go, go." After driving away the big white goose, Li Mubai lay on the rattan chair, closed his eyes, shook his body gently, and said, "Each of our aristocratic families is extraordinary and has a wide range of contacts. But if we think carefully compared with the imperial power, each of us is very weak. If we fight against the imperial power with the strength of one family, the result can be imagined. But when a family has such a large scale, it naturally has its own demands. The strength of one family is not enough to fight against the imperial power, and it is impossible to continue to expand and change the dynasty to rule the world by itself. So, the only way is to unite. Unite with other noble aristocratic families. One aristocratic family is not enough to be feared, but what about 10 or hundreds of them? If dozens or hundreds of aristocratic families form an alliance, they will have the strength to bargain with the imperial power. But this is not a war between two armies, and it is also impossible to look down on the imperial power like this. It is impossible to openly tell the emperor that we, the aristocratic families, are one, and we want to discuss things with him. Then what should we do? So, we can only use our huge influence to hide our demands under the demands of the people of the world through various levels, and then feed it back to the emperor. And to do these things, there must be someone to coordinate, arrange, and act on our behalf. Let him summarize and balance the demands of the aristocratic families, and then take the lead to exert influence on the imperial court. Lin Zixiong carefully said, "Aren't these things done by the succession hall now?" Li Taigong nodded, and then shook his head. "But they are not doing well, especially those two bastards. In order to fight for power, they used all their efforts on internal strife and almost no longer have any influence on the imperial court." Li Taigong lightly patted the armrest twice and said in a serious tone, "This person, it is not necessarily only one person, and it is not necessarily always the same person. Do you understand?" Lin Zixiong was somewhat moved and said in astonishment, "Could it be that Li Taigong has taken a fancy to Yang Fan?" Li Taigong crossed his hands in front of his abdomen and closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment. Then he slowly said, "It is still too early to say. Or perhaps it is only for him to be of use at this time and in this matter. Whether or not he has that ability in the long run, we still don't know. Even if he has that ability, we still can't entrust him with such a heavy responsibility." Li Taigong gently sighed and said, "In the end, he is not one of us. How can the aristocratic families accept him? Last time, this old man condescended and personally went to see him, but I was disturbed by that scoundrel Lu Binji. 3 days from now, it will be my birthday. Send an invitation and call him over. This old man will see him first, and then we'll talk." Yang Fan listened to Duguyu's words and was momentarily stunned. He was frightened by his bold plan and exclaimed, "This is Brother Dugu's idea, or the idea of the entire Dugu family. How could Duguyu be vague at this time?" Without blushing, he falsely claimed his little sister's credit and said, "Of course it is my idea, and I am the Dugu family's head. My thoughts are the thoughts of the entire Dugu family. I will use the entire family's power to help you succeed." Yang Fan hesitated and said, "I'm afraid that this is not in line with the rules of Shandong's aristocratic families." Duguyu sneered and said, "Rules are meant to be broken. Since the Han and Jin dynasties, has Shandong's aristocratic families not broken the rules many times?" Yang Fan chuckled and said, "Good, Brother Dugu has really moved me. However, I have to see your abilities first before saying anything." Duguyu also laughed and said, "Of course." Yang Fan said again, "I won't be staying here for too long, at most a month, and then I have to return to Luoyang." Duguyu said cheerfully, "Time is not a problem, and distance is also not a problem. Besides, Lil, brother has already started making preparations. Perhaps in less than a month, we will see the results." Chapter 588. Yang Fan was invited to the Dugu family, under the guise that a famous doctor of the Dugu family would treat his illness. Yang Fan arrived at the Dugu family's residence. However, there was no famous doctor to take his pulse, nor was there anyone to prescribe a few decoctions for him to drink. Instead, he was eating the most exquisite dishes in the Dugu family's residence, and he was drinking fine wine. After the banquet, the host even spread a long bamboo mat in the garden and chatted with him while drinking yogurt and eating cheese. Although the Dugu family was large, not all the clansmen lived together. Each branch had their own residence in Chang, and because Duguyu and his sister were the eldest lineal branch, they lived in the largest ancestral house with their mother. Of course, the eldest lineal branch was not the most important reason. If he was not the head of the Dugu family, he would still have to move out and arrange another residence, leaving this place to the real owner of the Dugu family. Yang Fan also met the mother of Duguyu and his sister. Duguyu's mother looked very young, only 3 or 4 years older than Yang Fan, and this was because of her dress and the unique temperament and way of talking of elders. Ning Ku was actually 4 or 5 years older than Yang Fan, but she looked 6 or 7 years younger, probably because she inherited her mother's beauty and special constitution to slow down aging. Dugu Ning Ku did not eat with the guests. When Yang Fan and Duguyu sat in the garden after the banquet, she and her mother came together. Standing together, the mother and daughter looked like a pair of beautiful sisters. Madame Dugu sat with her daughter for a while, chatted with Yang Fan for a while, and then got up to leave. As soon as Madame Dugu left, Ningka stuck out her tongue and said mischievously, "Fortunately, Erlang came to my house today and helped me out." Yang Fan asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Duguyu smiled knowingly. "Why? Is mother in the mood for poetry? Or do you want to paint?" Ningka said with a bitter face, "Mother wants to play the zither today." Duguyu laughed heartily, but stopped when he saw Yang Fan's blank face. "To tell you the truth, my mother is interested in the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as poetry and songs. Every time she recites poetry, paints, plays the zither, she needs someone to listen, appreciate, and comment. Ha! Of course, this person is my sister." Ningku smiled and said, "But my mother only wants to hear my praise. It's impossible for me to criticize her, but I only want to criticize her when she paints or plays the zither, but I don't want to praise her." Duguyu could not help but say, "But in order to make mother happy, May has no choice but to praise against her heart. Not a single word of her true feelings can be spoken. It's really bitter." Ningku said, "Today my mother suddenly has the mood and wants to play the zither again. Fortunately, Erlang is here, so I hurriedly said that I have to accompany the guest, and then I got away." Hearing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. Although Ningku's words were exaggerated, he just saw Ningku's mother's temperament, demeanor, behavior, and style of conversation. She was obviously a lady from a respectable family. Although her musical, chess, calligraphy, and poetry writing skills were not very brilliant, they were not unsightly. Ningku's words could only prove that she was 10 times better than her mother. Yang Fan could not help laughing. In this case, Miss Ningku must be very good at the zither. I wonder if I have the honor to listen to it. Duguyu was stunned. He glanced at Ningku and wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. Ningku's pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Fan without blinking and suddenly said sweetly, "If Erlang doesn't mind my poor zither skills, I will show you my incompetence." She looked back at the boat girl, who bowed and retreated. She thought as she walked, "Playing the zither requires all your attention. Playing the zither requires a lot of strength in both arms and fingers." Miss has not played the zither for a long time, but today she made an exception for that boy. I should have stopped her, but she thought about how her mistress spent her days alone, sitting quietly and rarely spoke. Her life was even more monotonous than that of a monk. It was rare for her to be in such a mood today. The boat lady sighed faintly and gave up on the idea. After a while, the boat girl brought a zither, took down all the food on the table, and put the zither on the table. Miss Ning sat in front of the zither and put her slender fingers on the strings. Clang! As soon as the sound of the zither started, a simple, elegant, and desolate atmosphere came to their faces. It was as if the autumn air was cool, the wind was calm, the sand was flat, the clouds were thousands of miles away, and wild geese were flying in the sky. The melody of the zither rose and fell continuously. There was movement in the silence, and it was beautiful and pleasant to listen to. It was as if wild geese were flying back and forth, flying up and down, gathering and flying again. All kinds of scenes were vivid in people's eyes. Yang Fan had been to the great desert of the western region. Suddenly hearing the sound of the zither, his heart sensed it, and after listening for a moment, he closed his eyes. The sound of the zither started, like the swan geese arriving, extremely faintly discernible among the clouds. The wild geese were flying in harmony with their cries, faintly discernible, coming and going. Then, like a flock of geese about to land, they circled in the sky, and then quietly flew around the continent 3 times, flying and eating, getting what they wanted. This song, Wild Geese Falling on the Sand, was played by Miss Ningka since she was a child. She didn't need to look at the strings at all. Her eyes were fixed on Yang Fan. When she saw Yang Fan close his eyes, Miss Ningka raised her eyebrows slightly. Yang Fan was sitting there. He didn't shake his head to reflect on the aftertaste, nor did he gently clap the zither. It was as if he was a bosom friend. He just sat there, but his mind seemed to have drifted to a very far place. He slightly frowned, and then slowly relaxed. He listened to the zither, but completely forgot about the zither. Instead, he was fully immersed in the artistic conception created by the sound of the zither, and his eyes became more like a bosom friend. The autumn air was cool, the wind was calm, the sand was flat, the clouds were thousands of miles away, and the birds were singing in the sky. Young people are ambitious, but who can understand the heart of vicissitudes? The sound of the zither lingered in the air. At the end of the clear autumn, wild geese disappeared in the sky, and only the vast desert, the clear blue sky, and the same color could be seen. Yang Fan breathed a sigh of relief, slowly opened his eyes, and gently clapped his hands, saying, "This is the most beautiful zither sound I have ever heard in my life." Ningku was panting after playing the song. The boat girl handed her a wet towel. She gently pressed it on her forehead, and then said with a smile, "Erlang, you flatter me. It seems that you are also an expert in this field. Can you play a song for Ningku to hear the good news?" Yang Fan hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I dare not make a fool of myself. I dare not make a fool of myself. I only learned zither for a few days when I was a child, and then—" Speaking of this, Yang Fan seemed to think of something, and his face became slightly gloomy. Duguyu and Ningku looked at each other in surprise. Yang Fan came to his senses and said, "I'm sorry, I suddenly thought of my late father. When I was a child, my family was in a difficult situation, but there was a zither at home at that time. My father always taught me how to play the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, poetry, and songs. Zither was also a compulsory subject for me. Later, because I was too naughty, I accidentally fell down while climbing a tree and broke my leg. In order to buy medicine, my father sold that zither." Speaking of this, Yang Fan's eyes were faintly filled with tears. Duguyu was solemn, and Ningku softly persuaded, "Erlang, you have such achievements today, and you have not let down Uncle's painstaking teachings. Uncle will also be happy in the underworld." Yang Fan raised his sleeves and gently wiped the corners of his eyes, and bowed to her to thank her. But he was sad and couldn't say anything for a moment. At this time, a maidservant in Sian came slowly to Ningku with a small porcelain bowl in her hands. The boat lady bent down and reminded her, "Miss, it's time to take the medicine." Ningku nodded and asked the maidservant to bring the bowl to him, and then he sipped the medicine soup. Duguyu took the opportunity to change the topic and talked with Yang Fan about other things. After a while of talking and laughing, he finally got rid of the sadness caused by thinking of his late father. After Ning Ku took the medicine, the maidservant took the empty bowl and quietly left. Yang Fan couldn't help saying, "All the medicine is bitter. Although I am an adult, I still feel unbearable pain when I am occasionally sick and have to take the medicine. But just now I saw that you were willing to take it. Your endurance is really amazing." Ning Ku took out a handkerchief and gently touched the corner of his mouth and said with a tranquil smile, "It's not endurance. I'm just used to it." Used to it? How much bitterness was hidden in this simple sentence? Seeing Yang Fan showing sympathy and pity, Ning Ku said with a smile, "I heard from my mother that I was fed a small spoonful of coptis when I was born. She said it could get rid of fetal toxins. She also said that newborn babies haven't tasted all kinds of things in the human world. At that time, it was easy for them to endure some hardships, and then they would be able to endure more hardships in the future. For me, maybe it's for today." Dugu wanted to say, "I was born on the same year, the same month, and the same day as you, and I also ate coptis. Why can't I endure hardships now?" When the words were on the tip of his tongue, he thought of the pain his little sister had suffered for many years, and his heart ached. He couldn't say this joke to lighten the atmosphere. It was a custom passed down from ancient times that newborn babies should be fed a mouthful of coptis. It was probably nonsense to say that it could get rid of fetal toxins. But this was the tradition, and future generations naturally followed it. Yang Fan didn't know whether he ate coptis when he was born or not. His parents didn't tell him about it, but after hearing Ning Ku's words, he also felt endless bitterness in his heart. He looked up and saw many ripe pears on the branches, which were yellow and bent. Yang Fan said, "Medicine is always bitter. I'll pick a pear to moisten Miss Ning Ku's throat." The pears on the tree could be reached as long as one stood up. But Yang Fan just wanted to make Miss Ning Ku laugh. So how could he do that? He slapped the ground with both hands, and his whole body soared into the air. When he was more than a person's height, he used his waist strength to jump straight to the top of the big pear tree. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a pear. His toes bounced on the branches, and he did a somersault in the air, landing in front of Miss Ning Ku. Although this movement skill was brilliant, Miss Ning Ku wasn't a martial artist, so she wasn't very interested in it. Besides, there were many martial arts masters in the Dugu family, and Miss Ning Ku had seen similar lightness kung fu before. But Yang Fan took advantage of the momentum to step on the tree trunk, and many ripe pears fell. Yang Fan and Dugu Yu's table was under the pear tree. Pears fell one after another like hail, and 2 pears hit Dugu Yu's head. Dugu Yu cried out and hurriedly covered his head. Seeing this, Ning Ku couldn't help laughing. Her laughter was as innocent as a child's, but it was clear and slightly hoarse. Because it was rare for her to laugh out loud, she couldn't help coughing a few times. Her little face was flushed, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. She had always been a gentle, virtuous, elegant, and noble young lady in front of others, but she was a strong woman who endured loneliness and illness alone when no one was around. But at this moment, she was just a happy girl who loved to laugh. Pears hit on the head was very painful. Dugu Yu rubbed his head and was about to say a few words with a bitter face. Suddenly he saw his sister's bright smile, and a kind of emotion welled up in his heart. He hadn't seen his twin sister smile so happily for a long time. If he could make her so happy often, he wouldn't care even if 2 iron lumps fell on his head. Chapter 589. A clear stream flowed into the Gongsun Manor from the waterway, meandering through the back garden and exiting from the other side of the garden wall. The part that flowed through the Gongsun Manor's garden converged into a man-made pond that was so clear that one could see the bottom. In the pond, A school of fish swam back and forth, advancing and retreating together. Whether it was advancing, retreating, or turning, they were always so uniform, like a well-trained army. Feng Yuanyi squatted by the stream and picked the most ripe, plump, and lustrous jujubes, pears, grapes, apples, and other fruits from a large wooden basin. He happily washed them in the stream before putting them into another clean wooden basin. Autumn was the season when all kinds of fruits were the most abundant. Aunt Pei said that pregnant women should eat more fruits so that the children they gave birth to would be fresh and beautiful. Thus, Feng Yuanyi was duty-bound to snatch this job. He felt very happy, although he was the son of a provincial governor and had been a young master since he was a child. He was no different from heaven to him after that painful experience. He could feel Yang Fan's concern for him and Sister Buchi's love for him. As long as he had something to do, he felt that he was not an idle person. Moreover, he really wanted to do something for his benefactor, even if these things were insignificant to others. After washing the fruits, Feng Yuanyi picked up the wooden basin and happily walked back to the courtyard. When he reached the courtyard, he saw two maidservants of the Gongsun mansion sitting on a long board by the railing, chatting while eating melon seeds. The two girls didn't see Feng Yuanyi, but the content of their conversation was precisely Feng Yuanyi. "What's his name?" "Feng Yuanyi." Hearing his name, Feng Yuanyi stopped in his tracks. "I heard that he's the son of a high-ranking official?" "Yes, I heard that he's a provincial governor, and it's a hereditary one at that. He's the local emperor of Lingnan." "Oh, that's really pitiful. He was castrated at such a young age." "Yes, a castrated person, bringing shame to his ancestors. Look at him. He's still so happy all day long, so carefree." "You can't say that. Don't be fooled by that child's tall stature. I heard that he's only 10 years old. What does a kid know? Maybe he doesn't even understand what it means to change from standing to squatting." The two girls giggled. One of them said, "Yang Longzhong and Madam take good care of him." It was said that after his father's case was solved, he would be sent back to Lingnan. "Sigh, I don't know how he will live then. Maybe the Feng family will look down on him." In the future, when there were no outsiders around, girls dared to say anything. The two handmaidens spoke without restraint. The more Feng Yuanyi heard, the paler his face became. He did not know that the castration of his body would have such a huge impact on his dignity and everything in the future. Apart from the painful days after he was castrated while waiting for the wound to heal, he only felt that urinating was not as convenient as before. The 10-year-old child had no idea that it had ruined his life. Clang! The two girls suddenly heard a muffled sound behind them. They could not help but jump in fright. They hurriedly turned their heads and saw a large wooden basin jumping on the ground. Pears and apples were scattered all over the ground. A figure was madly running into the distance. Feng Yuanyi ran madly, letting his tears fall all over his clothes. The world was so big, he did not know where he could stay. After young Master Jiang arrived in Chang, and he moved into one of the Lu family's mansions. In Chang, and where aristocratic families gathered in Chang, and which had now become Shenmu's nest, the safest and most secretive place was instead the most conspicuous. He could only keep the secret that he was in Chang, and by staying in the Lu family's residence. Lu Taigong and young Master Zhang's second brother, Lu Binji, had already left Chang, and Lu Taigong had lost face at the hands of Yang Fan. Moreover, he had already sworn in the name of his ancestors that he would no longer participate in the fight for the vacant position in the southern border. There was no use in staying in Chang, and so he wanted to leave immediately. He could not even wait to see his most valued eldest grandson. Lu Binji had caused a great disaster. He also knew the impact this matter would have on the entire family. He had long been silent out of fear of being punished. When the old grandfather wanted to leave, he did not even dare to fart before leaving. He did not dare to say a single word. As for the other members of the Liu family, they were scattered all over the world. Among them, the majority were in Luoyang and Chang, and in Chang, and the people who had received orders from the clan master were already hurriedly preparing to evacuate. Everywhere in the Liu family's mansions and manors, there was chaos. This time, it was not a short departure. It had been 3 years. Of course, there were many things that needed to be moved. However, ever since young Master Jiang moved in, it was as if a ladle of cold water had been poured into a pot of boiling water. It immediately regained its calmness, even though this calmness was only temporary and superficial. No one dared to cause a scene in front of this young master. It was as if their country had been destroyed and their homes had been destroyed. The walls and corridors of a house were covered with ivy. However, because it was already autumn, the ivy was no longer green. Instead, it had turned into a patch of fiery red. Therefore, the house looked as if it was on fire, and it was bright red. A man dressed in green walked to a house covered in ivy. Climbing up the stone steps, there was a wooden corridor. The man in black stood in the corridor and said respectfully, "Yuan Tingyan requests to see the young master. Come in." The man in black took off his boots and put them aside. He gently opened the door and walked in wearing a pair of cloth socks. Young Master Jiang was sitting behind a low table, looking at something. Behind him was a window, and outside the window was a dense shade. Liu Boyan's white beard fluttered as he sat upright in the corner. Yuan Tingyan only glanced at him and quickly lowered his head. He walked to the opposite of young Master Jiang and knelt down. He bowed his head and said, "Young master." Young Master Jiang raised his eyes and looked at him coldly. He said, "You were in charge of the assassination of Yang Fan." Yuan Tingyan's face paled. He lowered his head and said, "Yes." Second young master said that Yang Fan was the eldest young master's enemy, and he wanted to avenge the eldest young master. So, young Master Jiang lightly snorted. He said, "So, you ruined my Liu family's important matter?" This light snort was no less than a clap of thunder in Yuan Tingyan's ears. His body trembled, and he touched his forehead to the ground, not daring to raise his head. The eldest young master was the master, and the second young master was naturally the master as well. How could he not follow the master's orders? Although it was not his idea. Since it had failed, there was nothing he could do if the master wanted to vent his anger on him. Arguing that this idea was not his idea, and that he had no choice but to follow orders was meaningless. Therefore, Yuan Tingyan did not argue, and only waited for the eldest young master's decision. However, young Master Jiang was silent for a while, and did not say anything to have him commit suicide. He only said, "The matter failed, and we were counterattacked by him. He forced all the descendants of my Liu family to retreat to Fanyang and not leave for 3 years. Although the losses were not serious, this was a complete loss of face." Yuan Tingyan lay on the ground, not daring to answer. Young Master Jiang said, "Kill Yang Fan." Yuan Tingyan was startled and abruptly raised his head. Young Master Jiang said, Yang Fan also knew that it was impossible for all the descendants of the Liu family to return to Fanyang, so he specifically forced great-grandfather to swear 3 deadly oaths. Within 3 years, if any descendants of the Liu family do not return to Fanyang and intend to harm him, the 2 sides will fight. Life and death will be up to the heavens. When the Liu family returns, they will not make an enemy of him. Ha ha! He thinks that without the support of my family, he can rely on his martial arts and position to deal with me. Arrogant! Bin's order for you to kill him may be a mistake. But if it is a mistake, then you can only continue to be wrong. Only his death can wash away the shame of my Lu family. Yuan Tingyun nodded and said, "Yes, this subordinate obeys." Young Master Jiang lightly said, "This time you will either bring his head back or bring your own head back. There is no third choice." Yuan Tingyun clenched his teeth and nodded. Yes. At this time, the shade of the rear courtyard suddenly moved despite the absence of wind. Lu Boyan, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly raised his head. His eyes were like cold lightning as he glanced outside. However, he immediately restrained his fierce, lion-like demeanor and once again became that of an old man. He slowly lowered his head. A figure suddenly flashed out of the shade. In the first flash, it seemed as if he had drilled out of the shade. In the second flash, he had already appeared in the window. In another flash, he was kneeling at young Master Jiang's side. His face was covered with a black cloth, revealing only his eyes. He did not speak, only offering a letter to young Master Jiang with both hands. Young Master Jiang did not seem the least bit surprised by this ghost-like person. He took the letter and carefully read through it. Suddenly, he began to chuckle. Yuan Tingyun looked at him in surprise. Young Master Jiang waved his hand, and the masked man cupped his hands towards him before disappearing from the rear window. Young Master Jiang said to Yuan Tingyun, "The mission is cancelled." Yuan Tingyun was stunned. However, young Master Jiang was too lazy to explain to him. So, he only waved his hand. Yuan Tingyun did not dare to ask again. He only kowtowed and saluted. Then he got up and quietly withdrew. Yuan Tingyun left the room and pulled down the door. Then he heaved a long sigh of relief. Cold sweat suddenly poured down his forehead. He had endured the fear in front of the young master for a long time. Young Master Jiang opened the letter in the room and read it again. He had only read half of it when he couldn't help but burst into a mocking laughter. Lu Boyan was sitting in the corner. He hadn't said a single word since the beginning. Young Master Jiang glanced at him and asked, "Old Lu, why don't you ask me why I'm laughing?" Young Master Jiang had always been an autocrat. He didn't like other people to interfere. How could Lu Boyan not know this? However, Lu Boyan had no choice but to comply since he wanted someone else to ask. So he asked, "Young Master, why are you laughing?" Young Master Jiang waved the letter and said, "That old man Li Mubai thinks highly of Yang Fan. The Dugu family also wants to make friends with him. When I first saw him in Luoyang, I also thought that he was a piece of unpolished jade. I even thought of cultivating him. Unfortunately, I observed him for a while, so I let it go. I didn't think that Li Mubai and Duguyu would have the same thoughts as me." Young Master Jiang slapped the letter on the table. "I can't kill him if that's the case." Young Master Jiang proudly said, "You think highly of him. So, I'll defeat him in front of you. I'll let you know that you've misjudged him. I'll let you know that he's worthless." Lu Boyan's white eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He wanted to remind the young master, "Shunmu was also discovered by that old man, Li Mubai. You didn't think much of him at first. In the end, however, he knew that the young master wouldn't listen to other people's words. Therefore, those two white eyebrows were like two clouds in the sky. They came into contact with each other, and then suddenly separated. Young Master Jiang raised his chin. He looked like a proud peacock. If his second brother hadn't been rushing back to Fanyang, then he would have asked someone to draw his eldest brother's appearance at this moment. He would have mounted it on his fan. That way, it would have completely replaced that big-tailed bird with its tail spread out. Chapter 590. Yang Fan was sent back to the Gongsun mansion by a carriage sent by the Dugu family. After entering the mansion, he walked towards the back courtyard, where he and Xiao Man lived. As soon as he passed through the moon gate, a figure rushed towards him. Yang Fan suddenly condensed his strength in his palms. He immediately recognized that the person was Feng Yuanyi and quickly withdrew his strength. Feng Yuanyi was too ashamed to show his face after hearing what the two maids said. For a moment, he didn't want to see anyone and didn't dare to see anyone. Right now, he just wanted to escape from everyone who knew him and knew that he was a eunuch. Feng Yuanyi was running out of the mansion with tears streaming down his face when he suddenly saw Yang Fan. Afraid that he would bump into him, he quickly turned around. But because he was running too fast, Feng Yuanyi couldn't stand still, and his body spun and fell into the flowers. Just as his body tilted, his arm was firmly grasped by a strong hand. Yang Fan was surprised and said, "Yuanyi, what's wrong? Who bullied you?" "Brother Yang, let me go. I don't want to stay here." Feng Yuanyi was sobbing and struggling with all his might. Yang Fan frowned and said, "Come here and tell me what happened." Yang Fan didn't allow Feng Yuanyi to speak. He pulled Feng Yuanyi into a gazebo in the woods, pressed him down on a seat, and sat down beside him. He stared at him and said, "Tell me what happened." Feng Yuanyi only shook his head in tears. His eyes were lowered, and he didn't dare to meet his eyes. He pursed his lips and didn't say a word. At this time, Anu and Gong's son, Lanji, also hurried over with the two maids who had caused trouble. After bringing Feng Yuanyi back to the mansion, Yang Fan naturally didn't hide his identity and experience from Xiao Man and Anu. Anu didn't tell anyone about it. Xiao Man was going to be a mother soon. So she was especially soft-hearted and loved Feng Yuanyi very much. However, she had told her senior sister about Feng Yuanyi's background and identity. Xiao Man and Gongsun Lanji were martial sisters, and they were as close as real sisters. To be precise, the Gongsun clan and Gongsun Lanji were her benefactors. Now, not only was her family living here, but Feng Yuanyi was also going to live here. It was only right for her to tell the owner of this place about Feng Yuanyi. Moreover, Xiao Man also wanted to use this to arouse senior sister's sympathy for Feng Yuanyi. Although Gongsun Lanji has a carefree temperament, she has a very good heart. After listening to the details, she really sympathized with Feng Yuanyi. She also specially instructed the servants and maids working in the guest house to take good care of this little fellow Feng Yuanyi. No one was allowed to bully him, and no one was allowed to order this child to do any dirty or tiring work. The problem was that Gongsun Lanji didn't think it was a big secret that Feng Yuanyi was a eunuch. In order to arouse the sympathy of these servants and maids, she also told them about this matter. Because of this, the servants and maids working in the guest house really took special care of Feng Yuanyi and sympathized with him. But when people talked and sighed behind his back, it was inevitable that they would say whatever they thought. Anyway, Feng Yuanyi wasn't around, so they didn't think about taking care of his feelings. As a result, their discussion was heard by Feng Yuanyi. Feng Yuanyi left in tears. The two maids knew that they had caused trouble and hurriedly went to report to their Mississippi Gongsun, Lanji, Anu, and Xiao Man were talking and chatting together. They were shocked when they heard the news. Xiao Man had a big belly and couldn't move easily, so Anu and Gongsun, Lanji quickly chased after her. Feng Yuanyi was crying, and when he saw a large group of people surrounding him, he felt even more embarrassed. He simply covered his face, and only tears flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. He even refused to let others see his face. Seeing that Anu and the others had chased after him, Yang Fan gave Anu a puzzled look. Anu pursed her lips and gestured to him. Yang Fan patted Feng Yuanyi's shoulder to reassure him, then got up and walked over. Anu sighed and told him what had happened in a low voice. Only then did Yang Fan understand. Gongsun Lanji's pretty face was red, and she said embarrassedly, "This time it's my fault." Yang Fan shook his head, then turned and walked to Feng Yuanyi's side and sat down. After a moment of deliberation, he slowly said, "Yuanyi being framed by cruel officials and suffering misfortune is not your fault. There are some things that can't be changed, but how you walk the path in the future is up to you." He put his arm around Feng Yuanyi's shoulder and said softly, "Think about it. When you used a stone knife to assassinate the imperial envoy, how brave was that? How bold was that? Who dares to say that you're not a real man? Qin Wuyang is a famous warrior in history, but he only dared to kill someone when he was only 13 years old. And the person he killed was a ruffian. To put it bluntly, it was just a street fight between two ruffians. What you did was 100 times more brilliant than what he did. If this isn't a real man, then who is?" Feng Yuanyi's crying became softer. When he heard that, he was only a 10-year-old child, and it was Yang Fan who helped him when he was most helpless, so he was especially willing to listen to Yang Fan's words. Gongsun Lanji felt very guilty. Seeing this, she also came forward to persuade him. "Yuanyi, what do you think is a man? What kind of man brings honor to his ancestors and does not bring shame to his ancestors? Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom and trust, loyalty, filial piety, compassion, forgiveness, courage, and tolerance. Any one of these can make a man of indomitable spirit." Anu said, "What Brother Yang and Sister Lanji said to you is the truth of life. The standard to measure a person is these noble virtues, and what great things he has done in his life that others can't do. You can't change what has happened, but what kind of future you have, it's up to you. Brother Yuanyi, do as Brother Yang and Sister Lanji said, and you can also become a famous person in history, a real man, a real man." Feng Yuanyi slowly put down his hands. Through his blurred eyes, he saw their sincere and concerned gazes, which made his extremely sensitive but also in urgent need of care feel a sense of warmth. Seeing that his attitude had warmed up, Yang Fan gave Gongsun Lanji and Anu a look, signaling them to leave for the time being. Then he said to Feng Yuanyi, "Brother Yang won't say anything now. He's only here to accompany you. Think about what Brother Yang and the two sisters said to you, and think about the truth of life." Anu pulled Gongsun Lanji, turned around, and was about to leave, but after 2 steps, she hesitated for a moment, stopped, and said to Feng Yuanyi, "Sister Xiaoman was very worried when she heard that you ran away. She's pregnant, so she can't catch up with you. I'll go back and tell her first, so she won't worry. Sister Anu and Sister Xiaoman will wait for you to come back and have dinner together." Feng Yuanyi stared blankly at Anu and Gongsun Lanji, leaving with the 2 little servant girls who caused trouble. The 2 elder servant girls looked back at him as they walked, their faces full of guilt. When Anu and the others walked far away, Feng Yuanyi slowly lowered his head, pondered for a long time, then raised his head, looked at Yang Fan expectantly, and said, "Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust, loyalty, filial piety, chastity, forgiving, courage, and letting go. Teacher once said these words to me. Brother Yang, do you think, if you can do these, you must be a real man, a real man?" Yang Fan rubbed his head and answered affirmatively. "That's right." Taisher Gong studied the relationship between heaven and man, understood the changes of the past and the present, and became a family of words. When the people of the later generations mention him, whether they are scholars or common people, who doesn't revere and respect him? Who cares that he has been subjected to castration? Whether a man is a real man or not depends on his character and his actions, not his appearance. Yes. Feng Yuanyi nodded hard, and his eyes gradually lit up. At this moment, a member of the Gongsun Manor walked over from a small path and inadvertently glanced at the small pavilion in the forest. He stopped in his tracks and hurriedly passed through the thicket to the front of the small pavilion. Standing with his hands by his side, he said, "So, Physician Yang is here. This lowly one has just received an invitation for Physician Yang to attend a banquet." After saying that, the family member presented an invitation, and then looked at Feng Yuan in surprise, whose face was full of tears. Yang Fan took the invitation and opened it. It was an invitation that Lin Zixiong had written for Li Mubai, Grand Duke Li's birthday. Yang Fan went back with the invitation and specially inquired from Gongsun Bufan. Only then did he know that Grand Duke Li's real identity was the clan master of the Longxi Li family. Gongsun Bufan naturally had to go to Li Mubai's birthday, but he didn't know that even Yang Fan had a part in it. He didn't expect that Yang Fan would have an invitation, which really shocked him. With Grand Duke Li's status, there were very few people who could get an invitation to his birthday. Most people knew that Grand Duke Li was going to celebrate his birthday, so they would rush to send gifts and congratulate him. If they could enter the Li family's door and drink a cup of wine, it would be a great honor and capital. You want to wait for the Li family to send you an invitation? That's impossible. But it just so happened that Yang Fan had an invitation. According to reason, with Grand Duke Li's status, only officials at the Prime Minister level were qualified to get an invitation from the Li Mansion. If Yang Fan, a fifth-grade minister of Ministry of Justice, took the initiative to come to the Li Mansion to congratulate him, it was hard to say whether he could get a cup of wine or not. Gongsun Bufan really couldn't figure out why he, the adopted son-in-law, was so valued by the Li family. On the day of the Li family's birthday banquet, Yang Fan shocked Gongsun Bufan once again. The birthday gift that Yang Fan brought was actually a birthday cake and a pair of birthday candles. The gift was tied up neatly, and there was a longevity character cut out of red paper on it. Holding it in his hand, he shook it in a festive manner. Gongsun Bufan turned pale with fright. This was just the most common birthday gift among the common people. Not to mention that today's birthday star was Grand Duke Li, the head of Longxi's Li clan. Even if it was someone else, it would be too shabby for a minister of Ministry of Justice like Yang Fan to give such a birthday gift. Gongsun Bufan hurriedly said, "Erlang's home is in Luoyang, and he just came back from the south on business. I think he didn't have the time to prepare a generous birthday gift in such a hurry. This is my nephew's fault. If you're short of money, you can tell Uncle about it. I'll ask my family to prepare another one for you." Yang Fan interrupted him and said with a smile, "You don't have to be so polite, Uncle. This is the gift I prepared for Grand Duke Li. Grand Duke Li has seen all kinds of rare treasures. Even if I prepare it carefully, I think it won't be able to enter his eyes." Gongsun Bufan said awkwardly, "But your birthday gift is a little too simple." Yang Fan said with a smile, "It's hard to attract people's attention, no matter how generous the gift I prepared is. Why don't I bring a simple birthday gift? In this way, I'll be the center of attention. How glorious will that be? Ha! Uncle, you don't have to worry about me. Let's go." Yang Fan pulled Gongsun Bufan and left without saying anything. Gongsun Bufan smiled bitterly and thought, "I have to separate from him as soon as I reach the Li family. We can't be together. I, Gongsun Bufan, want to be strong all my life. I really can't afford to lose my face." Chapter 591. On Li Mubai's birthday, even the imperial court specially sent a middle-ranking official to Chang and with gifts from the emperor to congratulate him. Although Wu Zetian used all kinds of means to suppress the aristocratic families, she still needed to save face. Many officials of the imperial court in the capital also sent their sons and nephews to the Li mansion in Chang and with generous gifts. As for the aristocratic families and officials in Chang and It was needless to say. Today's day was undoubtedly a grand gathering for the descendants of the aristocratic families to socialize. For those who were much lower in status than them, it was also a rare opportunity to get to know them. Therefore, as long as they could come, they would all come. The fact that they could come meant that they were of high social status. Only at this kind of time, and in this kind of family, would such a strange scene occur. Because the officialdom of the southern border was about to undergo a great purge, there would be a large number of vacant official positions. Those who wanted to find an official position for their sons and nephews would all rush to Chang, and like sharks smelling blood. Among this group of sharks, the most powerful were the aristocratic families. Li Mubai's birthday party became a meeting for these bigwigs to divide the spoils. It should be known that these bigwigs were all influential heroes. If not for such a good opportunity, they could only hold a large-scale gathering secretly. Otherwise, once the emperor found out, he would not be able to sleep well. However, with their status and extravagance, even if they were to travel incognito, they would still be escorted by numerous guards in the open and in the dark. It would be fine if one or two of them met, but if so many important people were to gather together, only a blind person would not be able to see it. With such a good opportunity, they could gather openly, and no one would be able to question them. At the gate of the Li mansion, the old steward and a few stewards dressed in fresh and clean cyan robes welcomed the guests with a smile. After receiving the name card, there would be someone leading the servants to hand the gifts to the gatehouse for registration. If an important person came, the steward would announce the name. Li Taigong's sons and grandsons were waiting inside. After hearing the name card, they would come out to greet them according to their corresponding status and seniority. Gongsun Bufan and Yang Fan rode in 2 ox carts and arrived at the gate of the Li mansion with a creaking sound. Ox carts were a relatively slow means of transportation. Not only people who traveled long distances would not use such slow ox carts, but even in the city, few people would take ox carts. But this was only limited to officials and ordinary people. Aristocratic families were not included. Ox carts were the favorite means of transportation of aristocratic families during the Han and Jin dynasties. Because ox carts were spacious and stable, riding them could fully display the graceful demeanor of aristocratic families. So even though few people took ox carts in Luoyang nowadays, ox carts were still common in Chang, and the ancient capital of thousands of years. Of course, as long as they saw people traveling in ox carts, they would know that it must be an aristocratic family with a long history. As soon as the head steward saw the 2 ox carts, he knew that they must be from an aristocratic family. He immediately welcomed them with a smile and at the same time signaled the deputy steward to prepare to call out the names. Gongsun Bufan got off the carriage, and the steward who accompanied him immediately handed over the greeting card on his behalf. A few servants in green clothes carried many congratulatory gifts tied with red silk and pasted with the character longevity on them from the back of the carriage. Li Taigong's eldest grandson heard this and quickly came out to greet Gongsun Bufan. As soon as he saw Gongsun Bufan, he cupped his hands and greeted Gongsun Bufan with a smile. Then he went inside to let the guest in. The steward's eyes were sharp. He saw that Gongsun Bufan was sitting in the first cart, and the gifts were also placed in the first cart. Seeing that there was no movement from the cart behind, the steward smiled and said, "Are the guests in the cart behind also from Gongsun family?" Gongsun Bufan glanced at the back and hurriedly pretended that he didn't know them. He shook his head and turned to Li Taigong's eldest grandson. He said with a smile, "I'm here to congratulate Old Master on his 88th birthday. Please lead the way. I want to pay my respects to Old Master in person." Gongsun Bufan glanced at the back and hurriedly pretended that he didn't know them. He shook his head and turned to Li Taigong's eldest grandson. He said with a smile, "I'm here to congratulate Old Master on his 88th birthday. Please lead the way. I want to pay my respects to Old Master in person." "Ha ha, Brother Gongsun, please. Brother Li, please." Gongsun Bufan was even more anxious than the host. He hurriedly entered the Li family's gate. At this time, Yang Fan just got off the cart. He didn't have any servants to help him, so he didn't need anyone to help him with the gifts. He carried them and walked over leisurely, nodding to the white-haired old steward with a smile. The old steward didn't dare to be negligent. Which family steward was this old steward from? The Longxili clan. He was the steward of the Li clan lord and had served Old Master since he was young. He had seen all kinds of people and experienced all kinds of situations. He didn't dare to treat this young master lightly when he saw that he was dressed in simple clothes and had a calm demeanor. He didn't dare to treat him lightly. He looked at this young master again and saw that he didn't have anything on him except for a small bag about a foot long. It was so light that it didn't weigh much. His face was even more affectionate, and the wrinkles on his face were like blooming autumn chrysanthemums. According to the old man's experience, the smaller the gift, the more precious it was. His old master loved to collect rare things. If this young man's birthday gift was some rare antique or unique item, his old master would definitely be happy. The old steward went forward and didn't let the stewards do anything. He personally took the gift from Yang Fan's hand. When he looked down, his smile froze. A pair of longevity candles appeared in front of his eyes, although there was a paper bag underneath. Since there was a pair of longevity candles on the top, how precious could the gift underneath be? The old steward still couldn't believe it. He secretly squeezed the paper bag. It was broken. The feeling from his hand was that it was clearly a bag of snacks. The old steward's face twitched violently. He raised his head and looked at Yang Fan in disbelief. When Yang Fan was about to say something auspicious, he suddenly found that the old man's face was a little strange. He couldn't help asking curiously, "Old man, what's wrong?" The old steward seemed to have run around Chang and city 3 times before he came back. He took a few deep breaths and swallowed the malicious words that had rushed to the tip of his tongue. He forced a smile and said, "Young master, do you have an invitation?" There were only 2 kinds of guests today, those with invitation and those without. Basically, the number of people who had an invitation could be counted on one hand. Only the leading figures of the major families had an invitation. Most of these people were white-haired old men. The rest of them had all come uninvited. Even the magistrate of Chang and local government, Lu Chechen, came with an invitation himself. The old steward was sure that this young man couldn't have an invitation in any case. However, the old steward had served Old Master Li all his life and had developed the habit of being cautious. So he still asked, if this young man didn't have an invitation, he would drive him away without any hesitation. How could he come to the Li family with a pair of longevity candles and a bag of longevity cakes? Was he here to congratulate or to humiliate? Wasn't this just a trick played by those ruffians in Chang and city who wanted to borrow money for a living? Someone had eyes but failed to see and came to the Li family. "Hey, if I don't beat you up, you won't know why the flowers are so red." The old steward swore in his heart. He secretly gathered his Dantian chi and waited for Yang Fan to say no invitation. Then he shouted, "Come on, beat this bastard out of here." As a result, the young man, who had 2 beautiful dimples on his cheeks when he smiled, let out a soft cry, as if he had just remembered something. He hurriedly took out an invitation from his bosom and politely handed it to him. The old steward took the invitation and glanced at Yang Fan. He opened the invitation and made a sound as if he had a toothache. Then he glanced at Yang Fan and opened his eyes wide. He held the invitation and looked at it over and over again. He said, "There's no mistake. It's an invitation from the Li family. Honorable guest, please come in." The old steward was cautious after all. He said with a fake smile. Seeing Yang Fan swaggering into the mansion, he immediately beckoned two stewards over and ordered in a low voice, "You go and keep an eye on him." Then he said to the other steward, "Go and ask Lin Zixiong if this person is really our guest. Hey, if someone comes to our Li clan to swindle people and get free food and drinks, we will lose a lot of face if it gets out." Yes, the two stewards left in a hurry. The old steward looked at the bag of snacks and candles in his hand. He pursed his lips and casually threw them into a trash basket next to the mansion's door. He turned around and stood at the door again with a humble smile on his face. In a quiet room, the wooden floor glowed with a clear oil luster. The whole room was spotless. It didn't seem to have any magnificent or luxurious furnishings, but the screen, table, and utensils all exuded a simple and unadorned aura. Everything in this room was very old. The oldest was the bronze wares from the Shang dynasty. All the treasures of the dynasty were gathered in one room. Those who didn't know what was good and unadorned might feel that the furnishings in this room didn't match the identity of the master of the Longxi Li family. But those who knew what was good and unadorned would find that the incense burner was from the Qin dynasty. The table in front of him was from the Han dynasty. The futon under his, and the big jar next to the table were from the Jin dynasty. Maybe the futon was where Ji Kang used to sit, and the jar used to be Lu Ling's wine vessel. All the things in the room, big or small, were unique and priceless treasures. On the small table on the green jade table of the Han dynasty, there was a zither. The zither was 1 meter, 2 feet, and 3 inches long. The surface of the zither was 1 meter, 1 foot, and 2 inches long. The surface of the zither was slightly peeled. It could be seen that the paint was divided into 3 layers. The bottom layer was made of thin antler gray. The middle layer was made of hard black paint, and the surface layer was made of thin chestnut-colored paint. There was a small broken snake belly, a purple jade emblem, and a rectangular dragon pond and phoenix pond on the forehead. The back of the zither was engraved with the seal script green damask, and the 4 characters Sima Chongqing were engraved on the bottom of the pond. Li Mubai, who had his 88th birthday today, pretended to walk back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back. From time to time, he peeped at Ning, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the table, and tried to suppress his complacency. Ning was dressed in snow-white clothes. She was as beautiful as a cloud covering the bright moon or a lotus coming out of the water. Her eyes were focused on the zither. From the back of the zither to the dragon pond and phoenix pond, she could see the wood of the inner belly of the zither. The wood was old, golden, and a little soft. There were some fingerprints left by people of different ages on the zither. There was an obvious depression at the end of the phoenix pond. The texture was delicate, and the paint was pure. A ray of sunlight shone on the surface of the zither. You could see the glittering antler frost and gold, silver, copper, and other powders in the paint. Ning slightly closed her eyes and gently plucked the strings with her fingers. The sound of the zither was gentle and peaceful. Ning took a deep breath and opened her eyes. She said happily, "It is indeed Sima Xiangru's green damask." "Ha ha!" Li Mubai smiled proudly and immediately stopped smiling. He pretended to be profound and said, "If it is a fake, how can it hide from my eyes? Ha ha! I have collected all my life. Only this zither and the purple bamboo flute of Prime Minister Qin Han Fei are my favorite. Ninka said sweetly, among the musical instruments, zither and bamboo flute are both gentlemen who are aloof from the world. Other musical instruments are for appreciating the sound, but bamboo flute and zither are for listening to the rhyme. They are the best objects for nostalgia and meditation. Bosom friend, bosom friend. Li Mubai was very excited. This is my bosom friend. Unlike my stupid children and grandchildren who only know how to flatter me, none of them can say the true meaning of zither. Ningku made a face at him and said mischievously, "Since we are bosom friends, how about lending this zither to Ku for a few days?" No, no. Li Mubai's face changed. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "If I lend this zither to you, it is like Liu Bei lending Jingzhou. It will be difficult for me to see it again. Ha! I said that I will play with it for a year and give it to you as a birthday gift next year. You little girl, can't you wait for such a little time?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zixiong called outside the door, "Great-grandfather." Li Mubai said, "Come in." When Lin Zixiong opened the door and came in, Li Mubai said, "What's wrong? Is it the right time?" Lin Zixiong said, "It's not the right time. But just now, the old steward sent someone to ask me if I invited Yang Longzhong of the Ministry of Justice as a guest on behalf of great-grandfather." Li Mubai said, "This old guy is really muddle-headed. All my guests have invitations. If they have invitations, they are invited by me. Does he need to specially send someone to ask?" Ning Ku was fiddling with the green damask with a look of fondness, suddenly hearing the name of Yang Fan. She couldn't help raising her head. With a strange look on his face, Lin Zixiong said, "Yes, it's just because Yang Longzhong's birthday gift is too shabby. So the old steward suspects that he is a ruffian who unintentionally picked up the invitation to eat and drink." Li Mubai was startled and asked curiously, "What birthday gift did Yang Fan give me?" Lin Zixiong laughed dryly and said, "A pair of longevity candles and a box of longevity cakes." Li Mubai was stunned at first. Then he looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ha ha! This young man is really interesting. I have celebrated my 88th birthday since I was 1 year old. This is the first time I have received such a birthday gift as longevity candles and longevity cakes." "Ha ha ha!" Lin Zixiong laughed dryly and said, "The old steward suspects that he is a swindler and has sent someone to keep an eye on him." Li Mubai's childishness was aroused, and he said to Ning Ku, "Girl, do you want to go and see the ruffian who came to my mansion to cheat food and drink?" Ning Ku covered her mouth and laughed. "Great-grandfather is the birthday boy today. When he goes out, he doesn't even wear his birthday robe. It will shock the whole mansion." Li Mubai waved his hand and said, "Hey, Yang Fan was a junior, so he was naturally in the middle hall or the front hall. Those old guys were all in the backyard. How many of the guests outside could recognize this old man? Let Zixiong lead the way so that people in the mansion don't make a fuss." Hearing Li Mubai's words, Ning Ku also became interested and said excitedly, "Okay, then I will accompany you to see the little ruffian who cheats food and drink." Chapter 592. The old master of the Li clan of Longxi wanted to hold a birthday banquet. Those who came were either high-ranking officials or noble families. Which one of them was short of money? Naturally, it was impossible for them to hold a banquet like other ordinary families, with lavish meals for their guests. The purpose of the people who came to the banquet was not this. In addition to expressing goodwill to the Li family, the main purpose of these people who came to the banquet was to use this opportunity to get to know more people in the upper class. Knowing more people meant more connections, and this was something that money could not buy. Therefore, the entire front hall and the middle hall, including the 2 courtyards, did not have tables and tables of banquets. There were only a few tables placed in unobstructed places with some wine, fruits, dairy products, and cold dishes. If someone was really hungry or thirsty, they could take them to fill their stomachs. Therefore, as he strolled around the hall, under the trees, and among the flowers, groups of people could be seen everywhere. Some were sitting on the tables, some were standing shoulder to shoulder, and the atmosphere was elegant and refined. Yang Fan wandered around the crowd for a long time. There were many people like him who wandered around. They were all noble young masters looking for acquaintances to chat with, or officials and children of middle-class aristocratic families who were dissatisfied with their current status and wanted to curry favor with famous families. Because of their different purposes, Yang Fan's behavior was very different from these people. These people wandered around with a goal in mind. Once they found a target, they would either greet with a smile and chat, or tidy up their clothes and greet and introduce themselves. Only Yang Fan didn't know anyone and didn't want to deliberately make friends with anyone. Therefore, he looked around leisurely. This behavior was seen by the steward of the Li clan, who was secretly watching him. Naturally, he felt that the old steward's eyesight was extraordinary. This kid was indeed suspicious. However, so far, he hadn't seen him steal any noble young master's purse or jade pendant. He also hadn't seen him meet any naive and gullible young masters of aristocratic families to strike up a conversation. Instead, he ate a lot of fruits, snacks, and platters. Yang Fan wandered around for a while and stopped at the left side of the garden. There was a large flower garden here. All kinds of flowers were in full bloom, and their fragrance assailed the nostrils. There were relatively few guests in the garden, so it was very quiet. There was a long corridor in the midst of the flowering shrubs. The roof was covered with tiles, and every beam was painted with lush forests, tall bamboos, flowers, birds, insects, fish, mountains, rivers, clouds, and rivers. It was exceptionally gorgeous. There were 4 octagonal pavilions with heavy eaves at both ends of the corridor and in the middle. Most of them were occupied, talking and laughing. There was a lot of wine and food on the long bench closest to each pavilion. Yang Fan picked up a glass of 3 baskets of wine and walked to the side. He leaned against a colorful pillar and crossed his legs. As he sipped the wine, he looked around leisurely. Most of the people in the hallway were disciples of aristocratic families. Some of them were strangers, some were old friends, and some were new acquaintances. There were even women among them. That was because those who came to the Li mansion to celebrate his birthday were not only the aristocrats of Shandong, but also the local aristocrats of Chang. And the Guanlong clan had a strong sense of propriety. It was normal for women to show their faces in public. If someone brought a woman over, and she wasn't familiar with the women of the host's family, then she wouldn't have to go to the rear residence where the woman was placed. Instead, she could casually wander around the garden and chat with others. This wasn't considered rude at the time, because there were new friends and women. The noble young masters would try to show off their manners and accomplishments in front of the disciples of other aristocratic families. As a result, they could only talk about elegance. And among the elegance, the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting as well as poetry were the most suitable to talk about. As Yang Fan drank, he listened to the moaning of the noble young masters in the pavilion to the side. They were like a swarm of flies buzzing around him. He felt very bored. He had only come today because he had been invited by the Li family. Otherwise, according to his plans, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to visit. Especially after chatting with Du Guyu, he already had a new idea of cooperating with the aristocratic families. He was in no hurry to take the initiative to contact these aristocratic families. However, he also knew that since the Li family remembered a minor character like him and even specially sent him an invitation, there must be a reason for it. They definitely wouldn't treat him as an ordinary congratulatory guest. Yang Fan took a sip of wine and thought to himself, "Does old grandfather Li have something to say to me? That's not right. If that was the case, he wouldn't have chosen today. He's the birthday boy today. How could he have the leisure to chat with me? In that case, he probably wants to use this banquet to introduce me to someone, or introduce me to someone." Those who could come to the Li family were all people with a certain amount of status and power. They also had a wide network, so it was impossible for them to not see a single friend. Thus, it was rare for them to be sitting alone. One of the dozen or so people sitting and chatting in the pavilion happened to turn his head and saw Yang Fan sitting alone. He couldn't help but be curious. The descendants of aristocratic families rarely wore gold and silver. They dressed up like nouveau riche. From Yang Fan's clothes, he couldn't tell who this person was. He only felt that this person was drinking leisurely and had an extraordinary bearing, so he got up and walked over. This person's surname was Wang, and he was called Wang Siyuan. He came from the Wang family of Taiyuan. Among the 7 sects and 5 families, the Wang family of Taiyuan had declined greatly since the early Tang dynasty. Of course, this decline was only relative to the other aristocratic families. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. In the eyes of others, the Wang family of Taiyuan was still an unreachable figure. However, because of this, the descendants of the Wang family became even more low-key and lowered their attitude. They intended to make friends with some aristocratic families and used this to consolidate the Wang family's position. He saw this person sitting alone with a leisurely expression, sitting among the many descendants of aristocratic families. He didn't have any reservations at all. He assumed that this person was a descendant of an aristocratic family and wanted to make friends with him. Wang Siyuan walked to Yang Fan's side and smiled. He cupped his hands and said, "May I ask what this brother's name is?" Yang Fan was thinking about this question and secretly analyzed Li Mubai's intentions. Suddenly, he saw that the other person was talking to him politely. He quickly got up and returned the greeting. He said, "My surname is Yang, and my name is Fan. I wonder who this brother is." When Wang Siyuan heard that his surname was Yang, his heart jumped. Could it be the Hongnong Yang family? However, Yang Fan didn't report his family background. Normally, those with a county's prestige would report their family background. This wasn't because the descendants of aristocratic families liked to show off, but because it was a form of pride and respect for the family's inheritance. Yang Fan only said his name and didn't report his prestige. Wang Siyuan was a little puzzled at first. When he thought about the 2 words Yang Fan, he suddenly remembered that he had just heard this person's name. He couldn't help but cry out, "Ah, are you the Ministry of Justice's Yang Langzhong?" Yang Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect this person to have heard of his name. He quickly said, "Yes." It's an honor to meet you at last." Wang Siyuan originally thought that Yang Fan was a son of an aristocratic family. He didn't expect that it was Yang Fan who had offended the Lu family of Fanyang. He was greatly disappointed. He said a few polite words without sincerity, then cupped his hands and bid farewell. There was nothing to say about his demeanor. However, Yang Fan already saw that this person's expression was slightly awkward. It seemed that he had misjudged him. He couldn't help but secretly laugh. When Wang Siyuan returned to the pavilion, he quietly explained Yang Fan's identity. Everyone in the pavilion began to look at Yang Fan one after another. The Lu family had all returned to Fanyang. How could these aristocratic families not know about this? Although the conflict between Lu Binji and Yang Fan was secretive, and some people wanted to cover it up, it slowly spread. Some of the core disciples of the aristocratic families already knew of this matter. Moreover, It wasn't because of a woman's jealousy, as the outside world had said. They understood the truth of the matter. Because of the Liu family's withdrawal, the various aristocratic families received even more benefits. In their hearts, they didn't reject Yang Fan. Moreover, the Liu family had suffered a small loss. They even had a kind of schadenfreude. However, this did not include the younger generation who didn't know the value of rice and daily necessities. They and Liu Binji were both sons of aristocratic families. Naturally, they had a feeling of being bound by a common enemy. Yang Fan, a son of a commoner family, had unexpectedly caused the son of the Liu family of Fanyang to be disgraced. Even old grandfather Liu had fallen for his tricks and was forced to return to Fanyang. These sons of aristocratic families felt that the Liu family's loss of face was equivalent to them losing face. They looked at Yang Fan with a somewhat unkind gaze. When Yang Fan had come, he had thought that the Li family would also treat the banquet with fish and meat, so he had come on an empty stomach. In the end, this was not the case at all. He was young and strong, and he also practiced martial arts. His appetite had always been large, and the bits and pieces of food he had eaten along the way were not enough to fill his stomach. Now, he saw that among the food laid out on the long bench, there was one that had been arranged in the shape of a landscape garden villa. It looked quite pleasing, and the food on it was just right for his appetite. As for the sons of aristocratic families who were talking loudly, no one came to eat. Thus, he unceremoniously brought the food over and began to calmly eat. As he ate, he continued to think. When the sons of aristocratic families saw Yang Fan's behavior, they looked at him with even more disdain. After whispering to each other, they stood and walked toward Yang Fan. "Yang Longzhong, please." They greeted Yang Fan with smiles on their faces. Yang Fan's train of thought was once again interrupted, and he slightly furrowed his brow in displeasure. They acted as if they did not see him, and one after another introduced themselves. A youth with a face full of acne cupped his hands and said, "Taiyuan, Wang Siyuan." Yang Fan tried hard to swallow the extremely delicious bacon and raised his eyebrows to look at this person, thinking this person must be that Wang Siyuan's brother. A square-headed, well-built young man cupped his hands and said, "Xingyang Zhengyu." Another 4 handsome brothers, ranging from about 30 to 15 or 16 years old, cupped their hands together and said, "Bowling Chui Shi, Chui Chi, Chui Yi, Chui Di." When they came, their aura was somewhat unfriendly. Although their smiles and demeanor were impeccable, they were still a group of young people after all, and they were not very shrewd. Although their hostility was well hidden with Yang Fan's experience, he could still feel it immediately. Since Yang Fan knew that these people did not have good intentions, he did not even stand up to greet them. He lazily put down the plate of garden that he had eaten earlier and said indifferently, "How is it?" The one who called himself Chui Shi said with a smile, "Today, you and I are attending Grand Duke Li's birthday banquet together, and it can be considered fate. I see that Brother Yang is sitting quietly drinking alone, unavoidably lonely. As the saying goes, having fun alone is not as good as having fun together. Why don't we use this Li Residence's garden as a topic, a scene, an object, or the scene of the birthday banquet, and recite a poem to answer? How about it?" Yang Fan was stunned at first, and then he frowned and said with a faint smile, "Can you heaven's chosen be any more bored?" Chapter 593. Chui Shi said in astonishment, "Reciting poems is a matter of elegance. How can you say it's boring?" Yang Fan smiled faintly and directly exposed their intentions, using elegant things to do inelegant things and showing off your abilities by writing poems. There's no harm in showing off your abilities, but you people have studied the classics since you were young and have been immersed in the way of poetry for a long time. You know that I, Yang Fan, can't possibly be more accomplished than you, so you want to refute me and vent Lu Binji's anger. Don't you find this kind of tactic boring? The exchange here immediately attracted the attention of a group of people sitting idly and chatting in a small pavilion. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. The people sitting in that pavilion were the scions of the Guanlong Corporation, but Duguyu wasn't among them. Despite his young age, Duguyu was the lord of a clan. Therefore, he was accompanying those old fellows in the back residence. The scions of the Guanlong aristocracy weren't unfamiliar with these scions of the Shandong landowning families, but they didn't recognize Yang Fan. Their curiosity was immediately piqued when they saw these scions of the Shandong landowning families surrounding a young man they didn't know at all. They didn't know who this person was, but he actually refused to get up from his seat despite the Shandong landowning families taking the initiative to curry favor. Thus, they all walked over. As soon as these people gathered around, the scions of the aristocratic families sitting and chatting nearby also followed out of curiosity. The Wei clan of Jingzhou, the Pei clan of Hedong, the Lu clan of Hedong, the Shui clan of Hedong, the Yang clan of Hongnong, the Du clan of Jingzhou, and the Shao clan of Lanling, which was originally one of the 4 major overseas Chinese surnames of the Eastern Jin and Southern dynasties, and had now integrated into the Guanlong Corporation and become an important member. In a moment, the scions of the Shandong and Guanlong aristocratic families were all gathered here. Cui Shi revealed an embarrassed expression after his intentions were exposed by Yang Fan. He forced a smile to hide his embarrassment and said, "Yang Longzhong is overthinking. We only want to recite poems and answer your questions to relieve our boredom. As for Lu Binji, the Lu family is the Lu family, and we are us. Why would we stand up for someone else?" Yang Fan snickered and continued Cui Shi's words. The Yang, have a great appetite for wine. I don't need boring things like poems to liven things up with wine. If you really want to answer with a poem, there are many refined people here. There's no need for me to answer. Zheng Yu was displeased and said, "How is poetry and songs considered boring?" Dozens of disciples of aristocratic families surrounded him. Yang Fan sat there carelessly without any awareness of getting up. He just smiled and shook his head. Sangjie created words to record things. Later generations evolved and created poems to express their emotions. However, words were limited. So how could they express the creation of heaven and earth? In this kind of situation, one should be complacent and forget one's words. Putting it into words is already falling behind. Isn't it boring? These disciples of aristocratic families usually had nothing to do, so they specialized in studying poems and were conceited about their attainments. They expected that it would be difficult for Yang Fan to defeat them. Now that they saw Yang Fan's clever refusal, they were even more certain that he was afraid. Cui Shi laughed. "Brother Yang's words are wrong. Poems are elegant and used to express emotions. How can you say that it is falling behind? Cui Shi, have once written a poem about peonies. The beauty of a country is different. There are many kinds of peonies. After admiring them, I am frivolous with thousands of flowers. Brother Yang, do you think that using this poem about peonies will bring out the best in each other and increase the interest?" Yang Fan shook his head and said, "The peonies are colorful, and there are many varieties. Some are like lotus, some are like phoenix, some have dense and towering petals like a crown. Some are white on the outside and red on the inside, gradually evolving like snow reflecting the morning glow. The beauty is indescribable. Brother Cui Shi's poem, I have only heard of its nobility and cannot think of anything else. If you are talking about nobility, who doesn't know that peonies are rich and noble? This is superfluous." Cui Shi was very proud of this poem, but was criticized by Yang Fan to be worthless. His expression changed. Wang Siyuan could not help but step forward and said, "Brother Yang is talented. How about listening to my poem about pomegranates." He did not wait for Yang Fan's reply, and continued, "The cicadas whistle in the autumn clouds. The locust leaves are all together. The pomegranate's fragrance is low in the courtyard. The flowing clouds are dyed purple poppies. The yellow wax paper buds are red. The jade-carved ice bottle is wet with dew. The stains seem to carry Xiang Yi's tears. Xiao Nyang's first marriage is sweet and sour, chewing thousands of water drops." Although they were good at poetry, it was difficult for them to have Chao Zijian's ability to compose a poem in 7 steps. These poems were all old works, carefully chosen and revised repeatedly. It could be considered a good piece of work. Yang Fan still shook his head. "Not good. If I have the time to appreciate this poem, I might as well see the pomegranate flower and taste the pomegranate seed. It's sweet and sour. It's delicious." Wang Siyuan's face darkened. He flicked his sleeves and said, "Just a commoner." Behind the crowd, Li Mubai and Miss Ning Ku had already walked over and were standing there listening. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Ning Ku could not help but secretly cover her mouth. Li Mubai stroked his beard and looked at Yang Fan, frowning inadvertently. In Yang Zheng, you had a square face and a square temperament. He did not reject Yang Fan, but when he saw Yang Fan's disdain for poetry, he was not convinced. He stepped forward and said, "I have a poem about bamboo. Brother Yang, please have a look." Thick green and sparse stems surround the Xiang River. The spring wind pulls out the dragon's tail. The color embraces the frost and pink light. The branches support the shoe brocade. And the red clouds rise. The sound of knocking is not vulgar. The forest is full of wind, and swords and spears are horizontal. The black marks cannot be washed away by the bitter rain, still carrying the blood of Xiang Yi's tears. The slender branches sweep the autumn moon. The shadow passes through the forest like snow. Today I am ashamed of Zio's heart. I love this gentleman's name. Good poem. Good poem. His words are magnificent, and his ambitions are noble. Artistic conception is fascinating. Before Yang Fan said anything, the people around him began to sing. It seemed that these people were also afraid that Yang Fan would continue to belittle him, so they first created a momentum for Zheng Yu. Yang Fan looked at Zheng Yu and said with a smile, "Brother Zheng, how long did it take you to write this poem?" Zheng Yu was stunned. He had never met anyone who asked him this question, but Zheng Yu's temperament was upright. He would answer any question asked, and he did not want to lie. After thinking for a while, he honestly said, "I used less than an hour to write this poem and wrote the first 7 lines. Afterwards, I deliberated over each word and changed a few words, but I did not feel anything for the last few lines. Until one day, when I came back after drinking, I walked alone in the bamboo forest under the moonlight and suddenly realized something. When I went home, I finished the whole poem in one go. It took a total of 10 days. Yang Fan shook his head and said regretfully, "You are born into a noble family of the Zheng family, so you are naturally superior to others. If you spent 10 days doing things, who knows how many things you could have done for the benefit of the country, the people, and the family, but you did not think of progress and wasted your good time on these small things. It really is a pity." Zheng Yu did not think that he would put on the face of an elder and arrogantly lecture him. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and for a moment he could not say anything. Cui Yi said, "Nonsense! The book of history says that poets express their aspirations. Poetry is pure and beautiful and is close to human nature. If you do not learn poetry, you cannot stand. If you do not know etiquette, you are at a loss for what to do. Confucius said, to stand at 30 means to understand the book of poetry. Only then can you stand. If you do not learn poetry, how can you say that?" Yang Fan said disdainfully, "That's just bullsh*t. Chui Yi was stunned and angry and said, You are a high official of the court. How can you be so rude, so impudent? Yang Fan said, You said that if you do not learn poetry, you have nothing to say. Isn't that what I said? You gave a long speech, and I only replied with 2 words, Bullsh asterisk T. Is it you who does not speak, or me who does not speak? Yang Fan slowly stood up and said, Poetry can cultivate one's mind, refine one's language, and can also help one's interest in traveling, drinking, and having fun. Its use is only SOSO, and in governing the country and the people of the world, it is not the least bit helpful. You all come from aristocratic families. If you have aspirations for the world, if you have a heart for the people, who knows how many more things you can do compared to others. It's a pity that you all have wasted your good time in babbling. Yang Fan looked at them with disdain and said, When you all chew on words, do you know how many great things Yang has done for the court, for the country, for the people of the world? Not to mention the officials of the court, even the elders in charge of the aristocratic families like you all, who would spend all day moaning about nothing. Yang Fan looked up to the sky and laughed and said, A real man either dominates the battlefield or governs and weaves politics. Poetry is an insignificant path. It is a pastime for us scholars to govern the world, to establish our lives, and to achieve the goals of the people. Qin Huang and Han Wu, who established their country with poetry. Fang Mao and Du Duan, who established their achievements with poetry. If there is poetry, then there is. If there is none, then there is no harm. If there is no poetry, then there is no standing. If there is no poetry, then there is no speech. Ha ha, what a big bullsh asterisk T. It's not as good as a mouthful of cured meat, a mouthful of steamed bun. Yang Fan laughed and was about to leave, but Wang Xiyuan's face turned red, and he said, You are not allowed to leave. You are insulting the refined. Wang you're in the wrong here. It was you all who insisted on dragging Yang Longzhong to comment on poetry, so Yang Longzhong can express his own opinion. Although Yang Longzhong's words are a bit crude, I think they are very reasonable. How is it an insult to the refined? The person who spoke was in his early 20s, tall, but he was Lu Yenji of the Lu family of Hedong. He had been laughing at the children of the Shandong clans, and now that he saw Wang Xiyuan not letting go of Yang Fan, he spoke up for Yang Fan. Lu Yenji's sister, Lu Yi, stood to the side and said with a smile, That's right. I also think that a real man should either render meritorious service on the battlefield or help the country's politics. The path of poetry is an elegant hobby, but there is nothing wrong with it. To show off too much, to the point of putting most of one's energy into it, that is giving up the big for the small. That's right. Yang Longzhong is right. Brother Lu and Miss Yi are right. The Wei family of Jingzhou, the Pei family of Hedong, the Lu family of Hedong, the Shui family of Hedong, the Yang family of Hongnong, the Du family of Jingzhou, and the Shao family of Lanling all supported Yang Fan. The aristocratic families of Shandong, represented by the Wang, Chui, Lu, Li, and Zheng families, were friends with the Zhou, Lu, Qi, and Wei families, and had been taught by Great Duke Tang. They also had the legacy of Zhou and Kong, and advocated Confucianism. They had always considered themselves to be pure and upright, so naturally they were the most outstanding in education. The aristocratic families of Guanlong were in a dangerous position, and from the end of the Western Jin dynasty until the beginning of the Tang dynasty, wars broke out, and warlords divided their territories. In order to survive, these aristocratic families rarely practiced Confucianism and only respected martial arts. In addition, from the Northern Wei dynasty until the beginning of the Tang dynasty, a large number of Hu people entered the country, including Li Tang's royal family and a portion of the aristocratic families of Guanlong group. Therefore, Although the descendants of the aristocratic families of Guanlong group had been educated since they were young, and their attainments in poetry were not shallow, their overall level was inferior to the aristocratic families of Shandong. The art of poetry was not their best skill, and on top of that, they advocated martial arts. Their views on poetry were the same as Yang fans, and they competed with the aristocratic families of Shandong openly and secretly. At this time, it would be strange if they didn't stand on Yang fans' side and watch the fun of the aristocratic families of Shandong. As soon as these people joined the battle, it became a war of words between the descendants of the aristocratic families of Guanlong and the aristocratic families of Shandong. Both sides were pointing fingers and arguing with each other, arguing until their faces were red and necks were thick. The only difference was that one side was cursing Tian Shenu, poor quota, and the other side was cursing son of a B***tch, inhuman. Fighting for the Tao, all the so-called elegance was swept away. Chapter 594. The Wang family of Taiyuan was now hiding their strength and accumulating power. Therefore, the descendants of the Wang family did not want to go against the Guanlong aristocrats. But now the descendants of the two aristocratic groups were arguing fiercely if they did not take a stand. It was hard to say whether they could win the friendship of the Guanlong aristocrats or not. Therefore, the descendants of the Wang family had to take a stand. Wang Xiyuan thought for a while and picked up a soft target. He started to make things difficult for Yang Fan, who was standing at the side and watching the two sides refute each other's arguments. Wang Xiyuan said angrily, "Yang Fan, your glib words are just to cover up your shortcoming of not knowing poetry. Our Wang family does not care about such a vulgar person. It is beneath our status to argue with you. Brothers, let's forget about it. Why do we have to hurt our friendship for such a person?" Yang Fan suddenly looked surprised and asked, "If I remember correctly, you are a descendant of the Wang family of Taiyuan, right?" Wang Xiyuan looked at him coldly and said, "What?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Nothing." Lai Junchen, the former deputy prime minister of the imperial censor and now the county lieutenant of Tongzhou, is an official of the same court as me and is quite familiar with him. I suddenly remembered that Lai Junchen is the son-in-law of the Wang family. I have not heard from him for a long time. I wonder how he is now. Brother Wang, would you like to tell me? When Wang Xiyuan heard this, his face immediately turned purple, and he couldn't say a word. Who was Lai Junchen? He was a famous ruffian in Chang, and a vulgar person who did not know how to read. After he became an official, he committed all kinds of crimes and was notorious all over the world. But such a person forced the Wang family of Taiyuan to humbly marry their daughter to him. Speaking of which, the daughter of the Wang family was Wang Xiyuan's aunt. The Wang family could not do anything to him, but he was defeated by Yang Fan. He fell from the high and mighty deputy prime minister of the imperial censor to Tongzhou and became a county lieutenant because Lai Junchen was originally from Chang, and everyone in Chang knew about his past and present, and because he forced the daughter of the Wang family of Taiyuan to marry, everyone in Shandong knew about him. Wang Xiyuan's words just now were righteous and powerful. Now that Yang Fan suddenly asked about Junchen, it was tantamount to a big slap in the face of the Wang brothers. Yang Fan was different from these sons of aristocratic families who were raised in a golden cage. Whether it was his knowledge, experience, or temperament from his previous performance, he was very calm and honest. But today, Yang Fan was unruly, looking down on the prestigious sex. Thinking of his aggressive behavior in the Furong restaurant, Senior Li couldn't help but feel displeased. From what he knew, Yang Fan was not such a wild and unruly person. This person's behavior was like a completely different person, Li Mubai frowned and couldn't help saying, "This Yang Fan is too unrestrained." Ning Ku looked at Guanlong and the sons of Shandong's aristocratic families quarreling endlessly. Some were arguing fiercely, some were helping, and some were watching. He could not help sighing and laughing. Great-grandfather, it should be the sons of the Cui, Zhang, and Wang families who are arrogant. As for Erlang, I just think he is quite good at making trouble. Li Mubai glanced at Ning Ku and snorted. This girl had always been arrogant, except in front of her mother, brother, and his friend. She would show a little girlish air. Most of the time, she was as quiet as a nun who had been meditating in a nunnery for many years. She was very cold, so it was not easy to make her lively. It was rare that she looked at Yang Fan in a different light. He didn't know what characteristics Yang Fan had that made her like him so much. Although Li Mubai had lived for 88 years, there were still many things in this world that he couldn't figure out. In terms of family background and status, Ning Ku had seen many people who were higher than Yang Fan. In terms of appearance and temperament, there were 4 or 5 people in the corridor who were not inferior to Yang Fan. Shuisher's face was like jade, and his eyes were like stars. He seemed to be more handsome than Yang Fan. But there was no reason to talk about first sight. Li Mubai called Lin Zixiong and whispered a few words to him. Then he said to Ning Ku, "Girl, have you seen enough? Let's go." "Oh." Ning Ku glanced at Yang Fan with a smile, and then slowly left with Li Mubai. 2 members of the Li mansion followed them step by step. "Ahem, what are you guys shouting for?" When they were quarreling in circles, a majestic voice suddenly sounded outside. A middle-aged man, who was frowning and watching in the crowd, looked back. He couldn't help but exclaim softly and quickly stepped aside. He cupped his hands and said, "Uncle Lin!" Uncle Lin was Lin Zixiong. In terms of age, he was only 3 years old, but this person who was almost the same age as him respectfully called him Uncle Lin. The person who spoke was also a disciple of the Li family, but he was not from the Li family of Longxi, but from the Li family of Zhao County. His name was Li Shangyin. He moved to Wanyan County of Chang, and when he was young, at the age of 20, he passed the Jinshi examination and became the registrar of Ji County. This time, he specially asked for leave to congratulate the old Master Li on his birthday. Li Zhenghu, Li Xiuzai, and Li Jingyu stood beside Li Shangyin. They were all disciples of the Li family from Zhao County. As for the disciples of the Li family from Longxi, they couldn't be seen here. They were all busy with their ancestor's birthday and had no time to spare. It was not that the Li family had no servants to use. It was just that the younger generation had to take care of such a big day in order to show their filial piety. These people always bowed to Lin Zixiong. Whether they recognized him or not, they all knew that he was an extraordinary person and made way for him. Lin Zixiong glanced at those young men who were still flushed with anger and snorted heavily. "Today is the birthday of our Li clan's great-grandfather, but you guys are quarreling here. Is this what you call etiquette, what you call gentleness?" Wang Siyuan knew that this person should be someone with a high position in the Li family. He respectfully defended himself. "Elder, it's not that I don't know etiquette, it's that Yang Fan is being disrespectful. The Tao of poetry, in his words." Lin Zixiong rolled his eyes and disdainfully interrupted him. The Tao of poetry has always been a word game to cultivate one's character and add elegance to one's mood. Other than that, it has no use at all. I have done many great things for the old Master Li in this half of my life, and not a single one of them can be accomplished by relying on some dog fart poem. Wang Siyuan's face turned red again. He was about to argue with Lin Zixiong again, when Lin Zixiong pointed at Yang Fan. "Yang Langzhong is younger than many of you, but He is already a minister of the Ministry of Justice, a fifth-rank official of the imperial court. All of you were appointed officials much earlier than him. Now, how many of you are more senior than him? If one's career is not as good as others, let's talk about achievements. A few years ago, Emok, who led 100,000 elite Turkic soldiers to attack our Ming dynasty's garrison. It was Yang Longjong who devised a strategy and ingeniously used it to first rescue the 5,000 soldiers of Flying Foxmouth and then drive back the 100,000 Turkic soldiers. What were you doing at that time? If I let you go to the battlefield and recite a few poems, would you be able to accomplish such a feat? A group of cruel officials from the imperial censorate, ran amok in the southern frontier and incited a popular uprising. Yang Longjong beheaded the cruel officials and appeased the people. He made rewards and punishments clear and mediated in many ways. The rebellious barbarians of the Man, Yao, and Pan prefectures were completely convinced. Only then did they cease their banners and cease their drums and beg for the imperial court's surrender. If I tell you to go and boast about it, can you do it? None of the aristocratic families said anything. The heads of the aristocratic families had gathered in Chang and for the matter of the southern frontier. The aristocratic families viewed the southern frontier incident as an important opportunity to change the political situation in the imperial court. And this opportunity was created by Yang Fan. If this matter was easy, the aristocratic families would have done it long ago. Why would they only treat it as if it was a treasure today? To belittle this matter, wasn't that the same as admitting that the aristocratic families were useless? Lin Zixiong glanced at them coldly and said, Yang Longjong's contributions to the country are not limited to this. It's just that some matters are confidential, and I can't let you know. I can only tell you that Yang Longjong's contributions are not inferior to Su Qin and Zhang Yi's ability to unite and form alliances. This is a contribution to the expansion of territory and a contribution to the rise and fall of the country. Everyone in the corridor was silent. Lin Zixiong let out a breath and cupped his hands at Yang Fan. Ignorant child, please forgive me for offending you. Yang Fan shook his head and smiled. I'm not that narrow-minded. There's no offense. Yang Fan walked in front of Cui Shi and cupped his hands. Cui Shi did not understand what he meant and hurriedly returned the gesture. Yang Fan said, reciting poems and composing songs is an elegant matter. If you invite me for an elegant matter, there's nothing wrong with it. Yang Fan was first arrogant and then respectful. Cui Shi was momentarily at a loss of how to respond. Yang Fan's tone changed. He smiled and said, however, to use an elegant matter for a dirty purpose, that's very hateful. If the method used is also an elegant, small way in my eyes, then it's like a child playing with mud. If the adult is in the mood, then play with him. But if the adult is not in the mood, then why would he play with him? Don't you think so? Reciting poems and composing songs were not only small ways in his mouth, but also children and mud. Once these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. But with Lin Zixiong, an elder whom no one knew of but whose status was definitely not low, no one dared to act rashly. Lin Zixiong saw that Yang Fan was unforgiving. He couldn't help but feel angry and amused. He once patted his chest in front of Grand Elder Li and guaranteed that Yang Fan had a steady temperament and was experienced in handling matters. He had the air of a general and could be entrusted with important tasks. But in the end, from the overbearing attitude of a few days ago to today's arrogance, it was as if Yang Fan had changed into a different person. Lin Zixiong was afraid that he would continue to show off and hurriedly said, Yang Longjong, Grand Elder Li invites you to meet him in the rear residence. Hearing this, Yang Fan grinned and bowed to the crowd. He performed the proper etiquette before leaving. Needless to say, the Wei family of Jingzhou, the Pei family of Hedong, the Lu family of Hedong, the Shui family of Hedong, the Yang family of Hongnong, the Du family of Jingzhou, and the Xiao family of Lanling all bowed in return. After leaving the crowd, Lin Zixiong said in a low voice, "Brother Yang, the things that happened recently are really not like you." Yang Fan smiled and said, "After my reprimand, many of the scions of the aristocratic families kept quiet out of fear and could only cup their hands and listen. Ha! Such awe-inspiring power. Not like that Lin Zixiong from the Miaolo, who was not a big shot." Lin Zixiong was speechless and could only laugh bitterly. As soon as Yang Fan left, the crowd began to discuss him. Some praised him for his awe-inspiring power. Some criticized him for being arrogant and conceited. Some admired him for looking down on the scions of the aristocratic families in Shandong, and some gloated over the fact that he had offended so many scions of the aristocratic families. But no matter what, after today, the Guanlong aristocratic family and the aristocratic families of Shandong would remember the name Yang Fan. Chapter 5, 95. Great-grandfather, Yang Longzhong is here. Hee, invite him in. Yang Fan dusted his clothes and walked into the hall. The hall was very big. This was Yang Fan's first impression. There were many people in the hall. This was Yang Fan's second impression. In the spacious hall, there were many couches and small tables. Nowadays, only high officials and nobles would tirelessly adhere to the ancient system of separate meals. Every table was filled with sumptuous food and ancient utensils. Wooden lacquered goblets, bronze wine goblets, wooden ladles. Behind every table there was a guest dressed solemnly and solemnly. Most of them were old people. The youngest already had white hair on his temples, which matched well with the ancient wine utensils. This empire was ruled by a 70-year-old old woman, and these millennium-old aristocratic families were controlled by these white-haired old men. No matter if it was their wisdom, experience, they were all accumulated and settled over the years. No one dared to look down on them. Yang Fan did not fear their status and power, but he maintained sufficient respect for these wise and far-sighted elders. Li Mubai had already changed into a burial robe and was smiling as he sat on the seat of honor. Yang Fan stepped forward and used a steady and powerful voice to wish the old man a happy birthday. The old men all knew that Li Mubai admired this young man in front of him and had the intention to promote another young man after Shenmu. However, this required them to have a common ground. As long as they nodded their heads, this young man in front of them would immediately possess an inexhaustible amount of wealth and endless resources. Although this power was far from young Master Zhang's, the succession hall originally didn't have any obvious sect or hidden sect. The succession hall was the only representative of the aristocratic families elected by the aristocratic families. However, no one expected Shenmu to pull up a force that was enough to contend against young Master Jiang from the succession hall. He turned the Dark Shadow, a peripheral organization of the succession hall, into a hidden sect that was on equal footing. As a result, the succession hall was split into two. Now, they agreed to Li Mubai's suggestion and were willing to build another force outside of young Master Jiang and Shenmu in order to stabilize the structure of the succession hall. However, with Shenmu's previous example, they naturally wouldn't give Yang Fan a huge force that had the hope of splitting into a third sect. Even so, such a force was what countless people dreamed of. Although they believed in Li Mubai's foresight, they also needed to further evaluate Yang Fan in order to confirm this person's ability. Today, they were only going to meet this person first. Yang Fan was neither servile nor overbearing. His well-behaved performance left a very good first impression on these old fellows. At this moment, someone tiptoed in from the side door. It wasn't just one person. They were barefooted and separately walked towards their respective masters. After whispering in each other's ears, the elders looked at Yang Fan with a slightly strange gaze. It was obvious that they already knew about the scene that happened in the garden just now. Thanks to the heavens, this old man is already over 70 years old. I'm already 88 this year, but I'm still alive and kicking. Hee, I originally thought that there wouldn't be a birthday celebration. It would be fine if I just invited a few close friends for a few cups of wine. However, the children didn't agree, which is why many of my relatives and friends were disturbed. Grand Elder Lee's face was glowing as he said, "In this hall, everyone is this old man's close friends of many years. They are all old fellows. This old man's close friends have all heard of Erlang's reputation. Why don't you sit with everyone? Everyone wants to meet you and get to know you. Erlang is a young man. If he sits here, I'm afraid he won't be able to drink to his heart's content. In a while, this old man's grandsons will accompany Erlang to the front to drink. You can drink to your heart's content." Hee. As Grand Elderly spoke, the MC walked to Yang Fan's side and led him to his seat. Yang Fan's seat was at the bottom. In terms of age, except for Duguyu, the youngest of the people present could be his grandfather, so there was nothing to be unconvinced about. Yang Fan came to the back of the table and meticulously knelt down according to the ancient etiquette. He tidied up his robe and then raised his head. Before looking for Duguyu or the appearance of the others, Yang Fan first glanced at Li Mubai and was surprised to find that Miss Ningku was sitting beside Li Mubai. She was wearing a long tunic with big sleeves and dark cyan clothes. If one looked at it from a slightly different angle, he would find that the clothes were faintly glowing. He didn't know what kind of material it was, but it added some redness to Ningku's overly white and tender face. Her beautiful black hair was combed into a swan bun, which looked like a startled bird spreading its wings and about to fly. Because she was an unmarried woman, she kept a hair tail hanging behind her shoulders, like a swallow's tail, which looked very elegant. Seeing Yang Fan looking at her, Ningku nodded to him gracefully. A white-haired old man suddenly asked, interrupting the exchange between Yang Fan and Ningku, "I heard that Erlang is from Jiaoji?" Yang Fan didn't know these people, and Li Mubai seemed to have no intention of introducing them. Today was originally a test of Yang Fan by the aristocratic families, and the important thing was Yang Fan's performance. Yang Fan glanced at him and nodded, "Yes, I grew up in Jiaoji and came to Luoyang when I was an adult." Jiaoji had been the territory of the Central Plains dynasty since the Qin dynasty. Although there were changes during the period, in the hearts of these old men, it was always the territory of the Central Plains dynasty, so they didn't regard Yang Fan as a foreigner. It was just that Jiaoji was a little remote, which inevitably gave people a feeling of being uncivilized. The old man nodded and said, "Erlang is so young and has no connections in the capital city. It's admirable that you can make such great achievements in just a few years." They knew the rumor of the affair between Yang Fan and Princess Taiping, but Yang Fan's achievements were all based on his real ability. Even if he really had a relationship with Princess Taiping, it only provided him with an opportunity. The important thing was that he had the ability. In order to form an alliance and unite, aristocratic families often connected through women's marriage. But who would attribute their achievements to the credit of their children's marriage? Xue Huai was the Empress's gigolo. The Empress had twice ordered him to lead troops into battle. He commanded an army of hundreds of thousands and had countless good officials as his assistants. What achievements did he make? So although these elders had heard of the affair between Yang Fan and Princess Taiping and believed it was true, they didn't look down on him because of it. They also didn't attribute his achievements to the help of a woman. If the knowledge of these elders of aristocratic families was shallow and vulgar, they would be no different from the people in the marketplace. Yang Fan bowed and said, "Elders, you flatter me. Although I have my own efforts, I also have the support of noble people and opportunities to make contributions." This answer was not only appropriate, but also in line with the wishes of these old men. When people were young, they often felt that their lives were in their own hands, not in heaven. These people from aristocratic families had strong family backgrounds, so it was even more so. But the older people were, the more they were in awe of heaven and earth, and the more they felt that there was a mysterious force that affected everything in the world. Yang Fan's words combined with their many years of experience made them quite agree. All the elders nodded their heads. Seeing everyone's appreciation, Li Mubai felt as if a large stone had been lifted from his heart. Stroking his beard, he was happy. At this time, another elder suddenly asked, "This old man has also heard of Erlang's heroic deeds. For example, in Zhuanchuo, he played a trick on the Turkic great Yabgu, stirring up a conflict between the Ashina and Ashina tribes. In Tubo, he used a small trick to provoke open and secret strife between the king of Tubo and the great minister Luan Qinling. This time, when Wang Xiaojie sent troops to Anxi, the king of Tubo refused to send Luan Qinling. Only then did our court succeed. Because of this, Luan Qinling became even more suspicious of the king of Tubo. The two sides are now like fire and water." Another example is the trip to the southern border. These people knew Yang Fan's deeds like the back of their hands. They knew even more than the empress. It sounded frightening, but to put it bluntly, it was worthless. When Yang Fan did these things, he did not hide them from the aristocratic families. In fact, many of these things were done with the help of the aristocratic families. For example, understanding the situation of the Turks, infiltrating Zhuanchuo, pretending to be Ashina Musi, and accompanying Xiao Fei, Zhang Yi, and the others were all members of the aristocratic families. Another example was when he sowed discord with the great minister in Tubo. His previous preparations, including the fact that the merchant from the Central Plains acted as bait, were all members of the aristocratic families. In the southern border, other than when things happened suddenly in Yaozhou, Yang Fan could only rely on himself to fight. Later on, however, the aristocratic families began to participate. In one breath, this person listed all the proud deeds of Yang Fan's life. It might be an exaggeration to say that it was his life, but how old was Yang Fan? From a small commoner to a fifth-grade official. The great deeds he had done in this period of time were things that many people would struggle to accomplish in their entire lives. Just based on this, he was able to laugh proudly in the officialdom. Finishing, this person said, "This old man has always observed Erlang's conduct. He is most skilled at using intelligence. A man conquers the world and loves to kill in all directions, sweep through all directions with his sword. His achievements are glorious, and his name shines in the annals of history. As for Erlang's conduct, although it is meritorious to the present and beneficial to the future, it is not well known. Otherwise, the world would have heard of it long ago. Was it because Erlang did not have military power in his hands at that time, did not have the corresponding strength, and had no choice but to do so? Yang Fan knew that these old fellows were testing his style and method of doing things, so he answered seriously, "Intelligence and strength. If I can use both and achieve my goal, then Junior will definitely use intelligence instead of strength. If I have no choice and use intelligence to achieve my goal, then Junior will choose strength. The reason is very simple. Kill 1,000 people, lose half 100. Although using strength is a shortcut to one's fame, the sacrifice is the lives of countless people. Moreover, the purpose of war is to obtain. If one can use intelligence to achieve one's goal, then why use force to ruin everything?" Another old man chuckled and said, "In that case, when Erlang does things both intelligence and strength can be achieved, he must choose intelligence and abandon strength." Then, in Erlang's opinion, intelligence is the best method to achieve your goal? Yang Fan spoke frankly with assurance. In Junior's opinion, intelligence and strength are only methods. To achieve one's goal, one needs cultural education. Wisdom, on the other hand, was only an external manifestation of cultural education. Emperor Gaozu of Han once said, "The brave conquer the world, the strategist rule the world." In fact, to conquer the world above military force, strategy is also needed. Otherwise, in terms of bravery, who can compare to the bravery of a tyrant? Why was it Liu Bang who conquered the world? Guan Yu passed through 5 passes and killed 6 generals, killed Hua Xiong while warming up the wine, galloped on the battlefield, and was frustrated and excited, but he still lost Mai Ching. Strategists use intelligence, strategizing in a tent to decide victory from 1,000 miles away. Wise like Sun Bin, he escaped from Daliang and avenged his humiliation at Mailing Road. Being a hero is only a matter of a moment. Those who can achieve great feats are all people who can borrow power, use strategy, use intelligence, and understand cultural education. Master Gui Gu once talked about swords in Gui Gu. The sword of an ordinary man moves like the wind, taking lives. The sword of a general attacks cities and plunder lands, shaking the world. But once the sword of a king is used, it can subdue the feudal vassals and unify the world. A white-haired old man suddenly asked with a smile, "Since Erlang despises strength but values intelligence, especially culture, why did you mock those scholars in the back garden as playing with mud?" Chapter 596. Yang Fan was startled. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "To Yang Fan, elder is a person of virtue and prestige. How can you tease Junior with your words?" The white-haired old man was slightly surprised and asked, "How did I tease you?" Yang Fan said, "A child from the countryside. His mother told him to gather pigweed to feed the pigs. He gathered a basket of pigweed and came back with a pile of mud to play with. I can't say that he only went out with a pile of mud, can I? By the same logic, Junior has never said that studying is to play with mud. Instead, I said that scholars spend all day reciting poems and composing songs, neglecting their main job. This is forgetting to gather pigweed and only caring about playing with mud." The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows and said, "Is there a difference?" Yang Fan said, "There is a difference. There is a big difference. Scholars study and learn knowledge and reason. What they produce is wisdom. If you want to say that the use of poems and lyrics is like an army's command before a battle, the army's song during a battle, and the eulogy after a victory, it's like adding flowers to a brocade. But if it's not, it cannot be used when an official is in charge of the country's affairs. It cannot be used when an official is writing a memorial to the court. It cannot be used when Taisher Gong is recording history. Even when Junior is being questioned by the elders here, he cannot use it during questions and answers. What does elder think it is, if not the mud that is used to gather pigweed?" The old man was slightly angry and said, "Today is Eunuch Li's birthday. The hall is full of joy, and the guests are like clouds. Would Erlang be willing to put up a pile of mud to make Eunuch Li happy?" Although people who were well-versed in poetry and books were good at composing poems, it was not easy to make them compose a poem in a short period of time. Moreover, Yang Fan's performance was clearly not good at poetry. In the end, this old man still thought that Yang Fan's contemptuous attitude towards poetry was because he was not good at poetry and did not want to lose face in front of those aristocratic families. That was why he pretended to be arrogant. Therefore, he still wanted to make things difficult for him and cut down his arrogance. After the old man finished speaking, some people who appreciated Yang Fan felt that it was inappropriate to let Yang Fan lose face in front of so many people. Although Li Mubai also wanted to teach Yang Fan a lesson, he did not want him to lose face in front of so many people. However, the person who asked the question was the master of the Zheng clan of Yingyang. As the master and the person who recommended Yang Fan, it was not good for him to be too partial. So he winked at Duguyu and asked him to help Yang Fan out. Duguyu understood and hurriedly coughed to find a way out of this embarrassing situation for Yang Fan. Everyone here is an elder. Erlang need not be nervous. Just recite a few lines of poetry for the elders to appraise. Erlang was an expert in military affairs, an expert in the administration of culture. Plus, he was well-versed in the study of stratagem and change of tactics. A person's energy is limited. If he is not good at poetry, then it is nothing. Just now, after Elder Zheng spoke, Yang Fan lowered his head and did not speak. After Duguyu's words to help him smooth things over, Yang Fan still did not speak. He only lowered his head and pondered. This caused everyone's eyes to focus on him. They were curious in their hearts. Could it be? Yang Fan really wants to mix with a lump of mud. After a moment, Yang Fan slowly raised his head and smiled at Elder Zheng. He said, "How can this junior dare to refuse an elder's order? Then, this junior will mix with a lump of mud in this birthday hall. I only hope that this junior can coax the god of longevity to laugh heartily. This can also be considered as doing my part." When everyone heard this, they revealed a surprised expression. Could it be that this Yang Fan really knew how to compose poetry? Could he really compose a poem in such a short time? In such a short period of time, it was not easy for him to compose a rhyme, a limerick that suited the mood and the situation. She wondered what kind of poem this young Erlang, who compared reciting poems and composing proses to mud, would produce. For a moment, all the elders of the aristocratic families held their breath, ready to see the lump of mud that Yang Fan would come up with. Ningku stared at Yang Fan intently with a slightly nervous look on his face. Since Yang Fan disparaged writing poetry to mud, then it was not a big deal if he could not compose a good poem. In any case, he had already said that it was mud. It was normal for him not to have any attainments in this field. However, Ning Ku rarely cared about a person, and Yang Fan happened to be one of them. Of course, she still hoped that Yang Fan could be in a good mood. This inevitably made her nervous for him. Yang Fan said, "Since Elder Zheng has set a topic, then I will compose a 7-rule poem to praise the grand occasion of the Li's mansion today." Elder Zheng was also a little surprised. He restrained his contempt and said in a deep voice, "I'm all ears." Yang Fan looked around, obviously looking for materials. He glanced at the 12 carved red sandalwood screens on the opposite side, then looked at the incense burner on the small table in the corner, and finally fixed his eyes on the red carpet in front of the hall. Before Yang Fan came here, he had just performed the green waist here. On the red carpet in front of the hall, there was a red flower left by a singer and dancer. Yang Fan smiled, raised the crescent-shaped feather cup, and recited slowly, "The painted screen covers the light of auspicious clouds. Luo Chihua flies to the white jade hall. The silver wine is poured. The fishtail is poured. The golden stove ashes are filled with the fragrance of duck heart. Gently shaking the green water, the green moth is restrained, touching the red silk. The white wrist is wild. Today, I promise to listen to the grace and honor together. I will not refuse to drink 1,000 cups." It was quiet, very quiet. In the hall were the heads of various aristocratic families and important elders, all of whom were well-read. Yang Fan's poem could not be regarded as a world-shaking work, but it could definitely be regarded as one of the best poems for birthday banquets. It perfectly described the happy and auspicious atmosphere of a wealthy family in accordance with the situation, and the hall filled with riches and honor. To compose such a seven-tone poem in such a short period of time was already not an easy feat. Yang Fan had repeatedly shown his disdain for poetry, so it was obvious that he had not spent much effort on it before. Thus, for him to be able to compose such a good poem, it was especially evident that he had a good foundation. This strong contrast in attitude and achievement was the most amazing. Everyone was waiting for him to make a pile of real mud, but he made a vivid clay figurine. It seemed that his previous attitude was obviously not to make excuses for himself, but to really disdain it. A strange light suddenly flashed in Ningku's eyes, and Li Mubai stopped twirling his beard. After a long while, he slowly smoothed it down and looked at Yang Fan with a smile in his eyes. Yang Fan finished reciting this poem. Seeing that no one responded for a long time, he had to continue the show. He cupped his hands and said to the crowd, "My incompetence! My incompetence!" Yang Fan was educated by his family since he was a child. Especially after his father was banished to Lingnan, he pinned all his hopes of reviving the family reputation on his only son, so he put more effort into his education. Later, Yang Fan went overseas with his master. Although his great master, Curly Beard, had a rough appearance and was the leader of the underworld in the past, he was the son of the richest man in Yangzhou. He had been taught by famous teachers since he was a child, so he was full of knowledge. When he wanted to fight for the world, he did not rely on unparalleled martial arts, but on his scholarly knowledge and ability to govern the world. During these years overseas, Curly Beard did not instruct his little disciple in martial arts, but he personally taught him literature. Naturally, Yang Fan's literary talent was not bad. An old man snorted, "Respect is the head of virtue, but be cautious. Young man, since you are good at poetry, when the young masters in the back garden invite you to recite poems, no matter how disdainful you are in your heart, why not casually say yes? Why deliberately belittle and play to the gallery? You must know that one should not rely on one's power, and one should not be arrogant. Being reserved and humble is the way of a modest gentleman." Yang Fan cupped his hands and said, "This elder is—" Duguyu answered for the old man, "This elder is Duke Chui of Bowling." It turned out to be the Chui family of Bowling. Then whether he was the head of the Chui family or an important elder of the Chui family, he was an extremely outstanding figure. Yang Fan said sincerely, "How dare I not speak frankly in front of an elder? I have no intention of playing to the gallery, but this is indeed my view on poetry. Since this junior disdains it, there is no need for me to conceal my disdain. Today in the hall, if it were not for the elder's request, this junior would not have composed this poem. If the world was at peace, this junior would not have needed to worry about the country and its people, nor would I have needed to run around for food. Perhaps I would have the leisure to recite poems with the young masters and enjoy myself. But now that the 4 towns of Anshi have returned to our court, and they have been conquered, the Tubo and Turkic Khaganate have not forgotten to cut off our path of retreat and recapture Anshi. The various upheavals in the southern border have been pacified, but what is important is the various policies of the court. Otherwise, rebellions will rise again and become a great disaster. Cruel officials run amok in the court. Since all the elders know this junior's affairs in great detail, you must also understand the bitterness of this junior's struggle with these cruel officials. In the face of such important matters concerning the national economy and people's livelihood, the path of poetry is naturally a lump of mud. If this junior's poem can enter the discerning eyes of all the elders, then in this junior's eyes, it is just a lump of mud that looks a little better and is of no great use. Chui Gong still wanted to speak, but Li Mubai smiled and said, "Old Chui, is the matter you want to discuss with Erlang about the country and the world or poetry? Are you planning to persuade Erlang to immerse himself in the path of poetry and become a master of poetry, or a loyal minister of the court? Chui Gong was taken aback, then broke into laughter. There was indeed no need for him to get entangled with Yang Fan on this matter. In his mind, the most important things were the legacy of the clan and the peace of the world. He had not cared about things like poetry for many years. Li Mubai now liked to collect while he liked to travel. If there was a need for important matters, these elegant interests could be sacrificed at any time. He had never cared whether Yang Fan cared about poetry or not, so why did he have to argue over this matter? These elders were quite open-minded. Once they understood this matter, they dismissed it with a laugh. Chui Gong did not mention poetry at all. Instead, he sternly said, "Does Erlang know why we old men want to see you today?" Yang Fan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Junior has guessed a thing or two. Elder probably wants to groom me to work for the legacy and existence of the family." There was no one in this room who could not be trusted. Even if there were people who were willing to betray others for the sake of profit, no one would betray themselves for the sake of profit. Furthermore, no one could pay a sufficient price for the people in this room to betray anything. Therefore, Yang Fan spoke openly and honestly without hiding anything. Li Mubai smiled and said, "Erlang is a smart person, then this old man will not play dumb. As long as Erlang is willing to work for us, we can provide all the resources to help you. At the latest, in 5 years, you can become an assistant minister. In another 10 years, you can become a minister. In another 7 years, you can enter the political affairs hall. Before 50 years, you can become a minister. Below, only one, above millions. What do you think?" Chapter 597. After Li Mubai finished, he thought that Yang Fan would be overjoyed, but he did not expect Yang Fan to be so calm, and not even the slightest bit excited. Li Mubai frowned and slowly relaxed. He smiled and said, "Since Erlang became an official, everything has been smooth sailing. At such a young age, you have already become a 5th-ranked official. Perhaps you think that your future will be smooth sailing? I will be frank with you. The higher you go, the harder it is to be promoted, and the harder it is to find a vacant position for you. With your current rank, there will be countless people competing with you for another promotion. Moreover, each of them has a strong background and strong connections. Even if you make great contributions, it will be difficult for you to advance further. We, on the other hand, can give you what a commoner's son lacks the most after entering the officialdom: power and connections. Wei Qing and Hua Tsubing may have made great contributions, but Li Guang's contributions are no less than theirs. Why can they have a meteoric rise and have the opportunity to make even greater contributions and be bestowed the title of Marquis? Their glory will last for thousands of years, while Li Guang's life is full of ups and downs. Erlang repelled the Turkic army of 100,000, sowed discord between the Tubo king and prime minister, and quelled the rebellion of the southern barbarians. Any one of these contributions can be announced to the world as a great merit if your surname is Wu. At the very least, you will be promoted to a 5th-ranked general. Why do you have to make an exception and promote a 5th-ranked general? If you can be of use to us, the contributions you have made will one day be repaid accordingly. Not to mention other things, 70 to 80% of the world's education is in the hands of our aristocratic families. We are the mouthpiece of the imperial court. As long as we are willing, your name will spread throughout the world in a day. Even the emperor will not be able to deny you the corresponding official position and power." Grandpa Zhang's eyes flashed, and he lightly laughed. "Perhaps. Erlang is worried that we will make Erlang do things that are against his will." Chui Gong said, "This does not conflict with Erlang's personal ambitions. When a person studies hard and strives to reach the top after entering the officialdom, all he wants is his own future and the future of his family and descendants. He also wants to express his life's worth and make his name known throughout the ages. In order to achieve all of this, he had to acknowledge his master, become friends with his peers, and unite with his comrades. It was rare to see a lone minister who did not recognize his own kin. Wasn't this a family that was bound together for good or bad? A true family would have similar goals and methods. It was just that the scope of support was not limited to the comrades of the same generation, but the entire family. However, a mediocre person sitting in an official position would not only harm others, but also himself. Even if you wanted to promote him, you would not be willing. The vision and bearing of a 1,000-year-old family would not be so short-sighted. Regardless of whether one wanted to reach the pinnacle of one's future or to have a long-lasting family legacy, peace and stability were the most basic conditions to achieve all of these. Therefore, if one wanted to pursue one's future, one's family's future, and the future of a country's future, the benefits were interlinked. Emperors wanted to live for thousands of generations, aristocratic families wanted their foundations to last forever, and officials wanted to achieve success and recognition. It was just that their abilities were different, and the size of their desires were different, but there was no difference in essence. So, you don't have to worry that we will make you do something illegal. Yang Fan smiled, but did not say anything. This could be recorded in the family tree, an achievement that future generations could boast about. For him, the temptation was not great. The prime minister of a dynasty looked glorious, but it was too easy to become a prisoner. In the few years that Yang Fan had been in the court, the prime ministers had been killed, imprisoned, and exiled one after another, with the powerful Empress Wu Zetian and the two Wu brothers eyeing them covetously. When these prime ministers were in power, they were above tens of thousands of people. When they were not in power, their circumstances were more miserable than beggars. It was precisely because he had seen too many of these things that this promise, which was enough to move the world, was not moved by Yang Fan. He cared more about actual power and benefits. Even if he was unknown in the world, he could control the life and death of others, honor and disgrace. How free and unfettered was that? Other than satisfying one's own vanity, what was the use of an empty title? Of course, as a prime minister, one would also have great power. But a prime minister who relied on the support of others to get to his position would never be as glorious as Li Zhaoda. Li Zhaoda himself was the son of an aristocratic family. He relied on his family's ability and connections to get to his position. He was not controlled by others, but Yang Fan was different. If he relied on the help of the aristocratic families to become prime minister, he would inevitably become their puppet. In the process of climbing up step by step, it was unknown how many secrets and weaknesses the aristocratic families would have. The higher his position, the more power he would be controlled by others. Chui Gong saw that he was smiling without saying anything. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What? Is such a generous reward not enough? Yang Fan said. Then what does Yang need to do? Without waiting for their reply, Yang Fan answered himself. At this stage, you naturally have to continue to be enemies with the cruel officials. On one hand, you have to eradicate the cruel officials who have caused great harm to you, establish your own clean reputation, and obtain the praise of the court. On the other hand, you have to vigorously cater to the policies that are beneficial to the aristocratic families, such as the household tax, agriculture, and imperial examinations. You have to do your utmost to oppose the policies that are not beneficial to you. Next, if I can become an assistant minister, or even prime minister, I have to share honor and disgrace with the aristocratic families in matters concerning the people's livelihood, advancing and retreating together. Chui Gong said in a deep voice, All of this is beneficial to the country and the people. Isn't this your ambition? Yang Fan said, most of the time, the interests of the country and the people are the same. But sometimes to protect the interests of the country, one must harm the interests of the people. Similarly, the imperial court and the aristocratic families are the same. Most of the time, the interests of the imperial court and the aristocratic families are the same, but there are also times when they don't match or even conflict. If I become one of your people, naturally, no matter who is right or who is wrong, whether it benefits me or not, I must brace myself and cheer for the aristocratic families. Duke Zheng said in a deep voice, if you want to gain something, you must naturally pay a price. Yang Fan nodded leisurely and said, what Duke Zheng said is correct. If you want to gain something, you must naturally pay a price. However, between the price and the benefit, only a worthwhile transaction will be done. Prime Minister? To this Yang, the position of Prime Minister is not tempting at all. Cui Gong said in shock, the conditions of an extremely high official are not enough to tempt you? What do you want? Yang Fan said, a messenger for an extremely high official? This matter was originally a part of young Master Zhang's responsibility, right? Now, you've taken out this part of the officialdom and handed it over to one person to manage. To young Master Zhang, this actually doesn't weaken his authority. On the contrary, it frees him from the part that hinders his actions, allowing him to do things more freely. As for me, no matter what I do, everything I want to do, and everything I want to achieve, all comes from young Master Zhang. I'm just a mouth and a pair of hands for him to control when I speak or do things. Unfortunately, I'm not as important as his real mouth and hands. If I'm no longer needed, he can swap me out at any time or sacrifice me. This is not what I want. Li Mubai was quite surprised. He thought that the benefits he had given Yang Fan were things that every official dreamed of. Yang Fan had no reason to refuse, but Yang Fan simply didn't agree. This was truly out of his expectations and also out of the expectations of all the aristocratic bigwigs present. They had thought that such a generous reward could make Yang Fan tremble in fear and weep. However, Yang Fan's current attitude towards the position of Prime Minister was like a child playing with mud when compared to his great ability to govern the country. It was just like what he said just now, comparing poetry with the great ability to govern the country. It was just like a child playing with mud. The patriarchs and clan lords looked at each other, not knowing what to say. In the end, it was Li Mubai who calmed himself down and asked slowly, then what do you want? Yang Fan raised a finger and said, I only want one thing. Speak. Young Master Zhang's position. Everyone in the hall was stunned, but then they all broke into a smile. To them, Yang Fan's request was as laughable as Buddha hearing that the mischievous Sun Wukong had raised the banner of the great sage, heaven's equal, and wanted to sit on the Jade Emperor's throne. The group of white-haired, old men shook their heads with smiles, not even bothering to get angry. Why would they get angry if something was ridiculous to the point of being ridiculous? Li Mubai couldn't help but cough while suppressing his laughter. Erlang is a meticulous thinker with a calm temperament. I don't think he would make such a ridiculous request. Erlang, you're saying this because you want us to give you a guarantee, right? Don't worry, as long as you agree to our request. You will be one of us. All the old grudges between you and the Liu family will be nothing. As for young Master Zhang, he won't seek revenge and will do his utmost to protect you. Yang Fan shook his head. You misunderstand, Grand Elder Li. I am not joking. A prime minister's position cannot move me. In my eyes, a prime minister is just a lump of mud. Young Master Zhang has been in this position for long enough. It is time for a new person and a new atmosphere. Li Mubai's expression darkened. Absurd. How can the succession hall be controlled by you? Yang Fan said, seriously, how can I not feel that it is absurd for all the elders to use a lump of mud to exchange for my service? Only by controlling the succession hall can I make my own decisions without harming the interests of the aristocratic families. Only then can I maintain my freedom and do everything according to my heart. The sea can accommodate hundreds of rivers. If the aristocratic families are so exclusive, then I can only be like before. When my goal is the same as the aristocratic families, I can cooperate with them conditionally. At other times, I can do whatever I want without interfering with each other. I refuse to become a vassal without my own opinion. After saying these powerful words, Yang Fan's expression quickly became gentle again. He stood up and bowed to the elders in the hall. He said with a smile, "Today is Grand Elder Li's birthday. Since we can't agree, let's not discuss this matter for now. If I disturb Grand Elder Li's birthday because of this, I will be guilty. I hope that all the elders can discuss my proposal in detail after the banquet. Goodbye." After saying this, Yang Fan bowed again and walked out of the hall. With each step he took, he recited a verse. He blurted out a 5-character poem. The fetus transforms into a celestial body. The long cry is in the 9 high mountains. The clear cry of the sky reflects the frosty hair of the sun. 10,000 Li thinks of Liao Qua, 1,000 mountains gazes at Yutao. The fragrance condenses and disappears. The wind accumulates. When the phoenix climbs, the chickens think of a sudden. If the heaven responds, the fluttering wormwood flies. Yang Fan recited a verse and took a step forward. When he was halfway through, he had already left the hall. When the last verse, "If the heaven responds, the fluttering wormwood flies," reached the ears of everyone, his voice was spiraling, as if it really came from the 9th heaven. This fool, when others wanted to compete with him in poetry, he refused to say anything. Now he actually wrote a verse in 1 step. He wrote 12 verses at once. He was even more impressive than Chao Zijian. The opportunity to worship the prime minister was an official position that Yang Fan would never have a chance to reach in his life. But in his eyes, it was as unbearable as a lump of mud. Now he casually threw out such an even more amazing lump of mud, which made everyone dumbfounded. Only Ning Ku was beautiful with a little pride in her eyes. Chapter 598. The center hall of the Li family was also filled with guests. Although the people in this hall did not have the right to sit with the masters of the noble families, they were still famous people. If Yang Fan was not a guest specially invited by the Li family, he, as a 5th-rank official, would barely be able to sit at the end of the table. After Yang Fan came out of the back of the house, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he went to the center hall to drink. Many things did not need to be said clearly. A small gesture could subtly convey your meaning to the other party. Although Yang Fan had decisively refused the invitation of the noble families, he did not leave in a huff. This meant that his refusal was not because he was opposing the noble families, but because he was not satisfied with the conditions they offered. The hall was filled with guests drinking and chatting. Yang Fan went to the center hall and looked around. Just as he was trying to find an empty seat, the Chang and prefectural magistrate Lu Qietian stood up and waved at him with a smile on his face. "Yang Langzhong, come here, come here." Yang Fan responded with a smile and walked to Lu Qietian's side. Lu Qietian said with a smile, "Yang Langzhong, please sit." After he sat down, Lu Qietian poured him a cup of wine. The two drank first, then Lu Qietian turned his body and said in a low voice, "Erlang, you are too young and impetuous. When it comes to these noble families, we still have to be polite. Previously, you fought with the Lu family for a daughter, and already offended the Lu family. Today, because of your poem, you offended both Prince Chui and Li Zhang. This will have a great impact on your reputation and future. Lu Qietian's words were sincere and sincere. It was very different from the watertight and smooth official speech that he used when Yang Fan went to visit him a few days ago. Yang Fan could tell that he was sincerely advising him and was slightly surprised. Lu Qietian patted his shoulder and said sincerely, as an official, the most taboo is to show off. People like that, no matter how powerful their backers are, they can only be arrogant for a while. The way of the king was to make peace amidst the difficulties and create good karma, those who are not suitable to be enemies with those who cannot be enemies with, and those who do not have any interest in the relationship for the time being can all be friends. It doesn't matter if they are real friends or fake friends, but they cannot become real enemies. Yang Fan understood. Today, he had come to attend the Li family's birthday banquet. This matter could not be hidden. Even the emperor had sent people to congratulate him. Who knew how many high-ranking officials of the court had also sent people? How could they not see him at the Li family? What's more, there was also Lu Qientian, the empress's golden secret agent. When the empress had seized the position of empress and emperor, the Guanlong noble family and the Shandong noble family had always been a great obstacle to her. However, the power of these two aristocratic families was really too great. Even if she had a lot of tricks up her sleeve, she could only use drastic measures to slowly weaken these aristocratic families. For this domineering and tyrannical female empress, even if it was the imperial family, she would still kill them. However, she could only deal with these aristocratic families carefully, which made her even more fearful of them. She promoted the commoners of the Han clan in order to contend against the aristocratic families. She sent trusted aides like Lu Xiantian to Chang and to keep an eye on the aristocratic families. Since Lu Xiantian was the empress's trusted aide, his attitude towards the aristocratic families was naturally the same as the empress's. Yang Fan's disdainful attitude and hostility towards the aristocratic families in the back garden had already become Lu Xiantian's confidant. As the empress's loyal lackey, he would definitely report to the empress about Yang Fan's performance at the Li family today. In the information he had, Yang Fan was originally a high-ranking official of the Han clan that the empress thought highly of. Coupled with his hostile attitude towards the aristocratic families, he would definitely be favored and valued by the empress in the future. Then, according to his theory of making friends in the midst of difficulties, he naturally had to make friends with the empress in advance. Yang Fan's expression quickly became serious, and a trace of regret flashed across his eyes. He solemnly nodded and said, "You are right, Mr. Lu. Yang Fan was indeed reckless." His change of expression was seen by Lu Xiantian. Lu Xiantian's smile became more amiable and gentle. He patted Yang Fan's shoulder and comforted him. "Fortunately, what you did this time did not conflict with the aristocratic families. I think the elders of the aristocratic families will not take it too seriously. However, from now on, you must remember the rules of being an official and do not act recklessly." Yang Fan hurriedly nodded, grabbed the wine pot, and poured a cup of wine for Lu Xiantian. He raised the cup and sincerely thanked him. "I am young and inexperienced, so I do not know much about the affairs of the officialdom. From now on, I hope you can give me more advice." This young Fan was quite talented in acting. If he did not become an official, he might as well become a disciple of Master Rume. Perhaps he could even surpass her and become a great minister of the musical house. Ningke sat quietly on the bed with her legs crossed and her hands gently placed on her knees. A sandalwood incense was burning on the small table in front of the bed, and the smoke curled up, giving her pure and beautiful face a sense of holiness. She wore a snow-white dress as thin as a cicada's wing. The snow-white silk clung to her arms and back, faintly revealing her ivory delicate skin. Although Ningku was very thin, her skin was as white as snow. She was not too thin, but looked extremely thin and slender. As soon as a girl of the Dugu family was born, the female elders of the family would use a secret formula passed down from their ancestors to bathe her every day. This secret method consumed a lot of precious medicinal materials, and it did not stop until the girl was 7 years old. After using this formula, when the girl grew up, her skin would naturally be as smooth as satin, as white as snow, and as moist as jade, and would have a natural fragrance. Holding such a girl in his arms was really like holding a ball of warm jade and fragrance, extremely ecstatic. Even a mediocre girl with such a rare skin was qualified to be called a stunner in the world. The Dugu family was not the only aristocratic family in the Guanlong group, and the Dugu family was not one of the most powerful families in the Guanlong group, but only the Dugu family frequently produced empresses, and this was not without reason. However, this formula was only in the hands of the daughter-in-law of the Dugu family, and it was only passed on to the daughter-in-law, not the daughter. And only the daughter of the official wife of the Dugu family was qualified to use it. Even the daughter of the other branch of the Dugu family was not qualified to enjoy it. At this time, Ning Ku was meditating, and this was the yoga kung fu passed down to her by a Tiandu yogi. Her congenital chronic disease was difficult to cure, and she could not do other exercises because of her weak body, so she could only use medicine and this gentle yoga technique to regulate her body and mind. Although she was weak and thin, she was not emaciated, which was the credit of this technique. The sunlight came in through the window and shone on Ning Ku's bed. Ning Ku was meditating with her legs crossed, her long hair hanging down, and her graceful charm was like a flowing waterfall between the mountains and rivers. Her beautiful butterfly bones, sunken spine, small waist, and thin body formed a beautiful picture in the soft sunlight. The boat girl came to the girl's room, and after a moment of hesitation, she raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. There was no reply from the other side of the door, and the boat lady did not seem to expect an answer. She knocked on the door, waited for a moment, then gently opened the door and walked in. She stood by the girl's bedside and quietly said, "Yang Longzhong has arrived at the mansion." Ning Ku's eyelids moved slightly, and a pair of lacquered eyes were fixed on the boat girl, and there was a vague expression in her eyes. After helping the girl put on her clothes and put on her hair, the boat girl supported Ning Ku and slowly walked out of the boudoir. Ning Ku was also a lively and active girl when she was young. Later, because of her health, she gradually stayed indoors and became more and more indifferent. She seldom went out, even when she was not in her boudoir, and only occasionally sat on the railing of the building. When guests came to her house, she would not see them. She would only go out to greet the close relatives and elders of her clan when they came. She was born with a chronic disease that had been torturing her delicate body, but she would never show her illness in front of others. She was just lonely, living alone in the crowd, just like Chang, who lived alone in the Moon Palace. She was always cold and indifferent, with a cold temperament and a cold person. Except when she discussed the family's future and important decisions with her brother, the boat girl was the one who talked with her the most. But most of the time, they would not talk more than 5 sentences in a day. The boat girl had taken care of her since she was very young and had long regarded her as her own daughter. She was very sad to see her like this, but she could do nothing until Yang Fan appeared. Yang Fan's appearance was like an elixir. The boat girl found that whenever he appeared, the young miss would talk more, smile more, and be more interested in the things that the young miss usually did not care about. Therefore, when Yang Fan came to the mansion today, there was no need for Miss to receive guests at all. But after thinking for a while, the boat girl came to tell Mississippi sure enough, she was willing to see him. The boat girl was very happy, but she could not show it at all. Miss was delicate, and if she noticed it, she might not leave the boudoir. Little sister, Duguyu was sitting and chatting with Yang Fan in the flower hall. Seeing Ning Ku suddenly coming, he rushed forward to help her. But Ning Ku broke away from his hand without a trace. It was a very inexplicable reason. Everyone knew that she was weak, but she just did not want to appear weak in front of Yang Fan. Erlang is here. As soon as Ning Ku spoke, her voice was a little bitter because she had not spoken all day. Yang Fan smiled and saluted. Miss Ning Ku. Erlang, take a seat. Don't stand on ceremony. Ning Ku sat down in the seat next to Duguyu, glanced at Yang Fan with a smile, and praised happily. Erlang's poem, Crane Cries at the Nine Heights, was written in one step, and it shocked everyone. After coming back, Ning Ku specially recorded this poem and read it over and over again. I admire Erlang's talent and learning very much. Duguyu said with a smile, I just talked about this with Erlang. Awesome. Really awesome. Erlang walked too fast, so he didn't see the clan head's dumbfounded and shocked expressions. Ha! Yang Fan said with a smile. To tell you the truth, Brother Dugu and Miss Ning Ku, I knew that Grand Duke Li would give me a hint before the banquet, so I wrote this poem at home in advance to scare people. Ha! Speaking of poetry, I can do it, but it is impossible to write a poem in such a short time. Duguyu was stunned, and then laughed involuntarily. I knew it. I have been immersed in poetry since I was a child, but how can I be so impatient like Erlang? After going to the banquet, I was very depressed because of this. It turned out that Erlang had already written this poem. Ha ha! Erlang is really scheming. Ning Ku said sweetly. Then what about the banquet at Li's house? Ning Ku's voice was a little magnetic and hoarse at first, but after a few words, her vocal cords gradually relaxed and became clear and sweet. Yang Fan replied, slyly, that poem was also written a long time ago. When I was in Jiaoji, I once attended an elder's birthday banquet and wrote this poem to celebrate his birthday. Now that I am being bullied, I changed the poem a little and used it. Duguyu and Ning Ku were both stunned, and then laughed heartily. Duguyu laughed, but Ning Ku usually didn't speak much. When she laughed, she couldn't help coughing, but she still laughed even though she coughed. Standing on the side, the boat lady was so happy that she was about to cry tears of joy. She quickly turned her head and wiped her eyes with her sleeves when no one was paying attention. Duguyu laughed so hard that he was out of breath. He pointed at Yang Fan and laughed. You are so cunning. Ning Ku said, even if it was written a long time ago, it is still a good work. I wonder how long it took Erlang to write these two poems. Yang Fan said, as long as the poem is drawn up, all that's left is to carefully consider the specific wording and words so that the antithesis is neat, the tonal tones are alternating, and the rhyme is easy. It's just a word game. How much effort can be put into it? An hour should be enough. When Yang Fan answered, he had already taken a crystal pear from the fruit plate and quickly peeled off the skin with a knife. By the time he finished speaking, a pear had just been peeled. Ning Ku praised, Erlang has never cared much about poetry, but you have such attainments. It is much better than Xingyang Zheng used 10 days of writing a poem. Yang Fan said with a smile, for a real poetry master, I actually admire his wonderful words and sentences very much. However, Zheng Yu is a bookworm. His poems should always be lively, but his poems are very conventional. He only cares about the flat and tonal tones, and rhyme easily. There is nothing special about it. He is not the material for poetry. After saying that, Yang Fan peeled off the skin of the pear that was still attached to the flesh. He put the crystal-clear pear on a small plate and handed it to Ning Ku, saying, "This is good for your throat and cough." "Thank you, Erlang." Ning Ku gladly took it and sweetly took a bite. Dugu Yu and the boat lady looked at her, with a strange look in their eyes. Ning Ku was very clean. She never ate food that was handed to her. In addition, she was in poor health and her family was very particular about food, so she was even more picky about food. But when Yang Fan handed it to her, she ate it naturally. Ning Ku didn't notice that her reaction was abnormal today. She took a bite, and the faint sweetness of the ripe flesh flowed between her lips and teeth. It was sweet in her mouth and sweeter in her heart. Yang Fan didn't know that his casual action was unprecedented for Ning Ku. After handing over the pear, his joking expression gradually became serious, saying, "Despise the aristocrats of Shandong, invite Guanlong's wedding, and appease the imperial court. These 3 goals have been achieved. Next, it is time to give the aristocrats of Shandong a strong medicine, to force them to bow their heads and make concessions. Is this medicine ready?" Duguyu smiled and replied calmly, "Everything is going well. Don't worry, Erlang. I believe that in a few days, the result will be clear." Crack! Ning Ku took a bite of the crisp and sweet pear. Her smiling eyes turned into 2 crescent moons. Duguyu's answer was crisp, and Ning Ku's bite was also crisp. Chapter 599. In the Hall of Martial Achievement, Shanghai Wan-er was holding a memorial in her hand, lost in thought. Suddenly, she felt someone beside her. She raised her head and saw Wu Zetian quietly standing next to her. Wu Zetian looked even older, although her hair was still as black as ink. No matter how she took care of it, the drooping eye bags and wrinkled skin could not be hidden. However, although the old Wu Zetian had lost some of the spirited spirit of her youth, her calm bearing was more dignified. She quietly stood there, thinking about something. She seemed to be in a trance. Wan-er softly exclaimed. She quickly put down her brush and left her seat. She saluted to Wu Zetian. "Wan-er greets everyone." After the greetings, Wan-er glared at Little Hai, who was standing at the door. She lightly said, "Everyone is here. Why didn't you call me to greet you?" Wu Zetian gently waved her hand and said, "Don't blame him. I didn't let him say it." Wu Zetian walked to the back of the imperial desk and sat down. She leaned back on the thick and soft cushion, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Wan-er hurriedly signaled for Little Hai to bring a bowl of the Empress' favorite fermented rice. She walked behind the Empress and gently massaged her shoulders. She softly said, "Does anyone feel uncomfortable?" Wu Zetian softly sighed and slowly shook her head. Recently, there were too many things that were bothering her. The opportunity brought by the southern frontier's official purge was a fat piece of meat that couldn't be given up. Her 2 nephews, Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi, would come to disturb her every few days. Li Zhaoda and some other factions also constantly exerted their influence on her. Originally, Li Chuntai was her favorite place to go. However, Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, those 2 beauties, were also interested in this matter. Every time they went to Li Chuntai, they would beat around the bush and fight for opportunities for their families and allies. This caused Wu Zetian to lose interest in it. She was not afraid of the officials forming factions. It would be unimaginably strange if there were no such factions in the court. What she cared about was the imbalance. The role of the emperor was balance, and the value of the emperor lay in balance. Only by balancing the various powers could the various powers rely on her and submit to her, and only then could she give orders. Otherwise, if it was serious, it would affect her throne and rule. Even if it wasn't that serious, if the courtiers disobeyed her on the surface, but disobeyed her in secret, her thunderous words in the court would become drizzling rain when it reached the people, and it would be difficult for her orders to be carried out. However, it was difficult to strike a balance in this matter. That wasn't all. The barbarian officials and various leaders also learned from painful experiences. In the past 2 days, whenever they heard that there was a possibility of an official being appointed to their place, they would do everything they could to inquire about this person's identity, background, and character, and then they would run in front of her, weeping in front of her, obstructing her in places that weren't suitable or that weren't convenient. The Empress was in a hurry to stabilize the rule of the court in the western regions and consolidate the results of the court's recapture of the 4 garrisons of Anshi. She urgently needed the stability of the southern borders, but she couldn't turn a deaf ear to their requests. This caused the Empress to feel like she was besieged both internally and externally. Her energy was becoming less and less, and if she thought about things for too long, she would feel a headache. She was unable to think of a solution to these difficult situations. Moreover, the Zhang brothers' favor and interference in power had aroused the vigilance of the important officials of the court. The issue of the crown prince had also become a topic that they would frequently admonish the Empress about, causing Wu Zetian to feel even more exhausted. Wu Zetian casually picked up a memorial, and with her presbyopic eyes, she casually skimmed through it. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she said, "The supervising imperial censor of the Guanyi Road, Qiao Wenda, has accused Yang Fan of being lustful and staying in Chang. And what is going on?" "Oh, it is said that when Yang Fan went to Chang, and to bring Taiping back to the capital, he coincidentally met the only daughter of the Dugu family, Ningku, and fell in love with her at first sight. For her, Yang Fan even got into a dispute with Lu Binji, a direct descendant of the Lu family in Fanyang. The 2 sides fought fiercely, and for this, he even used force and mobilized the dragon guards to intimidate them. As one answered, a strange look flashed across her eyes, but her soft hands, which were rubbing Wu Zetian's shoulders, did not slow down in the slightest, and there was no change in the strength. She was still so gentle and steady. Humph! Wu Zetian was very displeased, and casually threw the memorial on the table. But then she thought again, and said, No, why did Yang Fan stay in Chang? And Wanner softly answered, Everyone is wise. Xiao Man was pregnant for 10 months and was about to give birth. She and Yang Fan were both orphans and had no relatives or elders at home. Xiao Man was adopted by Gongsun Bufan's wife, Aunt Pei, when she was a child and regarded her as a mother. So after she was pregnant, she moved to Chang, and so that she could live closer to her elders and take care of her. When Yang Fan finished his business in Nanjiang and rushed to Chang, and Xiao Man was already about to give birth. Yang Fan wanted to take care of his wife and wait for the birth of the child before returning to the capital, so he begged the princess to temporarily stay in Chang, and with the excuse of illness. After returning to the capital, the princess had already told Wan, the reason. Because everyone has been busy with the affairs of the state recently, Wan has not had time to report this matter to everyone. Wu Zetian suddenly understood and nodded, I see. Wu Zetian had always believed in the relationship between Yang Fan and her daughter, so she did not believe that Yang Fan would dare to flirt with other women under her daughter's eyes. In her view, since Yang Fan had a relationship with her daughter, then the female must also be Yang Fan. After all, her daughter was a descendant of the emperor. If Yang Fan was a greedy cat, it might be possible for him to have an affair. But it was impossible for him to make such a big fuss over a woman. There must be a secret. She could still accept this secret. Wu Zetian snorted and said, This Yang Fan has always looked down on the way of the emperor and ministers. He lacks respect for the emperor of the dynasty. If he had been honest and asked for my permission, I would not have been so unreasonable. Why did I have to put on so many pretense? At this time, Warner had changed from rubbing to hammering. She clenched her fists and gently hammered her shoulders. She sweetly said, "Yes, although this young Fan is a fifth-rank official, he is still a man of character. He has some of the habits of the marketplace and does not seem like someone from the bureaucracy. However, one feels that this kind of person is more worry-free than those scheming and calculating officials." At this time, Little Hai came in with a bowl of fermented rice. He tiptoed and placed it in front of Wu Zetian. He then glanced at Shanghai, Wan, and slightly lowered his eyelids. Wan understood, and her small fists hammered even faster. Wu Zetian closed her eyes in satisfaction and let out a long sigh. After a while, Fu Qingqing quietly appeared at the door. After Shanghai, Wan saw her, she went around to Wu Zetian's front and gently picked up the bowl of fermented rice. She softly said to Wu Zetian, "Everyone is working so hard for the state. Wan's heart aches seeing this. This fermented rice has been heated up. Everyone should drink a bowl. It will invigorate the blood, refresh the mind, and relax the muscles and arteries." Wu Zetian opened her eyes. She held Wan's hand and took a sip of the fermented rice. She raised her eyes and saw Fu Qingqing holding something that looked like a book. She was standing respectfully at the door of the hall and seemed hesitant to enter. She asked, "What is it?" Fu Qingqing quickly walked into the hall and bowed. "Sage, there is a secret memorial from Chang," and as soon as she came closer, Wu Zetian clearly saw that there were 2 yellow ribbons tied to the book in her hands. This was a secret book that only the emperor himself could read. As soon as she heard that she came from Chang, and Wu Zetian immediately sat up straight. Shanghai placed a paper knife and a pair of silver scissors in front of Wu Zetian, and then took 2 steps back to avoid suspicion. Wu Zetian checked the secret records on the book and confirmed that it had not been opened before. She then took the scissors and cut the yellow silk ribbon. She then used a small knife to cut open the wax seal and took out a secret book from within. She carefully read through it. This was Lu Zetian's secret letter. The secret letter described in detail the recent events in Chang, and including Li Mubai's birthday, the unusual enthusiasm of all the aristocratic families, and the fact that all the heads of the aristocratic families went to congratulate him. Wu Zetian's mouth twitched slightly. She knew that the aristocratic families would not give up this great opportunity to arrange a future for their descendants. However, she also knew that the royal family and the aristocratic families were both enemies and allies. They had things that they protected together and also things that they fought over. It was inevitable that the aristocratic families would benefit from it. How much she wanted them to benefit, without causing a strong backlash from the aristocratic families. This was what she, as the emperor, needed to consider. Wu Zetian continued to read and saw what the supervising imperial censor had mentioned. Because Lu Zetian was the person involved, he spoke in more detail than the supervising imperial censor, who was making groundless accusations. Because his memorial was a secret memorial, he did not need too many flowery words. He only needed to tell the emperor everything in detail. Therefore, Lu Zetian described everything in detail. He even described the scene at Furong restaurant, Lu Binji, Yang Fan, and the others' actions and expressions in detail. It was as if he was writing a novel. Wu Zetian could not help but laugh when she read. Next was the matter that the supervising imperial censor did not mention in the impeachment memorial. In his report, Lu Biantian described in detail what he had seen and heard at the Li Residence's banquet, as well as the various actions of the aristocratic families. He mentioned Yang Fan once again. When he mentioned that Yang Fan had only brought a box of longevity cakes and 2 longevity candles as gifts, Wu Zetian couldn't help but laugh heartily. Then she saw the conflict between Yang Fan and the 4 aristocratic families of Cui, Zhang, Wang, and Li. Wu Zetian slapped the memorial on the table and smiled at Shanghai Wanner. Yang Fan was born into a military family. What he hates the most is the babbling of scholars. They are too crude. Although Shanghai Wanner had not seen Lu Zetian's secret memorial, she knew everything about Yang Fan and Chang, and, however, she naturally could not show it. Therefore, she only responded casually with a confused expression. Wu Zetian did not explain. She only said, "Poetry conveys love, poetry expresses ambition, poetry reminisces about the past, and poetry makes friends." Confucius said, "There are 300 poems. In a word, they say, thinking is innocent. How can he belittle poetry to be worthless? This Yang Fan, is he not afraid of offending all the scholars in the world?" Although she was criticizing Yang Fan, Wu Zetian was beaming with joy. She loved to see aristocratic families suffer. Those aristocratic families were high up and looked down on everyone, whether it was the royal family of Li Tang or her, Wu Zetian. They had never been taken seriously by those aristocratic families. What Yang Fan had done was exactly what she wanted. Wanner smiled and responded, still looking confused. Wu Zetian laughed and handed the secret letter to her. She said, "Take a look, see what kind of shameful things he has done in Chang," and Wu Zetian handed over the secret letter. Without waiting for Wanner to finish reading, she said, "However, Yang Fan was born in a poor family. It is normal for him to dislike the actions of those aristocratic families who eat their fill all day long and only know how to talk big and act like they don't eat the food of the world." Looking at her appearance, she was happy from the bottom of her heart about the shameful things Yang Fan had done. Wanner pretended to look through the secret letter. She joked, this is really his usual style. When everyone asked him to work in the Ministry of Justice, didn't he make a name for himself in a few days? I heard that people in the officialdom call Yang Fan a hothead. A hothead is good. A hothead is good. If there are more hotheads in the world, it will be easier for me to govern. Wu Zetian said with a smile. She suddenly had an idea. She seemed to have found a way to untie and straighten out the mess that had been troubling her recently. In other words, she had found a sharp knife to cut through the mess. Chapter 600. After the birthday banquet at the Li Mansion, Yang Fan only went to the Dugu Mansion occasionally. The rest of the time, he stayed at the Gongsun Mansion with Xiao Man and anew ever since Yang Fan returned to Xiao Man's side. The child in Xiao Man's stomach was not as noisy as it was a few days ago. It was probably because his father was back and his mother was happy. Her mood was calm, and he was comfortable in her stomach. Occasionally, when he was happy, he would punch and kick to show off his existence. That was the happiest time for Yang Fan and his wife. They could feel the baby's every move and couldn't stop smiling. Although Xiao Man's due date was approaching, the specific time was still uncertain. The young couple was muddle-headed at the beginning. At first, Xiao Man didn't even know that she was pregnant. How could they be sure of the specific date of delivery now? The baby stayed firmly in his mother's belly and didn't look like he was about to be born. His mother, on the other hand, wanted to move. She was bored staying with her Langjun in the back garden of the Gongsun Mansion, so she pestered Yang Fan to take her out for a walk. Although she had a big belly, Yang Fan saw that it was easy for her to walk. He couldn't resist her repeated requests, so he took her to tour around Chang and city these days. Sometimes they went to the Great Mercy Temple and the Green Dragon Temple to watch the barbarians in the western region swallowing swords and spitting fire. Sometimes they went to the east and west markets to buy things. When they went out, Anu, and Xiaoman would also wear a fengli to cover their whole body like the noble women of Chang. And because Miss Gongsun also went with them, it only took a few days for the people who performed illusions in front of the Great Mercy Temple, and the peddlers who sold strange trinkets in the east and west markets to grasp a rule when a young and handsome man accompanied 3 women wearing Baili headgear to them. The man would generously tip them and casually buy a pile of junk. If the man was reluctant to spend money, the tallest of the 3, Baili women would yell at him. Therefore, Yang Fan soon became their most popular guest. While Yang Fan was wandering around with the 3 bored women, young Master Jiang had been staying in the Liu family's mansion, not going out at all. Under the setting sun, young Master Jiang carried a pot of toad hills, languishing, and slowly walked on the red leaves on the ground. The red leaves on the ground were as red as snow, and his white robe fluttered in the wind. Occasionally, he would also take a sip of wine from the pot. His slender back seemed rather lonely, because the original owner of the manor had retreated back to Fanyang with his family. The manor appeared very desolate. Young Master Jiang, who was slowly walking through it, appeared especially lonely. Although there was someone next to him, there was still a boundless loneliness that seeped out from his bones. The man following behind him was softly reporting, "We didn't get a single Arabian horse this year, because all the horse traders from the river region were captured by the Turkic tribes. The Khitan and Hueha horse traders who provided us with ordinary horses are getting closer and closer to Zhang-Yi. This year, the number of ordinary horses they provided us is 60% less than last year. Next year, I'm afraid it will be even less." The more the man spoke, the more fearful he became. He stealthily raised his head to glance at young Master Jiang's face. From behind, young Master Jiang's face was as calm as still water, without the slightest hint of anger. But young Master Jiang was like this when he was calm, and the same was true when he was angry. The man did not know if young Master Jiang had already flown into a rage, and his heart was filled with apprehension. Young Master Jiang calmly said, "Arabian horses are able to understand human speech, and they are loved by officials and generals. This isn't just a matter of income. It's also a link between us and the generals in the army. We can't let it go. As for ordinary horses, those Turkic and Hueha horse traders only care about profit. No matter how much Shenmu pays, as long as we pay 10% more than him, we might be able to snatch them back." "Yes." Seeing that young Master Jiang was not angry, the man inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, but he still felt a little bitter in his mouth. The 4 garrisons of Anqi were important routes to the east, and Shenmu had long ago established a relationship with the 10 western Turkic tribes. Even Great Chief Uzhail of the Turkic tribes had been able to replace Ashina Huzuro as the true Khagan of the 10 western Turkic tribes because of Shenmu's financial support. Now that the 4 garrisons of Anqi were in their hands, the 10 western Turkic tribes had returned to their homeland and were finally beginning to report back. And this report was the precious horses. Arabian horses were tall and mighty, and they were beloved by the generals of the great clans and clans. A precious horse was extremely difficult to buy, but the precious horses from the kingdoms of the western regions had all been monopolized by the Western Turks and ended up in Shenmu's hands. Not just horses, but camels as well. Camels were boats in the desert, and Shenmu's investment in the 10 western Turkic tribes had allowed him to monopolize 80% of the camel business in the western regions. Camels were not only the fastest and safest means of transportation for caravans traversing the deserts and plateaus, but the imperial court's army had also expanded to the 4 garrisons of Anqi, spreading its influence to the river regions, and the demand for camels was only increasing by the day. Arabian horses were excellent, but they were far too expensive. The Tang dynasty could not afford to equip them in large numbers, so the ordinary war horses for the army were still primarily Mongolian ponies. The Tang dynasty also raised horses, but they were far from enough to satisfy the demands of the army. Every year, they had to purchase large numbers of war horses from the Western Turks and Huayha. And in the years that Zhang Yi had spent roaming the western regions as a bandit, Xiao Fei had unwittingly established a relationship with the largest horse suppliers of the Western Turks and Huayha. Ever since young Master Zhang had lost the duel in Chang and been forced to abandon Chang and flee to Luoyang, these horse merchants who had worked with him for many years had switched sides to Shenmu's side. Just as young Master Zhang had said, this was not just a matter of massive income. Rather, it was the close relationship he could establish with the military and the major factions of the western regions through the horse business. With these things, he was the uncrowned king who could summon the wind and summon the rain. Without these things, who could he influence? Young Master Zhang seemed to understand that this matter was easier said than done. After slowly walking for a few moments, he said, "The urgent task at hand is to establish a new source of horses. Shenmu has been working hard in the western regions for many years, and now that he's in the limelight, we can't overshadow him for the time being. Let's establish a partnership with the Swanee, Shirway, and Shi tribes." At this point, young Master Zhang suddenly stopped and stared at the sky. After a long while, his face suddenly paled. Shenmu has gone to Goryeo. The two had fought in Chang, and for power, but to the great clans, it was no different from internal strife. After the duel, the great clans had acknowledged Shenmu's strength and young Master Zhang's defeat, but they had also punished Shenmu, banishing him to Goryeo to open up a trade route. But young Master Zhang suddenly thought of a frightening question. Would Yang Fan be content to stay in Goryeo? Did he go to Goryeo because he had no choice, or did he take the initiative? Thinking back to the various means he had used when he was in the western regions, if his investment in Uzhail, the great leader of the Turks, was still traceable, then his sending Zhang Yi to be a horse bandit was completely unrestrained. Who would have thought that his real purpose was not only to train a private army through war, but also to establish a relationship with the Turks and Huayha horse merchants? Given his habit of hiding his true intentions, he was probably going to Goryeo for the powerful forces in the northeast such as the Swanee, Shirway, and Shi tribes. The more young Master Jiang thought about it, the more frightened he became. His heart was burning and his palms were sweating. Seeing his extremely ugly expression, the person beside him said carefully, "I will immediately arrange for someone to contact the Swanee, Shirway, and Shi chiefs." Perhaps Shenmu may not have thought so far ahead. Young Master Zhang's neck seemed to be rusty. After a long while, he shook his head with difficulty and said, "Oxen and horses are an important business for us. If we abandon this business and find another way to make money, it is easy, but the connections we have built over the years will be wasted. All the powerful forces that we have connected because of this business will be cut off." Not only did his neck seem to be rusty, but his voice also seemed to be rusty, very rough, and unpleasant to hear. "You can try. If it is impossible, then turn to the southern border. Although the Sichuan and Yunnan horses are shorter, they have long legs. They are not as good as the Great Wan horses for short distances, but they are better for long distances. Based on our past friendship, they may not refuse. If Shenmu wants to trap me and completely destroy my business, it is impossible." Before he finished speaking, a person came from afar. Although he was not running, his strides were very large, and his speed was extremely fast, even faster than a normal person's running. Along the way, the scarlet maple leaves under his feet kept flying, as if there was a pair of wind and fire wheels under his feet. Along the way, there were raging flames. Young Master Luo Jing sent an urgent report from 800 miles on horseback. The person arrived in front of young Master Zhang and did not even have the time to salute, but hurriedly handed over a secret letter. Young Master Zhang hurriedly opened the secret letter and could not help but gasp. His hands began to tremble slightly. Empress Wu Zetian transferred Yang Fan to the heavenly official Yamen. He was appointed as the heavenly official Yamen and had the authority to know the heavenly official assistant minister. Since Wu Zetian ascended the throne, she changed the 6 departments of officials, household, rights, military, punishment, and works to the 6 departments of heaven, earth, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The heavenly official Yamen was the Ministry of Appointments. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the Ministry of Appointments was the head of the 6 departments of the Shangshu province. Yang Fan had been promoted. Young Master Zhang did not care about Yang Fan's promotion, nor did he care that he was transferred from the Ministry of Justice to the Ministry of Appointments. The problem was why he was promoted at this time. Why was he appointed as the heavenly official assistant minister? The heavenly official assistant minister was the acting heavenly official assistant minister. That meant that the Ministry of Appointments, the seal department, the merit department, and the examination department of the Ministry of Appointments were all under his control. He had the right to decide the appointment and dismissal, examination, promotion, conferment, and transfer of all the civil officials in the world. At this moment, Wu Zetian suddenly transferred Yang Fan to the Ministry of Appointments and gave him almost all the power in the Ministry of Appointments. What was her purpose? Young Master Zhang immediately thought of the imperial court, aristocratic families, and other forces that were in high spirits and were carrying out a great purge in the southern border. He immediately thought of the fat piece of meat that everyone was staring at with red eyes. The Empress was going to give this fat piece of meat to Yang Fan to divide. Chapter 601. Young Master Zhang was in a daze and only thought about the terrible consequences of Yang Fan taking control of this matter. He did not think that if Yang Fan took charge of this matter, many of the officials dispatched to southern border would be recommended and evaluated by Yang Fan. His control over southern border would also increase greatly. Moreover, Yang Fan and Shen Mu were allies. At that time, young Master Zhang's plan to create a new horse import channel in southern border would also become a bubble. Young Master, that person waited for a long time and did not see any movement from young Master Zhang. So he tried to call him. Young Master Zhang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Qin lost its deer, and the whole world chased it. This deer is now in the hands of Yang Fan. The deer is not his, but whoever he is willing to throw the deer at, that person will be able to eat a mouthful of meat. If this matter is not handled well, he will be smashed to pieces, and together with that fat piece of meat, he will be chewed to pieces by the jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. But if it is done well..." Young Master Zhang's face darkened. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, "I know. Call Yuan Tingyun to see me." That person heaved a sigh of relief and left. Young Master Zhang waved his hand to the person behind him and said, "You go, just do as we said just now." The person behind him cupped his fists, and like a gust of wind, he quietly left with the maple leaves on the ground. Young Master Zhang slowly raised his head and muttered to himself, "How can this be? Could it be that even God was helping him? I asked Qiao Wenda to write a memorial to impeach him, accusing him of lust and staying in Chang. And, with the Empress's usual cold style, he should be severely punished. But why he was not beaten back to his original state, but received such an important task? Although young Master Zhang was smart, he was limited by his status and did not understand the emperor's mind. He also misjudged the current situation. If the world was at peace and the court was calm, Yang Fan would abandon his official duties for his private interests. With how much Wu Zetian valued her empire, she would definitely not tolerate such a person and would punish him as a warning to others. However, In the current situation, Yang Fan's usefulness was far more useful to Wu Zetian than his mistakes. Therefore, if he had some flaws, it would make Wu Zetian feel that this person could be trusted. People with flaws were not scary. Wu Zetian was troubled by the fact that she couldn't solve this problem perfectly. At this time, Lu Xuantian handed over the secret report, and Yang Fan came into her sight. Thinking about his loyalty, his closeness to the Wu clan, his friendship with the southern tribes' chiefs, then thinking about his instinctive resistance and hatred towards the aristocratic families as a commoner's disciple, Lu Xiantian's report made Wu Zetian value and trust Yang Fan even more. Moreover, Yang Fan's relationship with the various powers in the competition was the most suitable for Wu Zetian's interests. Choosing Yang Fan to take on this heavy responsibility was inevitable. Therefore, it would be strange if Wu Zetian didn't want the hothead Yang Fan to take on this matter. For Duganinka, this was his design. For Wu Zetian, this was her own choice. She wouldn't find out that there was someone else's inducement. When the canal is formed, it will come naturally. Many aristocratic families had been using this method to induce the introduction and implementation of national policies that were beneficial to them. They had never openly opposed the imperial court and advocated their own ideas. Now, Duganinka was just using the same method on one person and one thing. Thinking of the increasingly disadvantageous changes in the situation, young Master Jiang felt more and more bitter in his heart. He couldn't help but raise the wine pot and take a big gulp. He had always been self-disciplined and temperate. Usually, he only drank tea and didn't drink wine. But now, he felt that everything tasteless in his mouth except for this wine. Although the strong wine only tasted bitter when it entered his throat, it was the only thing he could swallow. Yuan Tingyun hurried over and stood beside young Master Jiang. Young Master Jiang's slender fingers clenched the wine pot as if he was tightly strangling someone's throat. He said, "Kill Yang Fan, quickly!" In the Zhongnan Mountains, there were 1,000 peaks and a deep and elegant valley. In an unknown and elegant valley, there were a few houses built with bamboo and wood, surrounded by fences. There were chickens and geese walking leisurely in the yard. The sky was clear and blue. The geese flying south swept across the sky like a boat gliding on the blue sea. In the distance, there was the sound of a flute. In front of the bamboo fence, there was a big tree. In front of the tree, purple chrysanthemums were either in bud or in full bloom, painting the picture of late autumn with the most gorgeous color. In front of the tree, there was a flat rectangular stone with a chessboard on it. On both sides of the stone, there was a person sitting cross-legged on a futon, playing chess. Both of them were very old, with white hair and white beards. They wore loose and comfortable white shirts with a pair of wide black trousers. The two old men looked like a pair of mountain hermits playing chess for fun. However, they didn't move the chess pieces in their hands and only whispered to each other. If Yang Fan were here, he would immediately recognize the old man on the left as Li Mubai of the Longxi Li clan. The one on the other side was the lord of the Xingyang Zheng clan. Elder Zheng's tone was very solemn, but the thick wrinkles on his face made it difficult to bring out any lively expressions. Yang Fan has been transferred to the position of Heavenly Official Minister, Assistant Minister of Heavenly Official. The demotion, appointment, and removal of officials below the third rank will depend on his hands. It seems the Empress wants to throw the hot potato of the southern border to Yang Fan. Li Mubai stroked the black chess piece in his hand and said slowly, if it was only the appointment and removal of a position, it could be decided by the Ministry of Appointments. But now that there are so many vacancies in the southern border, the Emperor himself will definitely ask about it. Elder Zheng raised his white brows and said unhappily, "Of course I understand. although the matter has been handed over to Yang Fan. The list he provides must satisfy the emperor and all other parties before it can be implemented. But since he is in charge of this matter, it will be more convenient than others. 70% of the vacancies in the southern border will inevitably be divided among the various powers. Everyone is well aware of this. What's left is the 30% gap. There are too many variables in this 30% gap. Therefore, regardless of the gains or losses, it's all within an acceptable range. And it's precisely this 30% gap that's the key to disrupting the balance. Aren't we fighting for these gaps? Young Master Jiang was the first to know that Yang Fan was about to be appointed as a doctor of the heavenly official mansion, and had the right to know the position of assistant minister of the heavenly official mansion. Then came the other aristocratic families. At this time, the Zhongguan who delivered the decree was still on his way to Chang, and so Yang Fan did not know. In such matters, the efficiency of the officials would always be ranked last. Elder Zheng immediately came to discuss this matter with Li Mubai as soon as he heard the news. Li Mubai lowered his eyes and said slowly, "What is Elder Zheng's opinion?" Elder Zheng leaned forward and said in a deep voice, "Then negotiate with Yang Fan." Li Mubai chuckled and said, "Elder Zheng, Yang Fan's appetite is too big. What he wants is the Lord of the Obvious sect." Elder Zheng's face darkened and said, "In my opinion, that Lu Binmi should have given up his position long ago. What has he done since he was in charge of the succession hall? The so-called hidden sect was only in charge of some matters that the obvious sect should not be involved in. It was just a few hidden characters under him. What about now? Not only are they on equal footing with him, but they have even surpassed him. Lu Binmi is obstinate and self-opinionated. He has high standards but low abilities. It is difficult for him to take up this heavy responsibility." Li Mubai held the chess piece and smiled lightly without a word. This could be said by others, but not by him, because Shen Mu was nurtured by him. But he didn't expect Shen Mu to be so capable. He only appreciated this junior and bestowed him a lake. Who knew that this kid had painstakingly managed it for so many years and actually turned the lake into a sea? But in the eyes of outsiders, they couldn't help but think that he had been planning and supporting behind the scenes, intending for Shen Mu to steal young Master Zhang's authority. Therefore, he had to avoid suspicion at this time. Elder Zheng saw that he smiled and didn't reply. He angrily threw the white chess piece in his hand onto the chessboard and said angrily, "You and I have been friends for many years. Do you still have to be afraid of me? You old thing, say something." Li Mubai gave a long sigh and said, "Elder Zheng, you should be clear what it means once Yang Fan sits in this position. He will control enormous wealth and power. Also, he will not only have to be responsible for the aristocratic families, but also for the succession hall, this semi-independent existence. Therefore, all of his decisions, under the premise that it does not affect the interests of the aristocratic families, he can make his own decisions. We cannot control him at all times. This is different from the Prime Minister. All of the power of the Prime Minister comes from the Emperor and the court. He can be removed at any time and replaced with another person. But the person who becomes the sect leader of the Xian clan can control enormous personal power. It is fine if it is a short period of time, but once it is long enough, not only will he become part of it, his children and grandchildren will become an important part of it. He is not one of us, but he will definitely have a powerful family that is rooted in the succession hall. How can we ensure that his family will always have the same interests as us and will always be used by us? Then we will make him one of us." A loud voice suddenly sounded from the side. Li Mubai and Old Zheng paled in fright and suddenly turned their heads to look. This place might seem like a hut for hermits in the mountains, but the perimeter had long been cleared of people. The two of them were discussing business here. There could not be a single person within 3 li of them, unless one cultivated the all-seeing eye and wind-hearing, who could see their shadows and hear what they were saying. Turning his head to look, he saw an old man with a white beard walking towards them with a walking stick in his hand. This old man's body was very robust. Li Mubai and Old Zheng sighed in relief at the same time. The person who had come was the leader of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Li Mubai frowned and said, "Old man, why have you come? Be careful not to let the eyes and ears of the court find out, and raise their guard." Old Wang snorted heavily. Leaning on his walking stick, he walked in front of them and said, "If this old man doesn't come, do you think you 2 old fellows will be able to argue here? You are not in a rush. If you miss this chance, you will have other chances. But my Wang family places great importance on this chance and sees it as a key to the Wang family's rise again." What Old Zheng cared about was how to make Yang Fan one of their own. He hurriedly asked, "Old Wang, tell me, how do we make him one of our own?" Geezer Wang mumbled, "Isn't that simple? This old man still has more than a dozen little granddaughters. We can just randomly pick one to marry to him, and then wouldn't he be one of us?" Chapter 602. Old Man Zheng's eyes lit up. Marriage was indeed a good idea. The purpose of a marriage alliance was not the marriage itself. It did not matter if the relationship between the husband and wife was good or not, but through this action, others would see them as a whole. This was the reason why Xue Xiao's 2 elder brothers had been put to death. In this era, where families were the basic units of society, marriage and kinship were undeniably the strongest alliances. Later on, there was a gifted scholar named Li Shangyin. He was a student of Linghu Chu, an important member of the Ox clique, but he married the daughter of Wang Maoyuan, an important member of the Li clique. Even though he had never done anything hostile to the Ox clique, he was regarded as a member of the Li clique. After the Ox clique gained power, they tried their best to suppress him. Li Shangyin had a body full of talent, but he was never able to display it in his life. Although the aristocratic families were arrogant, it wasn't that they never married people outside of the 5 surnames. It was just that most of their children would only marry within the 5 surnames. Hearing this idea, Elder Zheng was delighted. He quickly invited Elder Wang to sit down and excitedly discussed the matter of finding a son-in-law. It was no wonder that Old Wang was anxious. The Wang clan of Taiyuan was one of the first clans to become a first-rate aristocratic family. Wang Yun of the Eastern Han Dynasty had used his efforts to turn the tide for the country and the people to promote the Wang clan to become a renowned family. From then on, the winds and clouds changed, but the Wang family still stood tall until the current dynasty suffered another great calamity. Gaozong, Li Ji's Empress Wang, was the daughter of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Hence, after Wu Zetian came to power, the Wang family was suppressed the most. If not for this, even though Lai Junqian was arrogant, he would not have the guts to forcefully marry the daughter of the Wang family. For this reason, the Wang family of Taiyuan needed this opportunity more urgently than the other aristocratic families. Elder Wang said proudly, "We established the succession hall to help the other aristocratic families, not to let them use the power of the aristocratic families to kill each other and fight for power. Now, the obvious sect and hidden sect are like fire and water, and Yang Fan is on good terms with the hidden sect. If he were to become the head of the obvious sect, the obvious and hidden sects would be a harmonious family, and we would be able to avoid internal conflicts." Li Mubai sighed and said, "If Yang Fan becomes the son-in-law of an aristocratic family, what will the emperor think? Will he still entrust this important task to him?" Mr. Wang and Mr. Zheng who were discussing excitedly, were startled at the same time. Could it be that they wanted Yang Fan to imitate Lai Junchen and forcefully marry as a cover? But this way, in the eyes of the world, a fake forced marriage would become a real forced marriage. The Wang family had already lost face once. Could they afford to lose face a second time? Li Mubai added, in addition, there is another problem. How do we explain to the Liu family? Although the succession hall was powerful, it was also fragile. It is said to be powerful because it has us aristocratic families secretly providing it with financial, material, manpower, and all kinds of support. That is why it possesses great power. It is said to be fragile because the entire succession hall, no matter if it is the obvious sect or the hidden sect, they all rely on the aristocratic clans to support them from behind the scenes. The core members are all from the various aristocratic clans. Therefore, they have to protect the interests of their clans first before the succession hall. Once they infuriate the Liu clan, would the Liu clansmen in the succession hall agree? The anger on Mr. Zheng's face gradually faded. He pondered for a moment and said with uncertainty, since the succession hall is formed by the elites from the various aristocratic clans, of course, the capable ones should be promoted and the mediocre ones should be relegated. Liu Binmi's skills are not as good as others. If we ask him to step down, I believe the Liu clan will have nothing to say. Li Mubai shook his head and said, this is deceiving oneself and others. If Liu Binmi is mediocre and incompetent and asks him to step down, the Liu clan will have nothing to say. However, Liu Binmi's way of doing things might not be brilliant, but he didn't make a huge mistake. The Liu clan had just retreated back to Fanyang due to their oath. If we remove Liu Binmi's authority now, what will the Liu clan think? Mr. Zheng's face sank and didn't say anything. Li Mubai continued, you all know how powerful the Liu clan is. Among the aristocratic clans in Shandong, the Liu clan is currently ranked second. There are countless small clans that are attached to the Liu clan. If our actions incite a strong backlash from the Liu clan, the alliance of the aristocratic clans in Shandong will collapse. Do you think the Empress will let go of such a good opportunity? Mr. Zheng and Mr. Wang looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. Mr. Wang asked, then what good plan do you have? Li Mubai threw the chess piece back into the chess box and frowned. I still haven't thought of it. Yang Fan accompanied Xiao Meng around Chang, and for a few days, the baby in her belly began to grow restless again. Yang Fan didn't dare to bring her around anymore. These 2 days, the young couple settled down and only stayed in the Gongsun mansion. Unexpectedly, even though Yang Fan didn't go out, the number of people who came to visit suddenly increased. There was an endless stream of distinguished guests coming and going. Most of them were descendants of the aristocratic clans of the Guanlong group. Although the Guanlong group started with military merits, it had only risen for a short time, and its foundation was still lacking. However, the core figures of the Guanlong group today were the 4 families of Guanzhong, Wei, Pei, Lu, and Shui. These 4 families were also 1,000-year-old families. The Wei clan of the capital Zhao was now the leader of the Guanlong group, even though it was dead, but not dead. The Pei clan of Hedong was the most famous family in the world. Among the 100 families, the 4 families are first. Among all the clans in the world, there is no one like the Pei clan. Although the Guanlong group as a huge group had declined, the Wei clan of the capital Zhao, the Pei clan of Hedong, the Lu clan of Hedong, and the Shui clan of Hedong were all aristocratic families that existed long before the formation of the Guanlong group. It was only after the rise of the Guanlong group in Guanzhong that they became important members. Now that the huge group was declining day by day, the vitality of these aristocratic families was still there. They wouldn't decline so easily. In fact, These aristocratic families could completely get rid of the Sunset group that had become a burden. However, once the group declined, they would be alone and would definitely not be able to compete with the aristocratic families of Shandong. As the saying went, it was better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a cow. They still fantasized that the Guanlong group could rise again and were unwilling to give up on their efforts to revive the Guanlong group. Naturally, they wanted to have some contact with Yang Fan. However, the people who had been visiting the Guanlong family these past few days were mostly the younger generation of the Guanlong family. First, it was a matter of their foresight. Although they had already sensed that Yang Fan was a key figure, they had yet to estimate how useful he would be. Second, judging from the storm at Grand Duke Li's birthday banquet, Yang Fan had already become enemies with the aristocratic families of Shandong. Naturally, it would be easy to recruit them. There was no need for the elders to lower themselves to befriend them. Gongsun Bufan's wife, Aunt Pei, was a member of the Pei family. Although in the Pei family, Aunt Pei's branch was just a side branch and wasn't an important figure, the younger generation of the Pei family's main branch often came to visit this distant aunt. After visiting Aunt, he would go find Yang Fan for a chat. Clearly, he had ulterior motives. How astute was Madame Pei? She sensed that something was wrong when her family visited for several days. Early this morning, her nephew, Pei Chiuli, came to the Gongsun residence again. He first went to the temple to see Aunt before going to find Yang Fan for a chat. Madame Pei stopped him and said, "Chiuli, tell Aunt the truth. Why have you been visiting frequently these days?" Pei Chiuli was a young man who had just reached his 20s. When he heard Aunt's question, he stood still with his hands by his side and answered, "Uncle has never liked to involve himself in aristocratic family matters. Thus, Father has instructed that if Aunt doesn't ask, there is no need to mention it. Now that Aunt is asking, nephew does not dare to not answer. In a few days, there will be a decree from the court. Yang Fan will be transferred to the heavenly official Yamen and will be the assistant minister of the heavenly official." Madame Pei's brows twitched, and she said disapprovingly, "So, what?" Although the Ministry of Appointments is the Yamen for selecting officials, it cannot cover the sky with one hand. Those above third rank must be chosen by the emperor himself. Those above fifth rank must be approved by the prime minister. Those below sixth rank must be reported to their subordinates for review. Yang Fan has become the Minister of Appointments. Is he worth the Pei family's currying favor with? Pei Chiuli smiled bitterly. If you want to say currying favor, it is not so. Nephew has always liked his character and wanted to associate with him. Moreover, Anne is focused on Buddhist cultivation and is unaware of the changes in the world. The southern border, now. Pei Chiuli told Aunt Pei everything that happened in court today from beginning to end. He added, "Coincidentally, this fifth-rank official, Yang Fan, has become one of the key figures. Although the weight of a steelyard is small, it can weigh 1,000 caddies. Thus, he cannot be treated as a lump of iron." Aunt Pei finally understood. Since this matter involved her own family, even though she had been focused on Buddhist cultivation and her temperament had become more tranquil, she could not ignore it. Aunt Pei thought for a moment and said, "Yang Fan is a very alert person. Although he does not know the details, there have been many aristocratic children visiting him in the past 2 days. He must have his own considerations. If you want to build a relationship with him and slowly develop your relationship, I am afraid others will beat you to it. It is better to talk to him openly." Pei Chiuli and Yang Fan had a good time these past few days. Unfortunately, they had not been able to talk about the main topic. He was still young and had the loftiness of an aristocratic child. He was somewhat ashamed to talk about it. Now that he had received his aunt's advice, he made up his mind. He bowed deeply and said, "Aunt's teachings are correct. Nephew knows what to do." However, nephew is not the only one around him. It is difficult for nephew to talk about the main topic in front of so many people. Aunt Pei said, "Since that is the case, come early tomorrow as usual. Aunt will create an opportunity for the two of you." Pei Chili was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, Aunt." The Gongsun family had guests coming and going. Most of them were people who had never visited before. In contrast, the Dugu family, which they occasionally visited in the past, did not make any movements. When Miss Ning Ku, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, heard the news of the Guanlong group's children visiting the Gongsun residence, Miss Ning Ku only smiled and looked a little proud, like a little fox who had stolen 2 chickens. In the Lu residence, young Master Jiang stared at Yuan Tingyun, who was kneeling in front of him with a gloomy face. He knocked on the table and said in a deep voice, "It has been 2 days, and you have not made any movements. Are you going to disobey my words?" Yuan Tingyun said with a bitter face, reporting to young master. This lowly one immediately made preparations after young master gave the order. However, Yang Fan has not left the residence for the past 2 days. This lowly one inquired and heard that his wife is about to give birth, and the fetus is moving frequently. Yang Fan has been guarding the residence every day and has not left. "Then let's go and kill him," young Master Jiang said coldly. He turned to Lu Boyan, who was sitting in the corner, and said, "Elder Lu, please go with us. We must kill Yang Fan." Chapter 603. A candle like the moon shone bright and soft light on the head of the bed. Yang Fan leaned over the bed and looked at it with awe. In front of him was a big round meatball. The meatball would occasionally move slightly, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the left. Every time it moved, Yang Fan's face would show surprise, curiosity, happiness, and joy. Xiao Man was lying on the bed with a soft cushion behind her. There was a sweet smile on her face as she gently stroked her belly. She was afraid to block her Longjuan's sight, so she only gently stroked the edge of her belly. "What's the little guy doing inside?" Yang Fan asked curiously. At this time, Yang Fan was not a righteous Jianghu ranger, nor was he a powerful minister of the court. He was grinning from ear to ear, and his words were full of childishness. Xiao Man slightly frowned and guessed, "I feel the little guy is gently tapping with his fingers, one by one, like a chick pecking an eggshell." "Ouch! What's wrong?" Yang Fan became nervous, but Xiao Man giggled. "This kid kicked me." As she laughed, her belly trembled, and the little fellow in her belly seemed to be excited, punching and kicking here and there. Yang Fan gently placed his hand on Buchi's belly, feeling the little fellow's powerful punches and kicks. He first beamed with joy, then said nervously, "The little fellow is making a lot of noise tonight. Do you want to find a doctor to take a look?" Xiao Man didn't care and said, "No need. When you were not here a few days ago, the little guy was even more noisy than now. I think I'm about to give birth. Don't worry, Auntie has already invited a doctor and a midwife to the house. If something happens here, they will come at any time." Only then did Yang Fan feel relieved. He turned around and took a bowl of supper from the small table. It was a bowl of red date and chestnut porridge, and the rice used for the porridge was luching rice. The rice was as green as white jade, and the porridge was like milk, shiny and fragrant. Yang Fan adjusted the porridge with a spoon and said to Xiao Man, "It's not hot anymore. Here, have some." Xiao Man put down her clothes to cover her belly, got up and took the bowl of porridge from Yang Fan, and ate the porridge bit by bit. Since she was pregnant, Xiao Man's appetite had become amazing. Her appetite was at least twice as big as before. Yang Fan naturally wanted her to eat more. Yang Fan happily watched as Xiao Man finished the small bowl of porridge. He took the small bowl, with a smile, and handed a wet towel to her to wipe her mouth. Xiao Man's meticulous consideration made her heart sweet. After eating supper, the two of them sat on the bed and whispered for a while. A third of the red candle on the bedside had burned out. Xiao Man yawned. Seeing that she was tired, Yang Fan immediately said softly, "It's getting late, you should rest." "Okay." Xiao Man, who was nestled in his arms, rubbed her head against his chin like a lazy cat. Yang Fan helped her to sleep carefully and put a small cushion under her calf. Her calf was a little swollen because of pregnancy, so she had to put a small cushion under her calf when she slept. This was the method that Aunt Pei told Yang Fan. Otherwise, this young man who was about to become a father wouldn't know these things. "Okay, have a good rest." Yang Fan gently kissed Xiao Man's smooth forehead and gently put down the curtain. Through the thin curtain, he saw Xiao Man looking at him with a sweet smile. Yang Fan gently blew out the candle and walked out of the door. Outside the door was the side room. Two middle-aged maids were sitting in the side room. As soon as they saw him come out, they quickly stood up and respectfully sent him off. Aunt Pei was worried that the young maids were sleepy, so she specially sent two middle-aged maids who were vigilant and had given birth to children to take care of Xiao Man's daily life. "Thank you for your trouble." As usual, Yang Fan politely greeted the two of them. Then he passed through the side room and walked outside. The pregnant woman had a big belly, so she often had to sleep on her side. The husband was also young, so he couldn't sleep well. It was bad to bump and bump. So, according to Aunt Pei's instructions, Yang Fan was deprived of the right to sleep with his wife. But as long as it was beneficial to his wife and child, Yang Fan would naturally carry it out. He didn't dare to go against it in the slightest. Yang Fan walked out of Xiao Man's room, but he didn't immediately go back to rest. Pacing around the deep autumn pond, stepping on the frosty moonlight, Yang Fan held his hands behind his back, and his mind gradually calmed down. It was the Dugu family's doing to instigate the southern barbarian leaders to interfere with the officials stationed there. How could the Dugu family not pay attention to every move in the capital? At the same time that young Master Jiang received the news, the Dugu family also received the news. Soon after, Yang Fan also received the news. Although the official who passed the decree had yet to arrive, Yang Fan already knew that he was about to go to the Ministry of Personnel and take over this hot potato from the Empress's hands. He already had a plan on how to resolve this matter, but he was still lacking the most important thing: Shandong's aristocratic family's compromise. Make contact with the Guanlong Corporation. The Dugu family was originally a member of the Guanlong Corporation. They knew better than anyone that the Guanlong Corporation's decline was already a foregone conclusion. Unless the Guanlong Corporation was on its last breath and still had a certain amount of influence in the military, they would immediately cause chaos in the world and 72 rebellious emperors. Only then would they have a place to use their skills. Otherwise, no one would be able to reverse their decline. Furthermore, Yang Fan had been maintaining a close relationship with the Succession Hall's hidden sect, which meant that he was maintaining a close relationship with the aristocratic clans of Shandong. He couldn't possibly abandon this powerful ally and form an alliance with a group that was destined to decline. During Li Taigong's birthday banquet, he had ridiculed the aristocratic descendants with the goal of winning the admiration of the martial Guanlong Corporation. If Zheng Yu, Cui Yi, Wang Xiyuan, and the others hadn't initiated the provocation, Yang Fan would have found another opportunity, including the information that he was about to become a key figure in the allocation of the southern border's official vacancies to the various aristocratic families of the Guanlong Corporation. All of this was planned by Dugu Yu and him. Attracting the Guanlong Corporation's recruitment was to exert pressure on Shandong's aristocratic families. Exerting pressure on Shandong's aristocratic families was the ultimate goal of combining with Shandong's aristocratic families. Refuting the aristocratic descendants of Shandong's aristocratic families and winning the admiration of the martial Guanlong aristocratic families was still the goal of Shandong's aristocratic families. Such a small conflict would never be placed in the eyes of those experienced and profit-oriented elders of Shandong's aristocratic families. It wouldn't result in an irreconcilable conflict. Yang Fan had always paid attention to this sense of propriety. At present, whether it was the Guanlong Corporation or the aristocratic families of Shandong, they all knew that the opportunity in the southern border that they coveted was largely dependent on Yang Fan. However, the Guanlong Corporation had only sent some juniors who didn't have the face to make friends with him. From this, one could see how slow they were in politics, how short-sighted they were, and how lacking they were in courage. As for the fact that Shandong's aristocratic families hadn't taken any action yet, in Yang Fan's opinion, it was actually a good thing. During Li Taigong's birthday banquet, he had already met with the leading figures of the various aristocratic families and made his attitude clear. Shandong's aristocratic families really didn't need to send some juniors who couldn't make decisions to make friends with him. Shandong's aristocratic families either didn't show up, or when they did, they had already decided to compromise with him. It was a closely linked plan without too much scheming or calculation. It was completely based on taking advantage of the situation, changing the entire environment and conditions, forcing the other party to make such a choice. When they made such a choice, they would only think that it was the objective situation that led to such a result, and they wouldn't realize that someone was manipulating it. However, Yang Fan had always thought that this ingenious method, which was like cooking a small fish, was designed by Du Guyu, who was known for his meticulous planning. He had never thought that it was Miss Ning Ku who looked so delicate that she would sweat every time she took a few steps. Yang Fan raised his head with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the bright moon on the horizon. He secretly calculated in his heart, the imperial court's edict will arrive soon. How will Shandong's aristocratic families decide? What he didn't know was that because of this matter, the aristocratic families of Shandong were now in frequent contact with each other, but they still couldn't come up with a plan that could satisfy all parties. Those old men were so anxious that they were about to slam the table and curse. The path beside the pool rustled. Hearing the sound, Yang Fan looked over and happened to see a beautiful figure slowly walking over. A trace of a smile appeared on the corner of Yang Fan's mouth. He stepped forward to greet her. "Are you having a sword fight with Miss Gongsun again? She simply takes pleasure in torturing me." Anu looked angry. As soon as she saw Yang Fan, she complained to her man. "She bullied me like this. Why didn't you help me? Teach her a good lesson, and let her know that there is always someone better than her. You don't know how hateful it is when she triumphs over me every time." Anu originally didn't want to compete with Gongsun Lanji again, but she couldn't resist her repeated begging. As a result, it was inevitable that she would be tormented. Yang Fan laughed and said, "She is a woman. It's not fair to win. Besides, she knows that your swordsmanship is not as good as hers. She forced you to fight again and again to force me to support you. I just don't fight with her. If I don't fulfill her wish, I will win even if I lose." "Win my ass." Anu pouted coquettishly. She raised her leg and stepped on his foot. "Do you feel proud that I am bullied by her?" "Not really." Of course, Anu didn't feel any pain when she stepped on him. She just wanted to act coquettishly in front of her man. So Yang Fan didn't dodge. He just opened his arms and gently hugged her. He said with a smile, "I just like it." Anu was furious. She stared at him and said, "Like? You like me being bullied?" Yang Fan held her shoulders and said softly, I like you complaining to me. I like you looking for me to support you. I like you acting like a little girl. Anu pushed him with her elbow. She didn't listen to his sweet words. She demanded in a domineering manner, Don't. You help me defeat her. Help me vent my anger. Otherwise, don't touch me in the future. Really? What will happen if I touch you? Yang Fan pretended to be a pervert. He lifted her delicate chin in a flirtatious manner. Her innocent, charming, and cute little face was completely presented in front of him. The moonlight covered her pretty face with a layer of gauze. Her facial features were slightly hazy, but her eyes were as bright as the stars. Yang Fan's vision was filled with her soft and charming eyes. He couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. He slowly leaned down. Anu's face was slightly red. Her pigeon-like chest rose and fell slightly. Her plump lips opened and closed slightly. Her pair of bright and beautiful eyes shyly closed. In front of Miss Gongsuan's long sword, she was defeated. In front of Yang Fan's intimacy, she was simply a captive and female slave. The pond rippled slightly. A few birds suddenly broke through the surface of the water. Yang Fan's lips were only an inch away from Anu's cherry lips when she suddenly pushed them away. Yang Fan was surprised. Is the female slave going to rebel tonight? Chapter 604. Someone is coming. Someone is coming from the forest. Tin Ano pushed Yang Fan away and said hurriedly. She still had a sword on her waist. She had just fought with Miss Gongsun, so she unsheathed her sword. It was not a big deal that someone was coming. This was the Gongsun family, so it was inevitable that some servants would pass by. Although it was inappropriate to be intimate at this time, it was suspicious if someone came from the forest. It was nighttime. Even if it was not nighttime, the servants of the Gongsun family would not pass through the forest instead of taking the road. Anu just walked along the forest path and did not disturb any birds. The birds also knew that there were often people passing by on the road, so they chose to rest in the forest. Now that the birds were startled, someone must have sneaked into the forest. The Tian Ai knew was young Master Zhang's maid and bodyguard, and she often carried out assassination missions for him. So she was very alert to such things. Yang Fan did not notice anything strange when he noticed the birds flying across the pond, but the Tian Ai knew had already sensed danger. Tin Ano drew her sword. Seeing that they had been exposed, the people sneaking in the forest quickly jumped out. For people, tall, short, fat, thin, old, middle-aged, young, all had their own characteristics. The most special thing was the things in their hands. Under the moonlight, the first one was a short and fat old man with a bamboo pole in his hand. It seemed that he was going to fish by the pond. The bamboo pole swayed, and a faint brilliance suddenly flashed under the moonlight. There was a line on the pole, but no one knew if there was a hook on the end of the line. Although the moonlight was like frost, it could not be seen clearly. The second person was a middle-aged woman. She stood there with her hands empty, just on the left side of Yang Fan and Tin Ano. Her arms were hanging, and no one knew whether she intended to fight the enemies with her bare hands or she did not take out another weapon. The third person blocked the retreat of Yang Fan and Tin Ano. He held a pair of Kuei Xing pens in his hands and looked at them covetously. The Kuei Xing pens were made of fine steel and were very dazzling under the moonlight. The fourth person stood on their right. He was tall and burly, and he clenched his fists tightly. Similarly, he did not hold any weapons. Strange weapons were rare, and not many people practiced them. However, once they succeeded in practicing them, they would definitely have something special about them. Therefore, when Yang Fan looked at the four people's postures, he felt a sense of danger in his heart. 4 kills of heaven and earth. Tin Ano cried out in shock. The four men were about to surround and attack, but when they heard Tin Ano's words, they turned to look at Tin Ano and couldn't help but turn pale with fright. "Miss Anu, you're alive." Before he could finish his words, Yang Fan had already moved. No matter who they were, with this posture, it was obvious that they wanted to kill. Therefore, when he saw the four people surrounding them, he decided to make the first move. When Tin Ano cried out the four people's nicknames, Yang Fan even knew where they came from. Yang Fan didn't have a sword or a saber in his hand, but he was at the side of the pool. There was a stone bench at the side of the pool. Yang Fan's figure stretched out, and he pounced towards the tallest and most majestic-looking man. At the same time, he had already picked up the stone bench and threw it. Before he could, the stone bench smashed towards the man's face. As soon as Yang Fan moved, the short and stout old man immediately waved his arm. The invisible fishing line and hook brought along a strange wind sound as they streaked towards Yang Fan's slanted figure. However, Tin Ano was right in front of him. A sword ray immediately chopped down towards his face. At the same time, he shook his shoulder in a strange posture, lowered his body, and pounced forward. The tip of his foot touched the ground, and a clump of mud flew towards the thin man holding the judge pen behind him. Anu had been by young Master Zhang's side for many years. Not only did she know who these people were, but she was also very familiar with their martial arts. Anu's martial arts were very complicated, and the four killers of heaven and earth had also taught her killing skills. The reason why she had been defeated by Gongsun Lanji in the sword competition was because she did not only know how to use the sword, but she also practiced killing skills. She used all kinds of killing skills. If she only used the sword in the competition, she would only be able to display 50% of her fighting strength. She was very familiar with the characteristics of the four people's martial arts. At this time, she attacked with all her strength, and taking advantage of the four people's stunned expressions, she immediately seized the initiative. Not only did she avoid the soft sword that the middle-aged woman pulled out from her waist, she also forced the fat old man to withdraw his pole to defend himself. She also used a clump of mud to force the thin man to take a step back. The two judge pens in the thin man's hands were originally aimed at Yang Fan's thigh, and the other at Anu's back. But because of the clump of mud, he was forced to retreat, and his move was resolved. Roar! Yang Fan pounced quickly and urgently. If the burly man wanted to dodge, it was barely too late. But when Yang Fan threw out the stone stool and smashed it at the burly man's face before he could move, the burly man couldn't dodge it. He hurriedly shouted and punched the stone stool with his pair of iron fists. Yang Fan could even play with a stone lock that weighed more than 100 pounds as he pleased. How much force would it take to throw a stone stool that weighed more than 20 pounds with all his strength? The burly man's fists hit the stone stool fiercely. With a bang, the stone stool was broken into countless pieces. Yang Fan saw that the burly man actually smashed the stone stool with his flesh and blood and couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly straightened his waist, and the two fists that originally wanted to hit the burly man's chest and abdomen changed direction, and like two meteors from outer space, hit the burly man's temples. Yang Fan saw that the burly man was really powerful and didn't know what kind of hard qigong he practiced. He was afraid that hitting the burly man's chest and abdomen wouldn't break the burly man's hard qigong, so he immediately changed his target to the burly man's temples. There were always some parts of the flesh and blood that couldn't be trained, such as the back of the head, the temples, the eyes, and the genitals. The internal qi couldn't be used to form a barrier, and there were no muscles to provide physical protection. The burly man's fists smashed the stone stool with all his might, and his arms were shaken until they went limp. The iron gloves on his fists, which were made of cast iron, were also smashed by the impact, and the stones fell to the ground. His fingers were stained with blood, and he could clearly feel that 3 of his finger bones were broken. The crushed stones were of different sizes, stirring up a cloud of stone powder. Although the crushed stones fell to the ground, the stone powder still flew up like mist. Then 2 fists passed through the mist like 2 iron hammers and heavily smashed the big man's temples. The burly man let out another loud roar. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets by Yang Fan's punches, and 2 streams of blood spurted out from his nostrils. Then he was hit by Yang Fan's body again, and his whole body flew up and fell into the pond on his back. And with a bang, he splashed a large area of water. One of the 4 killers of heaven and earth was killed as soon as they fought. The burly man died with his eyes wide open. In the middle of the night, when people suddenly ran into your house and surrounded you, armed with knives and guns, you should at least ask, "Who are you and what is your purpose?" But Yang Fan didn't. They came to kill Yang Fan, so they didn't want to talk nonsense with Yang Fan, and they didn't want to reveal their identity. Originally, they wanted to wait for Yang Fan to ask for his purpose, and then they would make their move at the same time. But they didn't expect that the woman by Yang Fan's side knew martial arts, and even more so, they didn't expect that this woman who knew martial arts was Tin Ano, who they thought was already dead on Mount Hua. When they discovered Tin Ano's identity in surprise, the 4 of them were stunned at the same time. It was only a split second, but the opponent's skill was higher than theirs, and that split second was enough to destroy their advantage of encirclement. The burly man wearing the iron gloves was smashed in the head by Yang Fan's bare fists, and he died. These 4 people were all experts in killing, and the moment of surprise caused by a moment of helplessness was resolved in a flash. Seeing the burly man die, the other 3 were really angry and immediately pounced forward. Tin Ano knew that among the 4 of them, the short and fat old man's martial arts was the highest, especially his fishing rod, which could be used as a spear or a staff, and the hook and flexible fishing line on the rod were even more erratic. It was better during the day, but at night, other than himself, no one would know where the weapon would come from. This person would be the biggest threat to her and Yang Fan. So she seized the initiative and attacked with her sword, pressing hard against the short and fat old man who was holding the fishing rod. As long as she got close, the old man's advantage in weapon would become a weakness. So Tin Ano became one with his sword, pressing hard step by step. The fat old man retreated 6 steps, and 6 flashes of sword light flashed in front of him. Before he could steady himself on the 7th step, another flash of sword light pierced his throat, and the old man was forced to retreat again, not even having the time to let out an angry roar. But because they didn't expect that Yang Fan would have Tin Ano by his side, whom they thought was already dead, the 4 of them lost the initiative, and their advantage was gone. Tin Ano forced the short and fat old man back, and the middle-aged woman and the thin young man immediately joined forces to attack Yang Fan. Although Tin Ano's resurrection was an accident, their mission target was Yang Fan, so they naturally wouldn't entangle with Tin Ano before killing Yang Fan. Yang Fan was not afraid of the thin young man's Kuei Xing Pen, although it was said that an inch shorter was an inch more dangerous, and the Kuei Xing Pen in the young man's hands pierced, pointed, and stabbed like a storm. Yang Fan was confident that he could seize the Kuei Xing Pen and pierce his throat within 20 moves even if he didn't have a weapon in his hand. But with the middle-aged woman's soft sword, Yang Fan couldn't cope with it. The woman's sword was bent like a hook and twisted like a bowstring, and when it danced, the wind rustled like a spirit snake. Although the soft sword wasn't suitable for hacking and stabbing like a hard sword, it could cut and easily sever blood vessels and ligaments at joints. The soft sword in the woman's hand was like a whip, constantly lashing at Yang Fan. If one strike missed, she could quickly strike again with a shake of the sword. She didn't need to restrain the sword or bend the elbow at all. Her movements were so fast that it was impossible for Yang Fan to cope with the soft sword and the 2 judge pens with his bare hands. Thief! Murder! The two miserable cries of the iron-fisted man summoned the two patrolling servants. The two of them thought that a thief had come to the Gongsun mansion, and if they caught the thief, the patriarch would definitely reward them. So, they excitedly ran over with lanterns in their hands. When they saw the two groups of people fighting each other, their weapons flashed, and their momentum was astonishing. The two servants were so scared that they threw away the lanterns and ran away. While running, they screamed in a shrill voice that was even more excited than the crowing of a rooster. "What are you screaming for? There's a thief there!" The two servants used all their strength to run. They had only run a few steps when a girl in red came running towards them. She was carrying a large sword that was even longer than the Taiya sword. She was so excited that she looked like an old lady who heard the sound of her little hen after laying eggs for the first time. She was beaming with joy, and her face was flushed. Gongsun Lanji tortured Tin Ano for a while. When Tin Ano ran away in anger, Miss Gongsun played with her sword for a while more complacently. She was about to go back to take a bath and rest when she heard a scream from the side courtyard where Yang Fan lived. The side courtyard was only separated from the training field by a wall. Miss Gongsun was considering whether she should jump over to take a look, but she hesitated that this was not the behavior of a lady. Suddenly, she heard another scream. This time, she really couldn't hold back. Regardless of whether she was a lady or not, she shot up the wall like an arrow. When the two servants saw that Miss Gongsun, who loved to play with her spear and stick the most, had arrived, they were relieved and quickly turned around to give directions. However, they couldn't get rid of their fear immediately. Their teeth chattered, and they couldn't say a word. Gongsun Lanji was so angry that she pushed them away. When she saw the situation by the pond, she immediately shouted with joy, "Nu, Erlang, you two are so disloyal. You didn't call me for such a good thing." Chapter 605. The moment Gongsun Lanji arrived, she became one with her sword and pounced towards the middle-aged woman wielding the flexible sword. Gongsun Lanji loved swords as much as her life. Seeing that the woman was also using a sword, she naturally chose her. The woman was playing with the snake when she saw a sword beam suddenly appear. It was like Ho-E shooting the sun, illuminating the 9 heavens. She could not help but be shocked. She hurriedly circled her flexible sword and headed towards Gongsun Lanji. With a kung sound, the two swords clashed. Gongsun Lanji landed on both her feet and said excitedly, "Good sword play!" Again. Gongsun Lanji brandished a long sword that was longer than the Tai divine sword and slashed at the middle-aged woman wielding the flexible sword. With the two of them fighting, the pressure on Yang Fan was greatly reduced. He immediately launched a counterattack against the thin youth wielding the Kuei-Shing brush. The Tian AI knew had been living in the Gongsun mansion for a long time now, so she did not have any of the little toys she used to kill people with her. With just a sword, she was no match for the short and fat elder. Right now, she was only relying on the fact that she was one step ahead of the old man. She was pressing forward step by step, not giving the old man a chance to recover. Once the old man stabilized his position, Anu would definitely lose, and Yang Fan could only end the battle quickly. Swords were supposed to be light and nimble, but in Gongsun Lanji's hands, they were wide and powerful. It was as if she wasn't holding a sword in her hand, but a spear or a staff that could support the heavens and the earth. Everything within a radius of several zhang was enveloped by her sword light. The moonlight was like frost reflecting off the long sword, and the layers of cold light were like wheels. But when the middle-aged woman wielded her sword, her momentum was far inferior to Gongsun Lanji's, but she would not be defeated for a while. Her sword was like a snake struggling in the mouth of a tiger. Although it was destined to fail, it would not give up for a while. With its tenacious willpower, it still struggled with all its might. The cold light was like stars, and every stab would dissolve Gongsun Lanji's biting cold attacks. Gongsun Lanji could fight to her heart's content. The sword in her hand was so powerful that it could split mountains and break mountains. Even Yang Fan, who was not far from her, had a feeling of trepidation. He thought that if he was not as good as her in terms of sword breaking, he could only use the saber art that he was best at and use the domineering aura of the overlord of weapons to suppress her. Without a middle-aged woman wielding a flexible sword, the skinny young man wielding the Kuei Xing pen was no longer Yang Fan's opponent. He used the move Fairy Needle Guide, but he did not really guide the needle. Instead, he led Yang Fan's hand to him. Yang Fan's martial arts skill was far superior to his, so it was more than enough for him to catch the blade with his bare hands. He swung the Kuei Xing pen against the man's elbow. The man cried out in pain, half of his body went numb, and was pulled in front of him by Yang Fan. At this time, the long sword in Gongsun Lanji's hand circled the air 3 times like 3 bright round moons, covering the middle-aged woman wielding the flexible sword in the middle. The middle-aged woman could no longer rely on her delicate martial arts skill to evade, so she could only use the flexible sword in her hand to block. The 2 swords collided, and with a kung sound, the flexible snake-like long sword was unexpectedly cut in half by Gongsun Lanji's sword. With a whistling sound, Gongsun Lanji's sword burst out, as fast as a rainbow. Her body followed the sword. The sword borrowed the momentum of her body, and with a pu sound, a silver stripe dyed the middle-aged woman red, and cut her waist into 2 halves. Even Gongsun Lanji herself could not control the power of this sword. The 4.5-foot long sword whistled through the middle-aged woman's waist, and then circled around her body, rolling towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan had just caught the Kuei Xing pen user, but he did not expect that the sword in Gongsun Lanji's hand would become like a wild horse that ran away from its reins. Seeing the bloody sword coming towards his waist again, without thinking, he handed over the skinny young man in his hand. Pooh! The long sword swept over, as if it was nothing. Yang Fan's hand became lighter, and he was only carrying half of the young man's body. The lower half of the young man's body fell to the ground with a pu sound. At this time, the 2 halves of the middle-aged woman's body separated and fell to the ground separately. Gongsun Lanji could not stop her momentum in time, and staggered. She stopped and stuck out her tongue towards Yang Fan, and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, my sword can only control its momentum now, but it still can't control its momentum. When I attack with all my strength, you'd better hide 5 feet away, otherwise..." Yang Fan stared at Gongsun Lanji in astonishment. He reached out his hand and touched his lower abdomen. When he raised his hand, he saw that it was wet. It was not the blood of the 2 halves of the young man, but his own blood. He was not injured by the assassin's encirclement, but he was injured by Gongsun Lanji's fierce sword. Fortunately, he used the young man's body to block the attack, and he raised his buttocks in time to let his waist pass. Otherwise, even if Gongsun Lanji wanted to apologize, he would not know whether to say the first half or the second half. That short and stout old man was also a martial arts expert in Jianghu. Since he was recruited by the Succession Hall, with the financial and material support of the Succession Hall, he carried out missions together with the other 3 people and had always been successful. Because of this, he was respectfully called the 4 Killers of Heaven and Earth by the martial arts experts in the Succession Hall. Now, as soon as they started fighting, he was slashed by Tin Ano's sword one after another. Until now, he still could not fight back, and his heart was full of grievance. Speaking of which, Anu's sword was light and agile. If it was in the past, she might not be able to force this short and stout old man to be unable to fight back. But these days when she sparred with Gongsun Lanji, not only did her sword skills improve greatly, She also absorbed many of the strengths of Gongsun's swordsmanship. If one wanted to be like a storm, one step ahead, one step ahead, one step ahead, and pressuring people to the point that they could not breathe, what was more suitable than Miss Gongsun's fierce swordsmanship? When the short and stout old man saw that 2 of his 3 companions were dead, and the other fell into the lake and did not move again, he guessed that it was more likely that they were dead than alive. He alone could not fight against 3 people, so he immediately escaped into the forest. Gongsun Lanji has been practicing swordsmanship since she was young, but it was her first time killing people. But it was unknown whether it was because her fierce and terrifying swordsmanship could arouse the murderous intent in people's hearts, or because she knew that these 4 people were carrying sharp blades and entering a private house at night and deserved to die. She did not have any psychological trauma after killing them, and did not have the apprehension and panic of killing someone for the first time. As soon as the short and stout old man escaped into the forest, Gongsun Lanji immediately shouted excitedly, "I'm coming!" Like a big bird, she leaped into the air, became one with her sword, and chased into the forest. Just as Gongsun Lanji entered the forest, she let out a cry of surprise and flew back like a big bird. Bang! Miss Gongsun landed on her, and fell hard, scaring Yang Fan and Nu, who had just rushed to his side. Then Miss Gongsun leaped up. This fall did not hurt her at all. Miss Gongsun stuffed the long sword into Yang Fan's hand and said, "You do it!" Yang Fan took the sword in his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Tin Ano, on the other hand, looked at Gongsun Lanji cautiously. The short and stout old man was called Yu Haoyang, originally a ruthless pirate leader of the Eastern Sea. Although his martial arts were extraordinary, it was not enough to force Miss Gongsun to admit defeat as soon as they fought. This Miss Gongsun had always been competitive, but now she obediently handed the sword to Yang Fan. At this moment, the dense forest seemed to move even though there was no wind. Even the tree trunks began to sway. Yang Fan and the other 2 suddenly turned their heads to look into the forest. The forest was quiet, except for the occasional wind that rustled the branches. The entire atmosphere was completely quiet at night, when had there been any movement. If the external objects did not move, then their hearts were pounding. What kind of power could be so terrifying? A white-haired, old man slowly walked out of the forest, step by step, into the moonlight. Lu Boyan. When she saw him, Tin Ano's pretty face immediately turned pale. If it was someone else, she would still have the confidence to fight, but this old man was definitely not her match. Lang Jun, Xiao Man, who had already fallen asleep, was also awakened by the 2 exclamations. She hurriedly dressed and called 2 middle-aged servant women to accompany her out of the small courtyard. She originally wanted to ask what happened, but when she saw the situation by the pond under the moonlight, she immediately understood and could not help but call out worriedly, "Ah, Nu, escort Xiao Man back to her room. Don't call her out." Yang Fan had once fought with Lu Boyan, and when he saw it was this terrifying old man, his face immediately became solemn. Nu knew that Lu Boyan's martial arts was powerful and only wanted to live and die together with Yang Fan. So how would she be willing to leave his side? But Yang Fan's tone was not to be questioned, so Nu did not dare to disobey. She hurriedly went to support Xiao Man and persuaded her to return to her room with kind words. Xiao Man also knew that she could not help her husband now, and staying here would only distract him. Although she was worried, she still followed Yang Fan's order and looked at him worriedly, allowing Nu to support her back to the courtyard. Nu ordered the 2 servant women to take good care of her and rushed into the room to take off Yang Fan's scabbard before rushing back to the pond. Lu Boyan was still standing there, and when he saw her return, he smiled and said, "You are still alive?" Nu cupped her fists and said, "Lu Wang." Lu Boyan looked at the scabbard in her hand and smiled again. "As long as you are alive, I am very happy. Anu took the opportunity to say, Lu Wang, please let go of Erlang. Lu Boyan shook his head and sighed. I have no choice but to obey young master's order. Anu took a step back and stood side by side with Yang Fan and said, If that is the case, then Anu can only offend you. Lu Boyan laughed. You want to fight with me? Anu pursed her lips and said firmly, Anu knows Lu Wang's martial arts very well, and I do not dare to fight with Lu Wang, but Erlang is Anu's man. Anu can only offend you. Lu Boyan shook his head. You better watch from the side. Anu still wanted to say something, but Yang Fan had already stopped her and lightly pressed on her shoulder. He said, Senior Lu is doing this out of good intentions. You can help me. Anu was a little confused and turned to look at Yang Fan, but the scabbard in her hand had already been snatched away by Yang Fan. Yang Fan was not used to the long sword that looked like a saber, and if he were to use the ordinary sword instead of the Pei family's unique sword art to wield this long sword, this good sword would probably break in a few moves, so the scabbard was more comfortable to wield. Yang Fan had fought with Lu Boyan before, and he knew that when fighting with this old man who was skilled in martial arts but limited by his age, his movements were slightly slow. His greatest reliance was his flexible and ever-changing movements. If he were to fight with this old man, an additional Anu would not be of much help, and with the old man's profound martial arts, grasp of opportunities, it would be easier for them to drag each other down, and it would be easier for them to defeat each other. Lu Boyan did not let Anu participate in the battle, and it was indeed out of good intentions. This was his second battle with Lu Boyan, and in the first battle, he was saved by the 3 fake immortals, but this time, the 3 fake immortals would definitely not appear. Even if he stretched out his head and withdrew his head, it would still be the same. Yang Fan never ran away. He took a deep breath, gripped the scabbard tightly, and strode towards Lu Boyan. Chapter 606. Yang Fan used his sword, the number 1 sword in the southern wilderness, which could cut iron like mud. The scabbard. Lu Boyan used his palm, which was soft and light as a feather, as if he could not even swat a fly. Yang Fan wanted to use his nimbleness to offset his opponent's strong power and high attainments in martial arts, so he rushed into the forest after a few moves to take advantage of the terrain. Most of the gardens in the Tang dynasty were formed by the natural power of heaven and earth. Although some aristocratic families used some ingenuity in garden construction, the flowers, trees, and rocks used were also local materials. They would not travel thousands of miles to the south to buy rare flowers and trees in the north, nor would they use horses and boats to get strange rocks in Jiangnan. Therefore, this forest was the native elm and poplar trees in Chang'an. The trees were tall and straight. Yang Fan was moving back and forth between the trees, moving up and down. Sometimes he was like a ghost, sometimes he was like a spirit ape. He held a scabbard sword in his hand that could cut through iron like mud, but he did not forget to use his fists and legs. The scabbard, which was like a broken halberd blade, was wantonly waving, and broken branches and leaves fell from the sky, which were also used by Yang Fan as a weapon. The broken leaves could confuse the enemy's eyes, and the broken branches shot like arrows under the sword. Yang Fan used all his strength to fight with Lu Boyan. At the beginning, Yang Fan not only had nimbleness in his movements, but his sword was also light and agile. He would run away when he missed, shuttling back and forth in the forest, looking for an opportunity to strike with his sword. But he soon found that this tactic was not practical. His movements were like a spiritual ape, and indeed much faster than the octogenarian. Even if Lu Boyan saw through his movements, he might not be able to catch up. But when Yang Fan took the initiative to attack Lu Boyan, all he had to do was wait there calmly to break it. Lu Boyan, who could see through Yang Fan's moves, had an advantage. As soon as Yang Fan saw that this trick didn't work, he quickly changed his fighting style. His movements were still agile, and he didn't stop at any place for even a moment. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he immediately moved away, not giving Lu Boyan any opportunity to take advantage of him. Since his speed was not enough to break through Lu Boyan's defense line, he could only rely on brute force. Therefore, Yang Fan used a sword with a long and narrow blade to launch a saber attack, a straight stab, a horizontal cut, and an oblique strike. Although his moves did not lose their flexibility, they were full of an indomitable momentum. So long as he was given an opportunity to attack, he would definitely use all his strength, and his moves would be firm and powerful. This wasn't a sword move at all, but a blade technique. However, Lu Boyan only had a pair of palms and no weapon in his hands, so Yang Fan didn't have to worry about destroying the treasured blade in his hands if he clashed head-on. Gongsun Lanji watched the battle between Yang Fan and Lu Boyan. Fan's mouth opened wider. She had always wanted to force Yang Fan to fight with her, but Yang Fan had always refused. If it was someone else, she might have thought that the opponent was not as skilled as her and was afraid to fight with her. But judging from the courage and eyesight that Yang Fan showed when he first stepped into the Gongsun residence, it did not seem like it, so she did not give up. Now, she finally gave up. Yang Fan's martial arts were indeed better than hers. If the two of them really fought, she would lose without a doubt, unless her mother. Thinking of this, Gongsun Lanji's heart suddenly moved. With such a big commotion here, how could mother not know? Why hasn't she appeared yet? Yang Fan used all his skills, but still could not break Lu Boyan's defense. When his attacks were as sharp as needles, Lu Boyan's palms were like a pair of anvils. When Yang Fan's attacks were like a hammer, Lu Boyan's palms were like a ball of cotton. What was the use of a sledgehammer smashing into a pile of cotton? When Yang Fan's attacks were like a hammer, Lu Boyan's palms were like a ball of cotton. What was the use of a sledgehammer smashing into a pile of cotton? Sharpness cannot be relied on. Hardness cannot be relied on for long. Yang Fan's all-out attack could not be effective in a short period of time, so how could he persist for long? Actually, with his skills, if he had tried to escape from the beginning, he might not have fallen into such a predicament. But this fight was different from last time. Last time, his goal was clear from the beginning, to draw the enemy away, not to hurt one, and to find a chance to escape. But this time it was different. He was sitting at home, and a strange disaster fell from the sky. Young Master Jiang wanted to kill him. Now that he knew that Anu was still alive, and young Master Jiang wanted to kill him, this was a situation that would not end until he died. He could escape, but his woman, his child, and everything that he was willing to use his life to protect. How could he escape? If he could kill this strong enemy today, young Master Jiang would have one less power, and his family would have one more guarantee of safety. So he went all out from the beginning, but the result was that he put himself in danger. In the eyes of outsiders, Lu Boyan's palms were still as light as a feather, flipping up and down, flashing left and right like a pair of butterflies. But Yang Fan, who was in the middle of it, felt like a pair of heavy and powerful iron hammers. As long as he was hit once, it would be enough to break his bones and snap his tendons. Not good. Anu had been closely following their figures, but even if it was not night and they were not in the forest, with her eyesight, she could not easily see through the changes in the offensive and defensive strength of the two. Until now, she realized something was wrong and hurriedly wanted to rush into the forest to help Yang Fan, but it was too late. Yang Fan's sword swung away, and his middle door was wide open. It was just a moment of weakness, but his body movement was not as fast as before, and he could not use the agility of his body movement to resolve this weakness. Lu Boyan raised his hand and slapped down on his chest, a slap as heavy as a mountain. If this slap hit, Yang Fan would be like the big tree that was slapped by Lu Boyan in the ancient gold garden. There would be no scars on the surface, but his internal organs would be shattered, and even the gods could not save him. As Lu Boyan slapped out, a figure of a person suddenly appeared in his mind. Leopard eyes, red beard like a dragon, a majestic figure, like a mountain. Thinking of that person, the palm that he slapped out suddenly trembled, and the force of the palm slightly lowered, avoiding the vital point on the left side of Yang Fan's chest, and also reduced the force by 30%. He had long been sure that Yang Fan must be that person's descendant, and thinking of that incense, how could he bear to kill him? But young Master Jiang grew up under his care. Although young Master Jiang regarded him as a servant, he regarded young Master Jiang as his own grandson. This person was young Master Jiang's mortal enemy. How could he let him go? Lu Boyan struggled in his heart, and this palm of his reduced force, thinking that it would be better to beat Yang Fan into a bedridden cripple for the rest of his life. Lu Boyan's palm pressed down. His fingertips had just touched Yang Fan's chest, and the force was about to be released, but suddenly, like a startled rabbit, he jumped more than 10 feet away, both his palms crossed, and his feet were in a straight line, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Yang Fan was only pressed by his fingertips, as if his chest was hit by a hammer. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Before his body landed on the ground, he was caught in the arms of Tin Ano, who rushed over to help. Anu anxiously shouted, "Erlang, how are you?" Yang Fan clenched his teeth, forcefully swallowed back the mouthful of sweet blood that gushed up to his throat, and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, I won't die." Lu Boyan stared at the spot where he had just been standing. There was no one there. He looked forward and saw that about 10 feet away from where he had been standing, there was a tall and cold figure leaning quietly against a tree. The figure slowly walked out from the shade of the tree, the moonlight reflected on her face. Gongsun Lanji joyfully shouted, "Mother!" The person who came was Aunt Pei, just like when Lu Boyan appeared just now. The murderous aura hidden in the bottom of his heart aroused a strong feeling in the hearts of Yang Fan and the others, as if the whole forest shook violently. Lu Boyan had a stronger feeling than them just now. He felt a thick and overbearing sword light chopping straight towards his neck. Until now he knew that it was not a real sword, but an invisible and intangible murderous aura of this graceful noblewoman. The noblewoman's eyes were like ice, staring coldly at Lu Boyan. Gongsun Lanji shouted, "Mother, quickly avenge me. This old man just threw me heavily." The noblewoman unhappily snorted, "Shut up. If he had not been lenient, even if he had only thrown you once, you would not have the strength to shout now." Gongsun Lanji stuck out her tongue, not daring to continue complaining. Lu Boyan smiled. "Madam has good eyesight. Is it Aunt Pei?" "It is me." Lu Boyan smiled bitterly. "I have long heard that the Pei family's swordsmanship is unparalleled. This old man came here to avoid, as much as possible, not wanting to compete with Madame Pei. But who would have thought that Aunt Pei would come? Can the two of us not fight?" "Yes." Lu Boyan had just rejoiced when he heard Aunt Pei coldly say, "Stretch out your neck, let me chop it with my sword, whether you live or die. We can stop fighting." Lu Boyan's face was bitter. "So, Aunt Pei is determined to settle this feud." "Nonsense. You can kill my family's guest just because you want to? You came to my house to kill, and you want me to retreat?" As Aunt Pei said, "Nonsense," her sword also moved. She used a short sword. And when she said, "You can kill my family's guest just because you want to," she only said a total of 10 words, and it was unknown how many times she had struck, only to see the sky full of flashes of sword light. One sword light not extinguished, another sword light appeared. And Lu Boyan was surrounded by silver light, the rays of light shining in 10,000 rays. He was about to become a Buddha. Old man Lu's martial arts were truly exceptional. If it had been anyone else, they would have been riddled with holes long ago. Old man Lu hopped and jumped, his movements as ugly as a monkey's. He had completely lost the graceful bearing he had when he was fighting Yang Fan, yet he managed to avoid all of Auntie Pei's sword strikes. Not a single stab was made. Old man Lu hurriedly took a few steps back, keeping a safe distance from Aunt Pei. Although he tried his best to suppress his breathing, his chest was heaving up and down like a bellows. Usually, for an old man of his age, if he could eat normally and walk without the help of others, he would be considered to be very strong. How could he use a sword and a spear like Lu Boyan? Just now, when he accompanied Yang Fan to jump up and down, he looked relaxed, but he had also consumed a lot of physical strength. Now that he was forced by Aunt Pei's sword art, which seemed to pull the sky full of stars, his breathing became a little short. Lu Boyan's eyes were fixed on Aunt Pei. His hands reached behind his waist, and when they reappeared in front of him, there was a pair of crescent moons in his palms. The two crescent moons were like hooks floating in Lu Boyan's palms. It was a spectacular sight. Rings? This kind of weapon is rare. Aunt Pei's eyes suddenly lit up. That kind of excited look was exactly the same as when her daughter, Miss Gongsun, saw a master swordsman. Only then did Yang Fan, Nu, and Gongsun Lanji see clearly that it was not two crescent moons floating in Lu Boyan's palms, but a pair of iron rings. The outer edge of the jet-black iron ring had been polished into a sharp bowstring edge, while the rest of the ring was still black. Under the dim light of the night, one could only see the edge of the ring that had been polished into a sharp edge, and one would think that two crescent moons were floating above his palm. "Mother, take the sword." As soon as Gongsun Lanji saw Lu Boyan reveal his weapon, she was afraid that her mother would be at a disadvantage, and immediately threw her extraordinarily long sword towards Aunt Pei. Aunt Pei did not even turn her head. She just grabbed the hilt with a backhand, and with a flip of the long sword, a vast expanse of autumn water was placed horizontally in front of her. The short sword in one hand was no more than 1.5 feet, while the long sword in the other was more than 4 feet long. From the looks of it, Aunt Pei was using two swords, one long and one short, the short one extremely short, and the long one extremely long. These two people's weapons were very strange, and the corresponding martial arts were naturally also very strange. This was a real battle between masters. If Yang Fan could clearly see the whole process of the two people fighting, his martial arts attainment would certainly be greatly improved. Unfortunately, the night was dark, and Aunt Pei and Lu Boyan were fighting in the forest, sometimes under the shadow, sometimes under the moonlight. The two people's movements were extremely fast, and the changing of moves was also too much for the eye to take in. Yang Fan and the other two people standing at the edge of the forest could not see clearly at all and could only treat it as a show. At this time, Lu Boyan was just like Yang Fan, with ingenious and agile movements. He danced the sharp edges of the two rings. Originally, it was a pair of crescent moons, but when he danced, it became a full moon, and Lu Boyan looked like he was dancing between the two bright full moons. The sleeves of his clothes fluttered, and the bright moons flew around. It was extremely strange and beautiful. And Aunt Pei, who spent all day in the temple, had long cultivated to the point where she was no longer tainted by the mortal world, but the two swords in her hands, one long and one short, were like two meteors piercing through the sky, persistently chasing after the two crescent moons, sometimes exploding into a sky full of stars. The momentum of the sword was fierce and overbearing. Her posture was as elegant as a sword immortal, but the pair of swords did not have the slightest bit of elegance. Instead, they were extremely overbearing, extremely powerful. Yang Fan, Nu, and Gongsun Lanji stood at the edge of the forest, nervously watching the two meteors chasing after the two crescent moons. While their eyes were busy, Lu Boyan shouted, loudly, waved the two rings, and retreated hastily. The two small bright moons protected his body as he slowly moved away, and in a moment he disappeared without a trace. Only Lu Boyan was left in the forest, exclaiming in admiration, What a good pay family swordsmanship. Aunt Pei stood in the forest, her long sword slightly hanging down, a bloodstain attached to the long sword, like a flowing shadow quickly moving to the tip of the sword, and then immediately dripping onto the grass. The light of the sword was as bright as snow, still like a pool of autumn water. Huh, Nyangqin is still the best. Gongsun Lanji rushed into the forest, hugged Aunt Pei's arm, and said happily. Aunt Pei asked coldly, "Who are they?" Supported by Anu, Yang Fan walked in front of her, panting, "They are people from the aristocratic families of Shandong." Aunt Pei raised her eyebrows and then slightly frowned. She was born in the Pei family of Hedong, so she was very knowledgeable. She knew that Yang Fan only said one sentence, and she knew that there was a big mystery in it. Naturally, the less she knew about these things, the better. When she heard the 4 words aristocratic families of Shandong, she actually did not pursue the matter. Instead, Gongsun Lanji heard it and said indignantly, "The aristocratic families of Shandong are so overbearing. Have they changed their profession to become bandits?" Anu shook her head and said, "They just did not expect me to be here, or else no one would be able to see through the identities of those 4 people. Yang Fan said, "Although I do not know them, but I know Lu Boyan." Anu said, "The 4 of them have already exposed their identities. Why does Luing still need to cover his head and face? Otherwise, he may not be willing to show his face to you." Yang Fan finally understood. Aunt Pei glanced at him and said, "Go and bandage your wounds first. We will talk later. Lanji, ask someone to clean up this place." Anu supported Yang Fan to leave, but Yang Fan was suddenly shocked, and a feeling of uneasiness arose in his heart. Something is wrong. Why is there no movement from Xiao Man? If I ask her to go back to her room to rest, will she obediently go back to her room? If she saw the movement from the crack of the door, would she not come out at this moment? The more Yang Fan thought about it, the more afraid he became. He grabbed Anu's arm and said, "Anu, quickly, go see Xiao Man." Looking at his frightened eyes, Anu suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She hurriedly turned around, rushed to the door of the courtyard where Xiao Man lived, and pushed the door open, and let out a cry of alarm. Chapter 607. Yang Fan was restless and uneasy. When Anu exclaimed, Yang Fan couldn't bear it anymore and pounced on her. The courtyard door was unlatched and had been pushed open by Anu. The moonlight was like frost shining on the empty courtyard. The courtyard gate cast a slanted shadow. The shadow cast half of the 2 people lying on the ground in the frosty moonlight, and the other half in the shadow of the courtyard gate. Judging from their bodies, these 2 people were the 2 middle-aged servant women who took care of Xiao Man. The current situation was obvious. Xiao Man didn't want him to worry, but she was still worried, so she went back to her room to wait for his news. After returning to the courtyard, she unlatched the courtyard door and observed his movements. However, where was she now? When Yang Fan saw this situation, his pale face immediately lost all color. He stood there in a daze and didn't dare to step into the courtyard. Aunt Pei flew past him and bent down to check the breath of the 2 maidservants on the ground. She said in a low voice, "They are not dead, but just knocked out." When Aunt Pei flashed into the courtyard, Gongsun Lanji also followed closely. She quickly rushed into the room to search and returned to the door. She gently shook her head at Yang Fan and Teneno, who were looking at her expectantly, and said in a low voice, "Xiao Man is not here." Yang Fan's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. He tightened the scabbard and turned to leave. Anu grabbed him and asked in a trembling voice, "Erlang, what are you doing?" Yang Fan gritted his teeth and said word by word, "I'm going to find her." Anu said, "Chang, and is such a big city. Where are you going to find her?" Yang Fan said, "I'll turn Chang and upside down. I'll definitely find her whereabouts. Don't act rashly. Aunt Pei slowly stood up and turned to Yang Fan. She said, "The person they want to kill is you?" At this moment, Yang Fan's face was as cold as ice, but his heart was in a mess. He had completely forgotten to think. When Aunt Pei asked, he subconsciously answered, "Yes." Aunt Pei said, "Then why did they kidnap Xiao Mang? And for you. Therefore, Xiao Man would not be in danger now. If they wanted to kill someone, they could just kill her directly. There was no need to kidnap her. If you lose your mind now and even cause a scene in Chong, and can you save Xiao Mang? Once things get out of hand, they might kill Xiao Man to vent their anger. You must stay calm." Yang Fan gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. His mind was no longer in his spiritual aperture. His heart was only filled with waves of anxiety and pain. "Then what should I do? What should I do?" Aunt Pei said, "Wait. They must have an explanation for kidnapping Xiao Man. Just wait patiently. They will come to you on their own." Yang Fan blurted out, "What if they don't come?" Aunt Pei said in a low voice, "Chong, and is not the backyard of the aristocratic families in Shandong. They can do whatever they want. I still have some connections in Chong, and don't worry, I will find someone to help tomorrow morning. I don't believe I can't find their whereabouts. No matter what, it is better than you running around like a headless fly." When Yang Fan thought of Xiao Man and his unborn child, his mind was in a mess. He was muddle-headed and did not know what to do. It was Anu who thanked her. "Thank you for your help, Aunt." Aunt Pei sighed, looking at Yang Fan's lost look. She wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Then she told Anu, "It is curfew now. Other than coming and going, there is no way to go in Chong, and you keep a close eye on him. Tomorrow morning, I will use all my power to find him." "Yes, thank you, Aunt." Aunt Pei turned her head and looked. The servants had come to the pond with lanterns and torches to clean up the scene. Someone had taken a fishing hook and was fishing out the dead man in the pond. Aunt Pei said again, "Help Erling back to his room to rest. Bandage his wounds first. We will discuss the countermeasures tomorrow morning." Aunt Pei brought her daughter back to their residence in the backyard. Mr. Gongsun had already put on his clothes and was sitting in the hall. Gongsun Bufan was a scholar and had never practiced martial arts. But his wife had inherited the unique skills from her family. When she was young, she had traveled around the world with her sword. Mr. Gongsun was used to it, but he would never get involved in martial arts. It was not that he did not care about his wife and daughter's safety, but after many years of living together, he knew that he could not get involved in this kind of thing. If he insisted on getting involved, he would be a hindrance, and his wife would have more worries. Aunt Pei vaguely heard 2 shouts. When she put on her clothes and got up, he also put on his clothes and waited quietly in the hall. Seeing that his wife and daughter had returned safely, Gongsun Bufan let out a long sigh of relief. He got up and greeted them. He smiled and said, "What happened? Did thieves break into our house?" "Father, the aristocrats of Shandong sent assassins to our house to kill Erlang. Their martial arts are very powerful. Later, they could not kill Erlang, so they took Xiao Man away. At that time," Gongsun Lanji rambled on and on about what had happened. She held her father's arm and said, "Father, the aristocrats of Shandong are too arrogant. You have to ask our friends in Chong and to help rescue Xiao Man and get justice." "All right, you talk too much. Father and mother have their own plans for this matter. You're already a big girl, but you're still like a child who hasn't grown up yet. You're always in a rush. Mother shouldn't have brought you around the world in the past. You've brought your temperament wild, and you're still talking about others. Just you alone is enough to make father and mother worry. Aunt Pei reprimanded her daughter and waved her hand like she was waving a fly. Go to sleep. What can you do to help with this matter? The more you help, the more chaotic it will be. Gongsun Lanji pouted and threw a tantrum at her mother. She twisted her buttocks and staggered out, stomping the ground loudly. She didn't look like a lady at all. Gongsun Bufan and his wife held their foreheads in pain. After Gongsun Lanji left, Aunt Pei briefly told her husband what had happened. She said to him, Lang Jun does not want to be involved with the intrigues of the aristocratic families, so don't worry about this matter. Tomorrow, I will ask my family to help investigate and find Xiaoman's whereabouts to rescue her. Our Gongsun family will not be involved in this. Gongsun Bufan frowned slightly and nodded. Then he shook his head and sighed softly. Aunt Pei said softly, It's still early before dawn. Lang Jun, rest first. This matter, you don't have to worry about it. I will handle it well. The couple returned to the room and undressed. Gongsun Bufan lay on the bed and tossed and turned like a pancake. After a while, Aunt Pei whispered in his ear, Lang Jun, you really don't have to worry about this matter. I will handle it well and not let our family be involved in any karma. Lang Jun, rest in peace. Gongsun Bufan was silent for a moment. He called her by her nickname and said in a low voice, Mother Bug, you did it on purpose, didn't you? The room suddenly became quiet. It was so quiet that even the sound of an insect outside the window could be heard clearly. Gongsun Bufan lay on his side and put his hands behind his head. He looked at the top of the bed and sighed. The juniors of the Pei family rarely visit us except during the new year, but they have been coming every day recently. It is obvious that they want to befriend Yang Fan. You know that I don't like the aristocratic families fighting for fame and wealth, so there are some things that you don't tell me. But even if you don't tell me, it doesn't mean that I don't understand. There are some things that I can still understand. You allowed Xiaoman to be kidnapped in order to infuriate Yang Fan and make him side with the Guanlong family, right? Aunt Pei hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, Lang Jun, I rushed over at that time and happened to see an old man with extraordinary martial arts wanting to attack Erlang. I immediately helped him and really had no time to care about other things. I don't know about Xiaoman. Shut up. Gongsun Bufan suddenly sat up. Although the tent was dark, his eyes were bright, and his face was full of anger. You can hide things from me that I don't want to know, but you can't lie to me. Aunt Pei quickly sat up and said in a low voice, Lang Jun. Her voice was slightly trembling. She was actually a little timid. Aunt Pei was an extraordinary person of her generation. She had outstanding swordsmanship and rarely had enemies in the world. But when this weak husband of hers got angry, she couldn't help but be terrified. She lowered her head and didn't dare to say a word. Gongsun Bufan said angrily, You saved his life? This is kindness. Yang Fan is a person who can distinguish right from wrong and can distinguish kindness from hatred. Will he not remember this kindness? Will he return this kindness to your Pei family? Why plot against him? Although Xiaoman has only been in our family for a short time, I treat her like my own. Lanji also treats her like a sister. What about you? Do you really not love that child in your heart? Aunt Pei said in a panic, whether it's Guanlong or Shandong, there are many places that need Yang Fan's help. Tonight's assassination is definitely not the unanimous opinion of Shandong's aristocratic families. Even if the Guanlong family doesn't do anything tomorrow, there will be disputes among the aristocratic families in Shandong. Although Xiaoman has been kidnapped, her life won't be in danger. I can guarantee Lang Jun, shut up. Gongsun Bufan was usually smiling and had a good temper, but when he was angry, he was like a thunderbolt. He angrily hit the bed and said, "Xiaoman is still pregnant now. Once something happens to the child in her womb in panic and fear, how can your husband feel at ease? You obviously love Xiaoman, but when it involves the interests of your Pei family, you can be so heartless." Auntie Pei explained in a low voice. When the situation was urgent, I rushed over and understood the cause and effect of the matter. I did see that short and fat assassin sneakily kidnapping Xiaoman. But because I was sure that their target was still Yang Fan, they definitely wouldn't hurt Xiaoman. Moreover, if it happened tomorrow, even the aristocratic families in Shandong would be furious. They might even take the initiative to send Xiaoman back. That's why I beat them at their own game. If there was a slight possibility of hurting Xiaoman, I wouldn't stand by. After all, the Pei family is my maiden family, and they value Yang Fan very much. Get out. I don't want to see you now. Gongsun Bufan pointed to the door and shouted, "Get out!" When Aunt Pei saw that her husband was angry, she didn't dare to say more and timidly got off the bed. A woman couldn't sleep on the inside of her husband, lest she had to step over him when she got up at night. So she slept on the outside, so it was convenient for her to get out of bed. Gongsun Bufan said angrily, Gongsun Bufan will never learn to be selfish like those so-called aristocratic families. If anything happens to Xiaoman, I'll divorce you." The more Gongsun Bufan said, the angrier he became. He pulled Aunt Pei's pillow and threw it out. Aunt Pei didn't dare to anger him anymore. She picked up the pillow and walked out quietly,